Dark Side Development. Cap starts, comes into place. At the moment, it's qualifying. This is qualifying round one. Chris Waterhouse with the four-wheel drive Audi taking on Dave Crowhurst with the Wanger Beetle. Well, can't say Dave's not eager there. He got a red light, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to get a time. Looking to go 9.65, and he goes 9.53. Puts him to the bottom of the pack, breaking out.
Stout run, though, 9.53.
Yeah.
Almost went before the tree activated. Very, very almost. Next up, Graham Fairhead and Ed Keach.
So, Graham Fairhead, number 2 in the championship. Ed Keach, number 1 in the championship. So, both of these really looking to qualify well this weekend. And with just 2 qualifiers coming up, the pressure is on. So good side-by-side launches. Graham out in front at the moment, looking to go 10.50. And he starts his day with a 10.62, and Ed rolls through to a 13-second pass. That's not going to help him for qualifying.
Qualifying points as well as eliminations.
Yeah, well, that's
as well.
it. There's a lot, especially imagine in VW Sportsman.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, that's like 3 rounds difference between first and
there is
last, isn't it?
basically a race round worth of points in qualifying this weekend.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, we can see Motorsports UK Pro Modified making their way down into the pairing lanes. So they are not too far away. The run order at the moment is say VW Pro followed by 760 Heads Up. And then it will be Pro Modified followed by VW Sportsman and Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Well, those of you that joined us on the live feed, a very, very good morning to you today. Sorry you didn't have anything to see yesterday. Out of our control, obviously, with the pesky weather, but it was pretty much the same all over the UK. The weather is north of us today. Well, there's weather everywhere, but the nasty stuff is north of us today. So fingers crossed it can stay up there. Nothing against the north at all, lovely part of the world, but we would like you to keep it for the time being, please. Give us a break.
Last night, the Ibiza Orchestra, absolutely pouring down with rain, but everyone was having the time of their lives, just dancing to some classic music. Umbrellas at the just away in the air. You could just see umbrellas bouncing everywhere. It was a brilliant night. So a little bit of squeegeeing going on. And we're good to go. Blackcurrant 4 coming underneath the tower. Their new build Beetle. Fully electric powered. It's going to be racing up against James Gould with the VR6 Turbo Altered. He's loving doing his burnouts this weekend. James got so much abuse on Friday after losing to Steve Mellors in the shootout, after forgetting to come on the trans brake and basically just coasting off the line. The guys were just like, what are you doing? And he was like, I didn't want to go on the trans brake too early. So James Gould dials in a 10-second flat, and is that an 875 for the electric Beetle? So really putting some power in this. They've been working on the 60-foot. Now they're putting the power into the car at the back end of the track. So James bumping as he altered in. Oh. So Sam getting sideways just after the 60-foot. James Gould is out in front at the moment. He goes through. Oh, 10.01. 132. And for qualifying, that is a very good run.
Sam goes through 1140, 130 miles an hour, but wheel spin pretty much all the way past 60 foot. But yeah, James Gould, great opener. So well judged on the dial-in. And with only 2 qualifying rounds, that could hold.
That is going to be tough to beat with just 2 runs, I think. So currently only 6 cars qualified. I don't know how many. Being Bug Jam, we get the bonus of normally 2 days of testing, but obviously we had Friday run what you brung. We do lose a few cars on the first day because it's Bug Jam. People want to put on a show, and obviously they want to go out and run PBs on day one of Bug Jam, and sometimes we do lose a couple of cars. So I know we will be down on the original entry of VW Pro. So we shall see. But tiny little mop done and dusted.
Well, the time just gone 10 o'clock in the morning. Live Action Arena first show from them at 10:30. See a few people congregating at the top of the banking at the far end. Yeah, so Live Action Arena first show from them at 10:30 today.
All right, next up. Multiple-time champion James Hodson in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. He dials a 10.99. He's taking on Danielle Coppin with the Golf R. She dials in a 12.05. Danielle, one of our rookies this year. James is being sent away.
I think they both are.
Oh no, they both are. Oh
yeah, we have a few little.
Oh no,
a few little spots.
Oh Lord Jesus. Wow, so a little bit of precipitation in the air, unfortunately. So, well, you know, no rest for the wicked, eh, Nicky, I suppose. Nitro FM, do you want to take it for a couple of minutes? Hopefully
this won't be for long, actually.
Over real quick.
Yeah, we need this to blow over rather sharpish, to be honest.
Ain't nobody got time for rain.
Yeah. Curses. Okay, well, Nicky and Nitro FM 96.2. Going to be going back to the playlist that she goes, oh, what can I play? But Nicky, it's over to you. No, we're going to go and have a look at your Facebook page again. Have you got a bit of Tapao to play? Good stuff. It's all yours. Well, it's a bit further than 100 foot. He went to about 300 there. A 0.94 to 60 foot, but was off the gas by the 330, 247. Clicks it off, obviously. 6.2. What a beautiful run for Ken. Oh, look at that! 418, 291 mile an hour. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the quickest pass ever from a nitro funny car on the 1,000 foot here at Sanderpond Raceway. 4.18, 291 miles an hour. That is the record on both speed and ET for nitro funny car. What an opener! I'm speechless on that. Oh, the short numbers and a 06 light as well. The short numbers 0.89 to 60 foot at the 8th mile. Get this. Well, let's check out passes go. That ain't bad at all. 703, 191.
It's you. Ooh, I'm in love with you. You got to know it ain't no me.
Now, as Jet Car goes, it's not the quickest, but it is doing 150 mile an hour in a campervan with... It's just on hold, but as you can see on the top end of the banking, a big old crowd is appearing as we're going to kick in off Cool Flow. What have we got? I was looking on Saturday, then all of a sudden we have got the live action arena opens up with Broke FMX. So loads of people on the grandstand. That will continue on no matter the weather. Straight after that, there'll be the Lee Bowers stunt show. So if you want to go and see some motorsport action, head over to the live action arena and you can stand on the top of the banking or you can sit in any of the seating round there. Loads of traders on site. It's been the Sundays, but they've had, well, I'd like to say they've had a good weekend because people have basically been trying to shelter. So they've been going into the tent. Of course, if you went on the drag strip on Friday, maybe pop into Blackett Photography and check out all the photos that Ian took on Friday session, because obviously it's just down to the races today. Other stuff going on. The Bugwam has just literally opened up. So if you want to go see some of the action in the Bugwam. And of course, Cool Flow BMX show has just started as well. So lots of activities just starting all over the site. So have a pop round. Hopefully this weather will pass on by pretty soon. And then we can get back to the drag strip action because obviously everyone is super eager to get racing. But yes, loads of stuff going on site. Have a little walk around. And as soon as we can get the drag strip open, we will. So it'll be a couple of minutes. We're waiting on this weather to stop because I'm assuming it's still raining out there. Some of the guys are actually started mopping their cars. So that's a positive. But yes, just to let you know, Broke FMX about to start in the live action arena. Bugwam's just about to open up, and the Cool Flow BMX display is just starting as well. So, Nikki, what else have we got to keep the mood up? I don't think we're quite ready for karaoke hour just yet. It's not that bad. Did you know? Yeah. But last night in the silent disco, obviously you got 3 different channels, so 3 different music. But one of the channels, every time I went onto it, it was basically songs that we did during the karaoke. Yeah, that's it. Cheesy tunes all day long. jet car goes, it's not the quickest,
Oh,
but it is doing 150 mile an hour in a camper van with. Yeah, it's a camper van. That's very fast. What I find weird about this is the height of the jet is not low to the ground like the rest of the jet cars. It's just so far up in the air, so it hits the tower so much more violently.
So, 1958 Type 2 Transporter with a Rolls-Royce Viper jet engine. A combination you would not normally find anywhere else in the world. Perry turning that dial all the way up now. Here we go then. It's just all. Are we going to see 150? We do. 153.18, 10.67 for Oklahoma Willie. Fantastic pass to open Perry's account this weekend. Well done, team. Well done, Perry. Awesome job.
It was most amusing watching Josie's head. All over.
Gives the signals to Martin. Right, as we reassemble the timing system and the commentary box here, the tower's rocking. Here we go then, the visor down, Martin Hill keeps his eye on the tree, he's going to count him down. Give Richie a big wave as Martin gives it full beans and look. Lovely run for Fire Force 2 to a 5. Beautiful flat launch as always, 130 to 60 foot. Clicks it at the 8th. A little bit of a wander to the left there. But nevertheless, goes 982 at 92.
Here we go. Green light drag race. We're side by side at the moment.
I think you're going to be nearer.
I think the buzz is out in front. At the 8th mile, the speeds 65 and 63. Gareth, could he win a race?
17.6.
17.6.
Oh.
Nice.
17.2 for the Golf. They're both running 8.
Right, so two of our VW DRC racers, Kaz Waterhouse taking on Paul. This will be Paul's first ever run in the Audi TT. 15.04.
Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be, doesn't it?
Taking it nice and easy, goes 77 at the 8th. And he makes his debut run with a 15.28.97 miles an hour. A KO4 turbo that he had lying around. He's entered into VW Pro this weekend and basically is just doing some mapping throughout today. And starts off with a 16.61 at 90 miles an hour. Yes. So Dave's going to lead. James is going to happily sit on the line and build up some boost.
Why, 152 to 60 foot, 653 at 106. That's definitely going to be a 10.
Welcome to the wonderful world that is Nino. Ooh.
That was well gathered up, actually. And the foot was buried once again. 1250, 113. And a 1676. I think is like a 70s Beetle in there. Similar colour, like the beige there. And they're basically doing demonstrations throughout the day on Autoglim products down there. And the reason I picked this out, so I was having a good look at what they've been up to, and they've got like a schedule of what they're going to be showing as and when. So they had, so if you want to check in with the Autoglim people down there, being long-time supporters of Santa Pod Raceway, and the Beetle that they've got there today is today's vehicle. They have a different vehicle tomorrow,
Do you reckon I could get
and
my
then
car?
another different vehicle on the Sunday. So that is the plan for the Autoglim guys. So.
So 145 60 foot, that's where he usually is at the 8th mile, 113. Chris Waterhouse opens his day 961, 146. Alan just gives it a nod there. He's like, yep, that will do.
And also just bear in mind it's VW only, or if you are entered into the race meeting in one of the other classes.
Right, a couple of our Outlaw Flat 4 racers. Very nice run in the Slick Tricks racing lane as it goes through with a 13.14 at 102 to a CLC drag racing on his 16th birthday. Wow. The amount of 16, 17 and 18-year-olds we've got racing in the class at the moment, because basically as soon as you're 16, you can get yourself a Motorsport UK license and you can come and drag race in the VW DRC, especially in VW Sportsman.
Yeah.
16.09.
Well, cracking run in the Slick Tricks lane, 11.
The 8th mile, Charlie's going 98 miles an hour, and he starts his day with an 11.68, 129. Bruce gets through with a 17.25. Yeah, go for it. Well, unfortunately, the Beetle just come in to a quick halt. So all eyes are on Jerry Sadler. as he goes through with a 1656.80. If you've got a car out there and you take part in a bit of Run What You Brung and you want to go and do some competition racing, go and chat to any of our racers up here at the top of the pits, and they'll tell you how to get going and how inexpensive it can be, or how expensive you want to make it. It's up to you. At the moment, see how if it goes through 1486, 97 miles an hour season. It's going to be taken on the Jetta. All right, it's currently out in front. Jetta is catching fast at the top end. This is going to be all the way to the finish line. Oh, she gets it. 15:35, 89 miles an hour. Again, don't forget, this is Run What You Brung dance with the Mark 8 Golf. Taking on Reese Finney with the Lupo. Again, two of our VW Sportsman racers, you can see, new and old. Well, you know, you say old. Lupo's around about 20 years old. And you'll see a lot of the vehicles that are currently racing are around the 20-year generation. That's kind of the cheap car that you can pick up nice and easy. You've got the Audis, your VWs, your Seats, your Skodas. We've still got our Mark III. So we've got a 12-valve VR6 taking on a 24-valve, one front-wheel drive and one four-wheel drive. This is a good-looking run for Tom. 175, 60 foot, 90 miles an hour at the 8th, and he goes through the top end. 12, 15, 100.
We don't run in the wet. Same thing applies in the shutdown area, but it's the racing surface that is the trickier bit. But the shutdown area as well needs to be bone dry as well, because you don't want a high horsepower 300 mile an hour car going in the shutdown area and it's a bit wet.
To be honest, you don't want to go on the drag strip when it's wet, even at 5 miles an hour, because it feels horrible when you touch the brakes.
If you try and walk,
you just slide. Yeah. Okay, continuing on with round 1 of qualifying on day 4 of Bug Jam. James Hodson, currently 3rd in the VW Pro Championship. Danielle Coppin, currently 4th. She is one of our rookies this year. Basically started her season. It's the first time doing a championship, and she's entered into the Rookie of the Year competition, where the rookie who has the most points over in VW Sports and or VW Pro gets a trophy at the end of the year. Quite a bit of spin there for Danielle on the start line. James is way out in front. He's looking for a 10.99. He's going to go for an 11.5. 119 to a 12.35 at 116 for Danielle. So,
yeah, so even though James got there first and went quicker, it's Danielle who's qualified higher because she is nearer her dial-in time.
She won't be happy with that though, because she dialed 8:12.05. But that was all down to the launch of the car there. All right, continuing on. As you can see, we've got a number of Golf Rs in the class. Part of the rules for drag racing, obviously, you'll generally see most of these VW Pro cars having roll cages. But if you have a vehicle that is newer than 2010 or newer, I think that's how you would say it, you can run without a roll cage down to 12 flat if you have done some modifications on your car, or if your car is standard, you're allowed to change an exhaust, you're allowed to do a remap, and you can run down to 10 flat. But if you change anything, like even alloy wheels, you can't change.
Right.
So there's a couple of nuances in there, but it's just a way of getting some of the newer cars into competition. And because they're basically past a Euro standard, I can't remember
crash
what
test.
Yeah, crash test. They're deemed to okay to run to a certain time without a roll
Yeah,
cage.
I think it's the NCAP rating, isn't it?
That's the one. And then a bit of a beast in the other lane. Doubling up on classes as well is Rob Carter. Dials in an 8 flat with his street legal Passat.
That's brave.
That
8
is,
flat.
isn't it?
8.3 would have been a bit closer, I
think he
think.
just wants to get to the finish line
Yeah.
first. So, well.
Oh, he is going to get a time.
Well.
That's good.
Ah, good.
I was a little bit worried then.
I was just looking up and going, is Abby moving? Rob made it look like she was going really slow. 9.89 for Rob. Percy. And a 50, yeah, she was going slow. 15.16 at 98 miles an hour for Abby. That's a well off pace. Andrew's still standing on the start line going, huh? I know it's Sunday at Bug Jam and she wants to go home early, but
He's probably picked up the wrong car. That's not my golf. Whose did I take?
I met Abby in round 1 of Bug Jam eliminations last year, and she beat me. And we got to the end line, and she was like, "Why did you lose? I want to go home." She was like, "I have done 4 days. We have had fun. I am tired. I just want to go home. Why did you lose?" And at the same time, I was like, I didn't want to lose. Right, next up, Ollie Whitehouse taking on Tom Herbert. Tom dials a 12.1 and Ollie dials in a 12.90. So no nitrous for Ollie. No doubt, as I say that, we'll see a purge come off the car. But usually he'll be running down into the 11s if he had the nitrous on. Well, both cars taking their time. We haven't got all morning. He did take his time, but he got a good reaction time in the end. So Tom's going to get to the finish line first. He's looking for a 12.10, and he goes through with a 12.41 at 110. Ollie goes through with a 13.54. So both drivers well off their dialing on Q1. Now again, thank you very much to all of our headline sponsors for the VWDRC. Hangar 30, The Car Kitchen, 32 Racing Wheels, Artec Performance, CG Motorsport Performance Clutches, RTMG Performance, DH Automotive, and Darkside Developments. All of those supporting the club as our headline sponsors, putting in a big chunk of money towards our championship, along with all of our associate sponsors. Champion this year, at the end of the season, will be taking home £1,200. That's on top of all their winnings that they've had throughout the year. And of course, if you win the SPRC Championship, you get all your Santa Pod entries for free the following year as well. So a decent prize pot, as always, from the VWDRC. And again, we have our associate sponsors as well. WRP Paint and Restoration, European Front Wheel Drive, White Label Consulting and Managed Services, Volks Workshop, Renegade Race Fuels, Cirque Motorsport, BJ Bates Electrical, GP Turbos, and Harvey Properties Developments. A whole load there. We are so privileged to have all of these sponsors sorting out the VWDRC. Next pairing then, Charlie Roberts. What a reaction time there from the 5 up. Can he put the performance in? He is looking for an 11-second pass. This is looking good though. And Charlie goes through. 10.99, he's got it! 130 miles an hour, his first ever 10-second pass, and the world's fastest up. And
Breaks out by what?
Yeah.
A minuscule margin.
He's going to be like, I'm last in qualifying, I just do not care. He's
Yeah.
got it. So he's going to be heading up to the trailer now to buy a 10-second t-shirt.
Yes.
Cha-ching. And of course, John Mills goes through with a 13.24, so only 76 miles an hour. He was doing 89 at the 8th.
He's not last, actually, because Dave Crowhurst went even further under. So,
Fair enough.
but no, well done, Charlie.
So we've got the start line sweep going on at the moment. And again, if you're wondering what they're doing, they're just basically squeegeeing any moisture off the track. Sometimes it comes out the exhaust condensation from basically sitting overnight. Let's be honest, it was damp last.
Just realised Charlie did that run with a full-blown headwind as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a full-on headwind. Look at the flags. They really are literally horizontal. Wind turbines going 10 to the dozen at the end there. Yeah, stiff breeze. Well done, Charlie. Makes it even more impressive.
Next pairing. Ian Dale with the strip burner taking on Phil Norman with the Brickfield Autos VW Beetle. It's got the famous paint flames on there. It's an absolutely gorgeous car, this is. Full tube chassis. Still got the old motor from the pickup. Just getting this chassis dialed in and just enjoying every run. Dial-ins on the board, 12.20, 12.99.
Just making sure Ian Blackett got the shot.
Yeah, that's it. Well, Ian Dale's going to get to the finish line first. He goes through with a 12.37 and 107. That puts him into third place in qualifying. Phil Norman rolls through with a 15.49. It doesn't matter what event you go to. There is always a crowd of people around the Redneck Racing tent checking out Nino and this fabulous 9.5 litre big block Ford VW Golf. Jake Fronda dials in a 12.12. Michael Mooney dials in a 12.30. So they should be pretty much side to side the whole way down the track. Again, a little 300-foot weave for Jake, but he keeps his foot in. And he goes through with a 11.78, 111. That's a massive breakout. Believe that might even be a PB. And a 12.96 in the other lane. Right, what have we got? Paul Jordan. This does look good with the new paintwork that he's applied for this weekend. New stickers on there. So four-wheel drive, 20-valve turbo. Made a good, near on 800 horsepower the other day at ADE Edmondson Dyno. He dials in a 10 flat and 113 at the 8th, and Jordy goes through with a 10.45, putting him into 6th qualifying. And I believe that is your last VW Pro car as the Bluebird comes back out once again.
Yeah, going to be 760 heads up next, to be followed by Motorsport UK Pro Modified. 760 will get 2 qualifiers, but Pro Mod only the 1. So a little bit. Got to get down the track. Got to get down the track basically in Pro Mod. Bobby Wallace, the points leader in Pro Modified at the moment, having a pretty goddamn good year, to be honest. But it's never over. Right, so whilst they just do a little bit of track prep out there, and the Bluebird doing his stuff as well, we'll hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back very shortly indeed, when we have big loud door cars coming around the corner very shortly. Here we go then, 760 heads up, one-shot qualifier. Yeah, we've lost a bit of time already today, so it is going to be one-shot qualifier for all classes now. One-shot qualifier for all classes. So basically, VW Pro, you've qualified. So if anybody has not put a run in or doesn't qualify, please let the pit marshals know so we can try and seed you in as such. Right, first up then, Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster going alongside Belinda Bull with a Chevy S10. The name of the game then, 760, of course. No quicker. Right, Kev, slight problem. Has he not got reverse or... No, he's okay. It almost looked like where the car stopped, he was like the cogs wouldn't align properly. So just a tiny bit of movement there and engaged reverse. Well, both cars capable of running in the sevens, of course. Belinda did actually get a 7-second pass in on Ya Brung on Friday. But it's a one-shot qualifier. They would be on qualifying runs numbers, well, probably number 6 if they'd got all their runs in, but obviously yesterday, complete washout. Both away very well indeed. Kev moving around his lane a little bit. Here comes the horsepower of Belinda. And Belinda going to take the strike there with an 869. Kev goes through with a 962. The most important thing, though, both are qualified. Very nice 118 60 foot there for Kev, an 07 light as well. Next pair, Brendan Clancy with the 53 Vet going alongside the professor himself, Mr. Brian Pateman. Car runs normally in Super Pro ET, dials in around about 8.6, but you saw that little nitrous purge there, which enables Brian to go way, way quicker and into the sevens. So the 53 Vet and the 68 Firebird. Let's see how close to that 760 they can get. I'll say one-shot qualifying then for all classes. Oh, good-looking runs for both of them. Brendan way out in front. That's going to be a 7 of some description. Whoa, 746. 180 mile an hour goes under the 760 index. 875 for Brian Pateman. So he slots in at number 2. Okay, 2 seasoned campaigners then from the world of Super Pro ET. You got Mark Turner with the M&M Racing Toyota Supra going alongside Billy Gain.
Have you spoken to Billy this weekend?
I haven't even seen him, no, I've spoken to him.
He's heading off to Mantor Park tomorrow, straight from the track, to go to the drag revival.
Good lad. Billy does do a lot of travelling around Europe. Closest in France is when he goes to Hockenheim.
Yep.
So, yeah. Trip up to Sweden, coming up for Bill. Well, fair to say, last time out in qualifying for Mark Turner was rather successful. He went 7.6000, took the perfect ET money.
Nice.
He was a little bit surprised he hit that number back on, fair to say, but that's what you're aiming for and that's what you hit. I class that as a brilliant shot. Well, you could see number 1 and number 2 qualify here. You do indeed. Number 1 goes to Billy Gain with a 770 at 170 mile an hour. And Mark Turner goes 780 at 172. Right, next pair. Dan Pert with the Wildcat Cortina and Jack Williams with the Nova. I had a catch up with Jack and the team this morning, found out a little bit more about this car.
Okay.
The engine is out of the Shogun Capri.
Yeah.
And the car itself, before the matte black paint job used to be yellow, and it was, I can't remember the name of the car actually. Kenny Coleman used to run that car. Formerly of EDA, of course.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, a lot of history there. So yeah, Jack not going for 760 here. He's just getting used to the car. It's his first time driving it. Tell you what, good looking run, 772, and Jack goes 919, 146. Nicely done, Jack. I think his team's a little bit surprised there, but Darren goes to number 1 with that one, 772, 172 mile an hour. Very nice job indeed. Right, Motorsports UK Pro Modified qualifying session number 1, their only qualifying session. First round the corner then, Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird.
So did every Pro Mod put in a pass on Friday?
No.
No.
Bobby hasn't run.
Okay.
Wayne Nicholson arrived quite late, so
Yep.
he hasn't run. Andy did. Yeah, Andy, John Webster put in a checkout pass, and obviously Kev ran as well because he was alongside Night Trebug.
So 3 of our teams have got at least some data coming into qualifying round number 1 of Pro Mod.
Nice hats, guys and girls. Nice hats.
Getting into the bug jam spirit.
Love it. So, Purdy Hadfield backing up Kev Slyfield. Kev going a fair bit quicker than Purdy can run.
This car for sale, never raced or rallied. If anyone from Bug Jam out there feeling a little bit brave and want to go fast door car racing.
It's a well-sorted car, actually. Kev did have a little, on his checkout pass, did have a little wander around the lane, if memory serves me right. But a low pedal to the metal, low 6 for a high 5. It's, well, 640, 226, actually at 110 to 60 foot. That just tells a slight story there, but nevertheless, with a one-shot qualifier, 640, they'll certainly take that. Well done, team. Excellent job. And love the hats. We really like the hats, guys and girls. Nicely done. I think you got the last one in the shop. It was too big. Been used as a blinker at the same time. So, Kev Slyfield then slots in, obviously, with the only car down the track at the moment in Pro Mod, into the number 1 spot, 6.40. Next round the corner, going to be John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang. And I'm looking to see if he's going to be joined by anybody. So various engine combinations that allowed in Pro Modified. You just saw Kev Slyfield go through with the supercharged car. This is Turbo of John Webster. And on the other side of the racetrack, another supercharged car, this of Andy Robinson. That was a very sideways burnout there for John Webster. Got very, very close to the central white line there, but managed to keep it away. Drifted that burnout beautifully. So, John Webster, the car, based just outside the main gate. And for company on the other side of the racetrack, Andy Robinson, the anger management Camaro. Andy, when all the stars align, can go into the 5.8s. John Webster, quickest he's ever been in this car, 6.20. So the pre-run warm-ups are completed, i.e. engines have been running for a little while, the burnouts have been done, and it's now a case of bringing the cars up to line. They have got to go A to B to get a number on the board. That is the most important thing. Obviously, whoever's quickest will be number one qualifier, and with the number of cars here, number one qualifier will get a bye in round one. So that is quite important with regards to national championship points. Well, John Webster's going to get there first. Goes 7:04 at 2:07. Andy Robinson, 8:60, 113. John Webster, 60 foot of 105, but Andy, 124. Car not launching the way we like it to. The 8th, 469 to a 5:01, but that's fair to say that neither team will be framing those timing slips. But they've both qualified, and that's the most important thing at the moment. They are both in the show. Right, two to come then. Wayne Nicholson and Bobby Wallace. So just looking around the corner there to see the starter connected, now disconnected from Wayne Nicholson's car. Bobby's got an onboard starter, a little bit easier for him. And Bobby with the late model Camaro going alongside the split window Corvette from the 1960s of Wayne Nicholson. Bobby's car always sounds quite sick when it does the burnout. The revs are quite low. Sounds quite sort of deep-throated, if you like, but never seems to be an issue. When the car runs, it really does. At the main event, he set his personal best and actually the UK's quickest Pro Mod car, and they're going to be both shut off very, very quickly indeed, as we have spots of rain once again. But that came in pretty quick, so you know, I saw that on the windows very quickly indeed, and the crews obviously shut the engines off straight away.
So obviously both of those cars are going to have to be refueled.
Yes, they will. Yeah, they'll push back and probably... well, the car...
I bet
Annie very quick with the cover there for Bobby, as Belinda is as well for Wayne. Oh, curses. Oh, we're just about to get the last pair down in Pro Modified, and they would have been qualified. But, yeah.
The thing for that, though, is the teams that have already run, this gives them an extra few minutes on top of these to turn the cars around.
Yeah. Well, let's just hope this is very short and very sharp and dissipates as quickly as it came in. But, just one of those things, unfortunately, folks. There's nothing we can do about it. It's coming. Well, you can see the direction of the wind turbines.
Straight down.
Yeah, straight down the pipe, actually. It is easing, but yeah, we've just got to make sure that everything's good. The good news is that when we just get a short, sharp shower like this, the shutdown area doesn't get too badly affected. The racetrack, though, the water will just sit on the top, so that will need to be dealt with. But fingers crossed, if we don't get much more, then hopefully this delay will not be too much. Curses, drats, all the other words that I can say without swearing. In the meantime, though, Nikki and Nitro FM. She hasn't had much to do this weekend.
No, not at all, not at all.
It is, isn't it? Well, the airwaves are yours once again. We'll take it back when we are ready to go with qualifying once again.
Seems I was wrong. Turns out we were in the playground all along. But I've got food to buy and bills I need to pay. So forgive me if I don't have time to play. I thought I was nice, I gave you my time, wasted oxygen that should have been mine. I hate these mind games and I've played this all wrong. I'm too tired to fight, so I wrote you a song to say how much I miss you. But I only write about the truth, and the truth is that I don't miss you. Not even half as much as you'd like me to. Well, maybe I miss you, but just enough to write this down and know that it's nearly over. I'm so happy that you're not around, 'cause I don't miss you. No, 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 I don't miss you at all. Thanks very much. Cheers.
So that deep-throated burnout then for Bobby Wallace. Supercharged version from Wilson. So this is your last pair. Sports Pro Modified. Number one qualifier, Wayne Nicholson. Sorry, number one qualifier at the moment as it stands, Kev Slyfield on a 6.40. John Webster, 7.04. Andy Robinson, 8.6. They just got to get from A to B, get a number on the board, and they'll be qualified. No second chance saloon for these guys. See the nitrous being purged there from Bobby. That's a big nitrous purge. So the final pair in Motorsports UK Pro Modified. Well, this is Bobby all the way, probably to the number one spot as well. Indeed, it is 6.18, 238 miles an hour. Wayne Nicholson got slightly out of the groove, coast across the line to a 13.29, but they're both qualified. So the field is set there. Bobby Wallace is your number one qualifier in Pro Modified at 6.18. Kev Slyfield, 6.40, number two. To be followed then by John Webster, Andy Robinson, and Wayne Nicholson. All right, next up, Oklahoma Willie, the jet bus coming around. Actually, it's our first appearance of Oklahoma Willie this weekend. A mid-10, around about 150 mile an hour pass is where Perry likes to run this. I think his fastest ever is about 155. But not only that, and when he goes back to the pits, it literally is re-engage the drive to the engine, starts up the flat four that's underneath the jet, and just drives back to the pits. The car is totally road legal. Not that he does drive it around that much. So, let's see how well, Perry went to start it. And there we go. Oh, nice and warm. Can't believe it's actually a little bit chilly in July here, but weather temperatures below average at the moment, so we need some heat, and Perry's supplying that to us at the moment. The 1950s VW, found in a field in Oklahoma that was owned by Willie, hence the name. Brought it over to the UK, and the fantastic engineer that he is created this show-worthy vehicle. Slipping up to the line then. Let's see what he's got for us here. Sunday morning at Bug Jam. Eighth mile, 7.5 seconds, and at the quarter mile, it's a 10.85 at 150 miles an hour. Lovely run from Perry. And when we said 7.5 seconds, it was exactly 7.5 seconds. But 10.85, 150 miles an hour there from Oklahoma Willie. All right, we look into the lanes, and it is first round eliminations of Nitro Funny Car. Been looking forward to this. First round the corner, it will be Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker Funny Car. He'll be taking on Jason Phelps with the Gladiator. Mark and Jackie Hawkins Funny Car. This for a spot, of course, in the final. Well, two of the best looking funny cars that you're ever likely to see. Steve Ashdown with the new Dodge Charger body for him for this season. Fantastic design from Pete Walters, and that applies to the whole team as well. The crew shirts, the hero cards, absolutely everything. Brilliant job this year. And I've been actually sort of spotting quite a few spectators with the latest merchandise from Steve Ashdown, adorning their heads with the caps, of course, and the sweatshirts as well. Not to be outdone by, though, the gorgeous Toyota Camry of Mark and Jackie Hawkins, the Gladiator car, driven by Jason Phelps. And turn back the clocks to when we did the Santa podcast, and of course Jason was one of our guests on that.
How much fun was that?
It was good. And of course that's where we learned that Jason has only ever driven a funny car in competition down the racetrack. He's never driven anything else. That was me thinking he's driven a whole host of vehicles, but no, he's only ever driven a funny car. So this for a spot in the final on funny car. You'll have Kevin Kent on a solo after this. And we'll talk about Kevin's Friday when they come round with the West End Motorsport car. But here we go then, the first pair of Nitro Funny Car. Slick Tricks Lane is where you'll see Steve Ashdown, and of course the Gladiator will be in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Both cars just getting themselves set. I think Steve is ready. Just hooking up the power pack to the starter on the Gladiator car. $10,000 horsepower plus in each car. That's the equivalent almost of the whole Formula One grid in just two cars here. 500 cubic inch V8 Hemi, but with a supercharger. Nitromethane, the fuel. They start them up on methanol from the squirt bottle, and that bottle now just being squeezed into the intake on the Undertaker car. Gladiator has fired. As has the Undertaker. Well, these two both ran in the fives on Friday in qualifying. Well, Well, we don't need an Uber this time for Lee, as
He almost started running,
He
didn't he?
did.
And then he was like, oh no, stop.
yeah, Steve Ashdown's burnout on Friday. He did the burnout to the 8th mile, and then when he came off the pedal, the tyres hooked and took him to 1,000 foot. But as Steve was telling me afterwards, he said they've got a brand new set of slicks on there. I don't like new tyres, I want to scrub them in, hence the big burnout. But I think even he was surprised actually how far he went. And after his run, when he only went about 200 foot, he only had 2 gallons left in the tank, which
Really? Wow.
is
You don't
about,
wanna go that late, do
it's
you?
about half a second in real terms. So the body comes up on both cars and final adjustments, mainly to the clutch timers and of course to ignition. Job done for Jason there. Mark Hawkins says, hang on son, just wait there a minute. And as the body comes down over the Gladiator. So it's now the crew chiefs. Dave Bryant there for Steve Ashdown, and Mark Hawkins, car owner and crew chief on the Jason Phelps Hawk Racing Gladiator. This for a spot in the final of Funny Car. Steve pointing slightly left off the line, but he can correct that pretty quickly. Great looking race this one. Steve Ashdown is going to take this one with a 4:57 at 191. Jason goes 4:96, 186, but I think the burst panel went on the supercharger.
Still got no shoots at the top end.
Well, the drone chute came out, but the big ones didn't. And but Steve Ashdown safely turning the corner. Yes, he is. He got beautifully around the corner at the top end there. But yeah, no shoots there for Steve. But has turned the corner, no problem at all. Jason just rolling down the shutdown area. So there you have it. Steve Ashdown takes the win there with a 4:57 at 191. Jason, a 4:96 at 186. Both of them sub 1 second to the 60 foot. It was a 0.99 for Jason, but a 0.90 for Steve. Those new tyres working very well indeed. But we saw the pop and the flame for Jason just past half track there. I think the supercharger burst panel went, well, pop of flame. But they'll get both of those cars back to the pits. So there goes the Hawk team. Well done, gang. Good run there for Jason. Not entirely what he wanted, but nevertheless, it's a 4-second pass. And they'll get that car back to the pits. And there goes Steve Ashdown's crew. They will be in the final with the Undertaker. So a lot more work for them to turn the car around. As we look behind to see Europe's quickest and fastest fuel funny car. There already was that coming into this event, but he rewrote the record books with a fantastic 4.18 at over 290 miles an hour. This is Kevin Kent with the West Ham Motorsports Chevy Monte Carlo. And what was so impressive there for Kevin on that record-setting run, it was arrow straight, maybe just a little bit left as he was going up the track, but his right foot was buried and was not coming up at all, and he was on the gas way past 1,000 foot as well. Kevin does actually like doing quarter mile on all of his runs. He really does. Even though the finish line markers are at 1,000 foot.
Wasn't it a couple of years ago we actually did?
Yeah, and it was Bug Jam.
It was.
It was Bug Jam. Thank you very much indeed. But yeah, they had unfinished business with regards to quarter mile, so they went for that.
Did you see, just off topic, the funny car over in Australia that is almost knocking on the door of the NHRA quarter mile record?
Yes.
And then I was trying, when it was on, when like I watched the Wes Buck show and they was chatting, I kept trying to get them to see if they're talking about it and say, if someone from Australia went and beat the record, would or that ignite the quarter mile thing again in America? Because obviously they're going to want that record.
Yeah, I don't think it'll ever go back to a quarter mile because everything now is geared for 1,000 foot.
They geared it to 1,000 foot to slow it down, and now they've made the cars go even quicker than before.
Yeah. I mean, the funny cars are knocking on the door 340 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Bizarrely, they're faster than the top fuel dragsters, but that's to do with the aero.
Okay.
Even though the dragsters are quicker to the 1,000 foot, the funny cars are faster when they cross them. They have more time to be the build-up speed, basically.
Yeah.
It's just the way the aero works. I'm no aerodynamicist, but that's why. So here we go then, Kevin Kent. Good, strong burn out there. Now, what the guys do, they still push the pedal down hard, but there is a throttle stop on the side of the injector hat on top of the supercharger, which prevents the butterflies from opening right up, so it limits the amount of throttle that they can put in. And basically, if those revs are too high, the engine would rev way too high, and the tyres would grow too much, and the burnout would be too strong, and the tyre tracks that they like to launch on would be too thin. So that's why they restrict everything for the burnout itself. Obviously, don't want to put too much heat and pressure into the clutch pack either. So the body comes up after the run. Sorry, after qualifying. After the burnout even. Get it right, Cole, come on. Just do the final adjustments. So for his spot in the final then, Kevin Kent. He was your number one qualifier, as we know, with a 4.187. He still wants to put on a show as well. Straight down Broadway once again to a 434 at 282. It was a .94 60 foot and 348 244 at the 8th mile, but 434 282. He's got a race car this weekend that is working exceptionally well. Well done then to the West End Motorsports team. Into the final with one very good hot rod indeed.
That's going to be tough to beat.
It's going to be super tough. Well done, team. The West End Motorsports team really going for it this weekend, resetting the European record. And I tell you what, that run there, 434, 282, they didn't need to do that, but they want to set some numbers. They want the data. They want to be ready for that final against Steve Ashdown. Give him a round of applause. Outstanding pass then from the West End Motorsports team as they go back up. I said that vehicle was a DAF yesterday. It's actually, it's not a DAF. It's just got DAF support on the side. It's a VW, but there we go. But yeah, the West End Motorsports team heading back to the pits. And I think actually, Kevin has cleared the top end. He has, yeah, straight round the corner. So we continue. The Nitro Bug.
Yes.
I think it's pretty fair to say the Nitro teams, the UK Nitro teams, obviously with the 3 funny cars that we got here this weekend, and of course the Nitro Bug, the level of professionalism with their appearance and everything now is right up there.
Yeah.
All right, okay, Carl not happy with something. He got them to shut it down very quickly indeed. I think that could be track actually.
Sky.
Oh, is it? Not again.
Yeah. We got the sprinkly fingers.
Well, fortunately, he hadn't had the car running for too long. They still need to crank it over to clear the nitro from the pipes and the cylinder heads and everything else that's in there. They can't restart it. So they'll need to push that back and basically hand crank it, get rid of any fuel that's in the engine out completely. And that's exactly why he's just got the engine bar to be able to do that.
We've also got Fire Force 2 round the corner and VW Sportsman.
Oh, that's
all
going to be
in the
busy.
lanes. Who knows? Right.
Needs an extension on the mouthpiece.
It does, doesn't it? It's
Yeah.
kind of just touching my cheek.
Well, hopefully this will be just a very quick pause, but there is a slight bit of precipitation in the air. It cannot last long. We've got blue sky right above us. Yeah, this is just going to be hopefully just a quick sweep.
But that was just really ill-timed. So we're coming up to, well, we've got Nitro Bug, we've got Fire Force 2, we've got VW Sportsman in the lanes coming up for Q1. But they're coming up for Q1, and at this rate, they're going to be around the time that they should have been on eliminations round 1 of a 64-car ladder. So,
Just topping up the nitro as well, actually, because obviously the engine was running for a bit, so they want to make sure they got enough fuel for the run in there. And saying they have actually hand cranked the engine over to clear the engine, so that looks like that's all done. So it's just down to the track now. So yeah, still to come at us then. We actually have got some ladders already for the classes that have put their qualifying runs in. Pro Modified, VW Pro and 760 heads up. We're in exhibition at the moment. Then we've got VW Sportsman, Outlaw Flat 4 and Street Eliminator still to put their qualifying runs in.
I was having
lots of racing to come up as well.
I was having a look at your at the pairings there. There's some very nice matchups in VW Pro. Number 1 and number 2 in the championship, Ed Keach and Graham Fairhead meet in round number 1.
Really?
At Bug Jam.
Ouch.
So one of our championship contenders is going out in round 1 at Bug Jam, and that is like
ouch.
Big. That is big.
That could decide the championship.
It really could.
Yeah.
Charlie Roberts has got James Hodson after running his first 10-second pass. So both of these cars are going to be dialing in 10 seconds. We had James Gordon's obviously got a bye run. And what else did I send to the group? Tom's versus Abby. Danielle has got Rob Carter. So some very nice pairings in round number 1 of VW Pro.
Well, do you know what? I reckon that's stopped already, and I think the track is almost good to go once again. But we do not risk it at all. If there is any...
Especially with
especially
what
with
we're going to be throwing. Okay, yeah, so track's just going to be parked up. We're just going to push Nitro Bug forward.
Yeah, we do not take any risks with any fluid on the track whatsoever. When you've got multiple thousand horsepower going through slicks, and if they catch some of that water, it can send them off in any direction apart from straight. So yeah, do not risk it under any circumstances. I think it's in Japan at the Fuji Speedway. They ran a top fuel dragster when it was pouring with rain, absolutely barking mad. And needless to say, it didn't go anywhere at all. It just sat there and span. Crazy. But obviously it wasn't racing, it was just doing an exhibition thing. But
I think that was a case of one of those weekends where nothing turned the wheel.
Yeah.
And they were like, we just want to do something.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go again.
So the nitro bug of Andy Raw does his burnout, and the smell of nitro just comes up to the tower there. Oh, it's a lovely smell, that. So Andy's done his burnout as he backs up now. Just needs to engage forward drive before everybody swarms around the car. Much like Christian tuning it remotely, doing whatever he needs to do. Okay, all good. That's right, I'm going to have a word with Christian to see what he actually does remotely there.
Just playing Angry Birds. So surprisingly, not lined up quite on the burnout marks, obviously, but his burnout was quite out of the groove.
He is dead straight though.
Very straight.
Great looking half pass there from Andy Raw. Nothing wrong with that at all. 107 to 60 foot. Clicked it just before half track, actually, 455 at 124, and goes through with 874 at 100 miles an hour. But lovely launch, arrow straight. Well done to the Nitro Bug team. We like that. And hopefully we get to see them again a little bit later on as well.
That's right. Next up, Under the Tower, jet car time.
Yeah, just a reminder to everybody on the grandstands, please, if you are on the front row, or we don't want anybody standing up there because obviously you do block the view of people behind you. So if you can please remain seated, we would hugely appreciate that. But more importantly, the people behind you will appreciate it. So if you really want to stand up, please don't do it on the grandstand itself. We do not want to obscure the people's view that are sat down behind you. So Martin Hill then with Fire Force number 2. The Jet Funny car had a lovely high 5.9 second run on Friday. And that's not far off the numbers actually from Fire Force 3, the house jet as we affectionately call it, which is the one that Martin runs more often than not, but it's Fire Force number 2 this weekend. Does also have Fire Force 5, the Jet Dragster, and also Fire Force number 4, the other Jet Funny car. Well, there goes the Nitro Bug team to go and collect Andy from the top end. Nicely done, guys. Beautiful looking launch. Arrow straight, but I think that looked like a planned half pass almost. So they'll get back to the pits and get that all checked out, and hopefully we'll get to see them again later on.
And then in the lanes, VW Sportsman down for their first qualifier. One-shot qualifier.
They're first, they're last, they're everything.
Yeah, they're once, they're last.
They're Barry White qualifying session, there we go.
That's it.
Well, still a process that Martin has to carry out before he does his run. First thing they need to do is arm all the electrical systems on the vehicle. Once everything is live, they put pressure into the fuel tank, and they have like a separate vessel connected to the car for that, and that helps the turbine feed fuel to the fuel control. Once the systems are armed and pressurized, the will spin the over, and once the correct RPM is reached, Martin will activate the igniters to start to add fuel to the motor. Here we go. Turbine should spool up to the required RPM to keep the motor lit. And Martin will then signal to turn off and remove the electric starter. So Richie walks out front, the support vehicle moves out the way as we get ready for the flame and afterburner show. And not only that, the sun comes out at the same time. Press pause on the weather please now. Let's have this for the rest of the day.
comes the horrible bit.
We like this bit, actually. It's where the tower really starts to rock, as if Perry didn't do a good enough job with Oklahoma Willie. We just get more violent with Fire Force. Well, certainly the craziest part of our job in the tower, actually commentating on when the jet car goes. Oh dear, you get used to it over the years, but it is quite an experience being up here when the jets go.
But each jet has a different punch.
It does. You can almost close your eyes and tell which one it is. Here we go then, Martin Hill, Fire Force. Another 5 perhaps. Oh, 6:04, 253 miles an hour. Another cracking run there for Martin. Shoot out, slowing him down in the shutdown area. Coasting down towards the far end of the racetrack. And swings out right, turns left, and he goes round the corner. And there goes the Fire Force team to go and collect him at the top end. Well done to Richie and the gang, and of course Martin Hill, who's disappeared round the corner as we get ready for the next part of qualifying. Oh boy, oh boy.
That's it, VW Sportsman. They've made it down for Q1.
One-shot qualifier for VW Sportsman.
They're just so glad that it's going to be a 64-car field.
Yeah, they are glad, yeah.
They are glad, yes, because obviously otherwise we were going to be losing about 15 cars on the trailer, and when it comes down to a one-shot qualifier, it's not really fair
Yeah.
to be kicking a load of people out on that.
Well, especially though no qualifying at all.
Yeah, that's it.
So yeah, I think it's a good call, a very, very good call indeed. They could have had 2 qualifiers in the 32-car ladder, but no, I think to have the one shot at 64.
And as we said, same with VW Pro, because it's bug jam, we get so many extra entries, and we've also got a few interlopers that have come from, say, Sportsman ET, who would normally race at this event, but because there's so many race cars now from VWs and Pro Mod and stuff like that, they had to drop Sportsman ET. But obviously, all the people that race in those classes love to come in the bug jam. So they've all had to go and find spare Volkswagens to go and borrow to come and race at this event. But that just means there's so many extra vehicles racing this weekend, which means extra points, which means extra prizes. And of course, the VW Sportsman Class 1, the shootout. So there is an extra £750 of prize money to be won by the Sportsman races, which will go to first, second, and our semi-finalists. So 15:20 on the board for Hazel Carter. Simon McGee in the first run in his borrowed car. So he's put any dial on there, and he's no idea what it's going to run to. He's hoping he'll go on the right side of 14 seconds. It does indeed. 15:74 to a 15:79. So Hazel Carter in Patricia the Passat is currently, provisionally, your #1 qualifier. Also, while I remember, a big thank you very much to VWDRC sponsor BJ Bates Electrical. Gareth also sponsored £250, if I remember, yeah, £250 to the shootout. He's also put £125 on a perfect ET. So if any of the VWDRC racers run a perfect ET, they'll be winning £125. Wow. Unfortunately, the car's being pushed back and the tractor's out again. Hopefully it's just something they've spotted and they just want to sled over. Yep, it is indeed. So just bear with us 2 seconds. And again, just a quick mention to all of the VWDRC sponsors. Artec Performance, White Label. My iPad's going for White Label Managing Consulting Services. Hangar 30, The Car Kitchen. Darkside Developments, CG Motorsport Performance Clutches, European Front Wheel Drive, 32 Racing Wheels. BJ Bates Electrical, WRP Paint and Restoration, DH Automotive, Volks Workshop, Circa Motorsport. So many sponsors, as always. Topping up the VWDLC Championship prize, as we said earlier, the winner at the end of the season. This is round number 4. We have Green Light Nationals coming up and the National Finals in late September. The winner will be taken home for the championship £1,250 plus free entry to Sandpod races next year as well. That's on top of all the prize money that you win throughout the year. So if you took part in Run What You Brung on Friday and you want to make a step up and come and do some competition racing, check out VWDLC.com and you can find out how to join in all the fun. And with that, Lorraine Large rolls back under the tower with the nurse.
Got to say thanks to Trevor and Lorraine, actually. Very kindly got me one of their shirts. Appreciate that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It feels so long ago when we saw Trevor in the redneck costume.
Yes. I didn't recognise him. That's very good fun.
Right, John Crawford with the Mark IV Golf. Dials a 1520. Very large dials a 1535. So these cars should be closely matched all the way to the finish line. Lorraine Large currently 15th in the championship, and John Crawford is 10th. As they approach the finish line, Lorraine's going to get there first with a 1571, and John goes 1648.
Well, frame that one. Lorraine is number 1 qualifier in VW Sportsman at the moment.
That's it. That's quite
I love their approach, actually. just smiling all the time. It's like get any better than that.
All right, next pair. Kaz Waterhouse with the Audi TT, dials in a 1520. He's taking on Connor Jones. Usually races his 1969 Beetle. Unfortunately, issues with that car, so he's dropped down into the daily driver Passat and dials a 1720.
That's a good thing that you have a backup car to run in it.
That's it. Especially at Bug Jam. They,
Oh,
come in very handy. Throughout the weekend, the amount of people that are just walking around going, your daily driver car there, is it just parked for the weekend? They like, yes. I was like, I've broken my car. Can I borrow it? Right, Kaz Waterhouse is going to get to the finish line first. He's looking for a 1520, goes 1571. And Connor breaks out with a 1714 on a 1720. So that's where the 64 car ladder comes into play for
most
Connor.
definitely.
If we were on the 32 car ladder, that would have be him done for the day.
How many cars do we reckon are going to break out in quality? I was going to go for 12. A random number. All right, Jerry Sadler and Steve Mellor's up next. Jerry Darling in a 1571 and a 1650.
It's very confusing. He said Hulk MX-5, VW Brother, Seat Leon, but it's an Audi A3.
Yeah.
Slightly confused.
Well, that's Steve through and through, isn't it?
Well, Steve dials in a 1650. Jerry Sadler dials in a 1517. So Steve Mellor's one of our Sportsman ET racers that has joined in the fun this weekend. He's here, well, potentially to ruin championships for some of our more seasoned racers if he can manage to go some rounds.
You never know.
No, that's it.
Ooh, Jerry Sadler, 1572 on the 71. Very nicely done indeed. Breakout for Steve Mellors by over half a second.
That's big. And as we said earlier, with qualifying, you get 10 points per qualifying base. So if we get, so what were we, about 47 cars running in qualifying today. So that's potentially, if you're the last qualifier, you get 10 points. If you're number one qualifier, it goes up by 10 with every person, but a bonus 50 on top. So you would be getting 520 points if you're number one qualifier.
Wow.
As we said, that is almost a round's worth of racing points. Right, you've probably seen in the program there's a lot about Lawrence Clark in the Thunderbug. Unfortunately, issues with the Thunderbug, but again, Gareth from BJ Bates Electrical went, borrow the buzz. So this is now the Thunderbuzz. Gareth yesterday was running 16s in it, and we were celebrating that he was the first VW Buzz that we'd ever seen down the drag strip, and now it's already in competition. He's taking on Reese Taylor, who dials in a 1450 and goes through the course mile with a 1486, and Lawrence goes through, whoa, 1705. That's good for number 2 so far in qualifying.
No respect for that one. Very nicely done.
Next up, John Gallant usually races his Audi TT, but because it's Bug Jam, he likes to bring the Scirocco out, which he used to race in last season, just because it's an older car and lots of people like looking at it. Phil Blogg usually in his turbocharged Caddy in VW Pro, but issues with the car, unfortunately, not making it here this weekend. But he wanted to keep racing, so he's in the Caddy, drops down into Sportsman. This will be his first run, so he hasn't actually got an idea on the dialing time. It's just basically a guess. With the one-shot qualifier, it's quite tough. But we'll see how it goes. John's out in front at the moment. Again, he's looking for a 1738. In fact, the Caddy seems to be catching at the top end. 1748 and a 1706. John Gallant goes into third in qualifying for the moment. Next parent. Right, Mark Taylor. Again, another one of our VW Pro racers unfortunately had issues with his race car, so he's dropped down into Sportsman, borrowed someone's car. I think this is Bruce Harvey's, Ellie's car that was just sitting there, and he's like, can I just borrow your car, please? And she went, yeah, of course you can. But if you end up winning, I want half the winnings. Taking on Dan DF, usually races in 850 bike. So, a bit of a change for him, especially running on a Sportsman tree. He's looking for a 1679 and goes through with a 1729 and an 1850 on a 2010. So, big breakout there for Mark Taylor. This is the thing about Bug Jam. The cars just keep on coming. When I do the edits afterwards, it's always at Bug Jam. I'm just like, oh my God. So these videos go on for so long. They're usually way shorter than that. And if you want to watch them, you can watch them on VWDRC TV, our YouTube channel.
Well, good to see so many people are hanging around as well, actually. And we know a lot of people head off on Sunday morning, but a lot of people are staying to watch the racing. Thank you ever so much indeed. Obviously, you've got loads of other things going on site as well. But good number of you on the bank, and a very, very good morning to all of you over there. And of course, the grandstand is looking very healthy indeed.
I'm really hoping that I'll see. Santa Pod said yesterday that anyone that had a day ticket yesterday, they were more than welcome to come back and reuse that ticket again today. So hopefully, if you went home and then saw that and come back again, thank you very much. Right, continuing on, VW Sportsman. Nigel Gregson with the Mark IV Golf from Farringdon dials in a 1350, taking on Reese Finney with Wolfgang the Lupo. Reese Finney is currently 11th in the championship, and Nigel Gregson is 12th. As we keep saying, Bug Jam has the biggest amount of points throughout the season, so you need to do well at this race. A lot of qualifying points on the line. Red light for Reese, but it's in qualifying, so it doesn't matter. $13.50 and goes 14.08. Average goes through with a 17.13. So. Next up, Jordan Clark with the TDI Golf. Can't miss that one. Taking on Caitlin Wilson. Caitlin Wilson is currently second in the VW Sportsman Championship. Put in a number of runs on Friday in run what Ya Brung. So hoping she can keep the performance rolling. Both cars into stage. Oh, nice.
Cracking reaction time there. Can only say that in qualifying, can't say that in racing, but an 0-1 light.
Did bog down after the start line after that. So Jordan's going to get to the finish line first. He's looking for a 13.80 and goes through with a 14.36. Caitlin goes through with a 18.38 on a 17.50. So she's currently down in 13th place. Ugh. As Mum gives the face of, oh dear.
Steve Metcalf with a blue steel Baja bug. 16.10, and it's Steve Stone, 15 flat with the Colston Racing Seat. I think VW Sportsman has, or VW Racing has the biggest change around in cars to what they've entered in any class of racing, because if something broke, you just go and find something else.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
love it.
All right, so Steve Metcalf with the Baja. Out in front at the moment, but the turbocharged Leon of Steve Stone is driving around him. Again, Steve's looking for a 15 flat. And he goes for a 15.58 to a 16.61.
I think they're all a bit nervous of breaking out, actually, because they're missing the numbers by a fair old chunk.
I think
at the
a
moment. They just want to get in, don't they?
Yeah, but a breakout is a drop of a lot of points.
Yes.
So it makes sense not to break out. Play it safe. I mean, was it a 15.72 on a 15.71, if I remember correct. That's currently your number one qualifier. That's going to be tight to beat in a one-shot qualifier. Next up, Bruce Harvey. Dials in a 13.16 with the TDI Golf, taking on Justin Foley, who dials in a 13.75. Pretty much side by side at the moment. Justin just drives around Bruce at the top end. 13.99 to a 15.15, so no help for Bruce there, but Justin Foley goes into number 4 qualifier.
You see what I mean? They caught for second off, number 4.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, all playing it safe.
Okay, next parent. Not so with his R32 Mark V Golf. Again, never driven this car. Usually races in the Mark 1 Golf. Taking on Thomas Circuit and Harold the Lupo. In fact, a 1550 dial on the back of the Mark V Golf is what I said it would run. So let's see how off I was with my guess. He gets to the finish line. Ooh, 1546. So, I mean, it was a good guess, but no, went just a little bit too quick. 1835 for Thomas Circuit. That puts him into 5th spot so far. Okay, next pairing. Nigel Gregg with the Audi. Does have a Mark III Golf with an R32 engine in it, but basically missed round number 1. Started off with the Audi, all road, and just decided, you know what, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to finish the season, and I'll bring the Mark III out later on. Taking on Ian Dance. Ian Dance was hoping to be here with the Boogie Bug, a V8 front-wheel drive Cabriolet New Beetle. Unfortunately, not here this weekend, so he's in the Mark 8. Put in a number of passes on Friday during the run what you've run. So hopefully has got his dial-in honed down to perfection. He's looking for a 1610. Nigel looking for a 1555. Nigel's going to get there first and goes for 1567. That's good enough for 4th place. Ian Dance goes through with a 1645. Puts him into 8th spot. Next up. Well, Polly down there dials in 1641. It's what she wants. It's what the people wants. Only a few people will probably still remember that. We're that old. Taking on Carl Goldsmith with his new build. Carl known for running in VW Pro with his Mark II Golf that has been down into the 9s. That's going under a big transformation. He also picked up this Street Bug. It's got a 1641 turbo. Oh, in fact, he's dialed 1641. So we've got a little heads-up drag race going on. Okay, all right, Carl give him the thumbs up. So as always, Carl built 1641. It's got a KO4 turbo. They had lying around in the garage, some old injectors, a little bit of fabrication by himself, all mapped by himself on the road. And I sold it perfectly for him to stall on the line there. Well, Holly's obviously going to get to the finish line first. Can she get a perfect ET like she did at the last round? Looking for a 1641, and she goes 1676. Carl, obviously, well, on the pace with a 20. 80 miles an hour. Polly still goes in 8th spot with that run, though. Polly Judge currently 4th in the VW Sportsman Championship. Right, next up, Phil Jones. He's currently 3rd in the championship. Going to be taking on Chris Poyner. Chris Poyner usually races in the Green Goblin Beetle, but unfortunately had a catastrophic engine failure at round 1 of the championship. He then ended up picking up some spare parts from a rather monstrous motor. So the Green Goblin is going to be coming back harder and faster very soon. Darling's on the board, 1460 to a 1550. I love the Chris Poyner. Named his race car Desperate Measures. And what a good looking race car it is. So Phil Jones out in front. Looking for a 1460. Phil starts his day with a 1472. That's good enough for 4th place. Chris Poyner goes through with a 1683 on a 1475. Right, next up, Danny Bean with the 20 valve turbo VW Lupo. He's dialing in a 14 flat. He is taking on your reigning VW Sportsman champion with the R32 Audi TT. Paul Robinson is currently #1 in the championship as well. So a massive potential haul of points available if he can score high in qualifying. He did cut a red light, but he is getting timing data. So he is going to get qualified. Let's see how close he can get to a 1475. He goes through with a 1490. That puts him high. That puts him into 6th place. Danny Bean goes through with a 1491 on a 14-second dial-in. Oh, it's like door slammers all over again. Husband and wife racing. 2 weeks ago, the red Golf had no engine and almost no chance of making it to Bug Jam. Andy Bambrick has put in some shifts to get this car here. They've even been working on it. They used yesterday with the downtime to do a few extra modifications. As Becky makes her first run down the drag strip with the VR6 Golf. So Andy Bambrick, currently 5th in the championship. He is looking for a 13.20 and he goes through with a 13.50. That doesn't place him in the top 16. Becky missing the gear there. Now she's under power, goes through with a 22.30. In fact, Andy Bambrick pops into 9th space. 9th spot in qualifying. Okay, so okay, Alex Knott changed from VW Pro to VW Sportsman. That's where he disappeared to. So, interlopers. Lee Huxley in the wife's whip. That is the Seat Arona in the Slick Tricks Racing Lane. He dials in a 1750, taking on Sylvia Purcell with the Octavia. Now, Lee Huxley, well known for racing in Pro ET. And I'm pretty sure he would love to take home a little prize haul for this weekend. So, dial-ins on the board. 15.55 and 17.50.
So what you're saying, Luke, is you could be a dark horse.
Oi!
Oi.
Imagine if he ends up winning and takes home a massive boatload of money and then decides, sure, why am I racing this Mustang? I can just use the wife's whip and earn way more money. So looking for a 17.50, Lee Huxley goes 17.29 breakouts. Sylvia Purcell goes 16.41 on a 15.55. So double breakout there. Next up, Alex Knott usually races in VW Pro. Had a couple issues with the car. Dials a 13.01 today. Unfortunately, the guy's just having a look at the back of the car. Ian's like, stop, please. Well, unfortunately, he's being told to shut the motor off, so it's going to be a solo run for Andrew Clark, who dials in a 22nd. I kind of feel that there's going to be a breakout coming with this run, as it used to run down in the 15s. Well, we'll see. Andrew Clark goes through, 17.23. Massive breakout. Unfortunately, Alex Knott pushed back, so that is the end of his weekend. Next up, Fee Sinclair with the Out of the Blue VW Beetle taking on Michael Franklin. In the Chubbed Up. Okay, so it's going to be a solo run. Michael Franklin dials in an 18.84. He was put in a number of passes on the Friday, so hopefully has got his dial honed. And it goes through with a 19.30. Okay, well, I'm not quite sure why Jake Fronder's back down with Nino. Oh no, he's into VW Sportsman as well. That's it, he's double entered. So, Fee looking for a 14.50. And goes through with a 16.73. So Jake Fronda getting double the amount of runs this weekend, which is probably quite helpful with the amount of runs that we have had throughout the weekend. You can dial down to 12 flat in VW Sportsman. There is a little overlap between Sportsman and Pro. So Jake elects to keep the same dial in as he ran in VW Pro of 12-12, but has obviously got to keep it in the 12s this time, whereas his VW Pro run, he actually ran down into the 11s. It's going to be taking on Dave Sherritt with the borrowed ride, Nev's car, another Lupo. We love Lupos in VW DLC. There's even an extra prize at the end of the season for the Lupo with the most points, and you become the champion of Lupro ET. Great wheelie for Jake. Lifts off the throttle and starts feathering it, so he's going to get himself on the good side of the 12-12. Goes through with a 13.69, and Dave Sherritt goes through with a 18.49 and an 18.10. That's good enough for 15th spot in VW Sportsman. So a bit wild on the dial-ins there, but obviously that's their one and done. Jerry Sadler, our number 1 qualifier. Lawrence Clark, number 2 qualifier.
So that's 40 that have put runs in so far. I think that is actually, because Outlaw Flat 4 in the lanes and Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator as well.
Okay. It's at that point they're going to come and throw a curveball and go, there's only 40, so we're doing a 32 car. I can guarantee it now.
So who would be knocked out then? Fee, Carl, Becky, Connor, Lee, Steve, Mark, and Andrew. Well, just check in though. 12:30 for argument's sake. Just to give everybody a bit of advance notice on this, we're still in qualifying at the moment. We have got Outlaw Flat 4. We have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator still to put their qualifying runs in. But we are still aiming to do our human-powered race around about 20-2. Now, this was obviously carried over from yesterday. So if you want to do our human-powered race, what we would like you to do is gather by the side gate in the catering area for, as I say, a target time of 20-2. We will confirm that as we get close to it. Obviously, it depends on the track and how qualifying is going for our race classes. But those of you that are going up the quarter mile on wheels, i.e. skateboard, roller skates, bicycles, unicycles, or whatever contraptions you've got, we respectfully ask that all the tyres need to be totally clean, please. In other words, we don't want you to cycle from the campsite, which is buried in mud, and you put all that mud on the racetrack. So we do need that we must ask that all tyres and wheels on anything that goes on the track for the human-powered race are basically spotlessly clean. Otherwise, we won't be allowed to go on to the track, especially as we are now in full-blown race mode, if you like. So we do need to make sure that all wheels and tyres are totally clean. So a little bit of track prep going on out there, which will lead us into Top Speed Automotive, Street Eliminator and Outlaw Flat 4. They can both do with the extra help to get traction out there. It will be Outlaw Flat 4 that will be coming around the corner first. Good entry from them this weekend. Good to see so many of them taking part. Obviously Bug Jam, quite a big weekend for Outlaw Flat 4 as well. I've got 11 cars entered for Outlaw Flat 4 this weekend. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator will be the class that will be following that. Again, another strong entry from them. There's a few question marks as if certain cars would appear, but head of the lanes. Tony Higgs with the Ya Brung Capri. Absolutely stellar effort considering the engine block only arrived at Ya Brung HQ late on Tuesday, and they managed to get the engine built, and they were still putting it together when they got here on Friday afternoon. So well done to Tony and the whole team getting that car sorted, and the car's fired up. I was in the pits when they did that, and all looking pretty good indeed. So bizarrely, he's got a checkout pass, but it's turning into his one and only qualifying pass. Not that he's under any pressure at all, certainly not. But it's Outlaw Flat 4 that are coming around the corner first.
So again, a one-shot qualifier. That's a good surname, that is. Bacon.
Dave Bacon.
Yes.
Whoa.
Happy birthday.
Well and truly matured Bacon now.
That's it.
Well,
So,
happy birthday.
two racers travelled all the way from Ireland, and they face each other.
Well,
in
it's
the
qualifying, isn't it? Dave Wheatley and Christine McKinney. It's the double cross and the doodlebug. Actually, just looking at today's birthdays, Dave Dopey Grabham, it's his birthday. Gordon Darby's birthday.
It is.
Ash Simmons, his birthday. Sammy Victoria Lewis.
So just had one from David Greenhart. Can I do a shout out to Joseph Porter, who was 6 yesterday. It's his first time at Santa Barbara, sat on the hill. So again, happy birthday to Joseph Porter. Right, 10:26 and a 12:56.
Yeah, it's a heads-up class, Outlaw Flat 4, no dial-in, so whoever is the quickest will be number one qualifier.
Next parent, Mark Pascoe in the Kestrel Beer Lane, taking on Adam Lowe. I believe Adam Lowe is currently the reigning champion of Outlaw Flat 4.
Very good launch there for Adam Lowe. Well, the flat out beat, we're going to get to the top end first. Is it good enough for number one? No, not quite. 12:09 at only 78 miles an hour. Well and truly off the throttle at the stripe there. 12:88 and 107 on the other side of the track. All right, Stu Hodgson with Strip Poker and James Wooden. Well, fair to say that these two will certainly be going for it. A bit of cabin fever setting in for some of them as well, as they've been waiting so long to get on track.
Yeah. So.
So James Wooden going down Broadway. What's he got for assists? He's in the nines. He is 981 at 143 to take the number one spot. Stu goes 1180 at 123 to slot in at number 3.
It's a good run.
So that is actually a wrap for Outlaw Flat 4 as we move on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. First pair, we'll see Mark Sheridan with the twin-turbo Hemi Cuda going alongside Tony Higgs, who's the Ya Brung Capri.
He's just bedding the engine in, 1/4 mile at a time.
Well, Mark Sheridan set fantastic PB numbers. He's now run 7.4 over 200 miles an hour with this car. second half of the track, this car just hauls. It's all about getting it off the line and getting the boost right, and not put too much boost in, otherwise it will just blaze the tyres. Tony Higgs, brand new engine in that car. As I say, only arrived at his workshop earlier on this week. We're putting the car, we'll put the engine together late into the night and into the early morning, and got the car here on Friday. Hasn't run the car yet. Whoa, nearly went through stage there. So Mark Sheridan off and running. That is a good looking pass. We could see 200 mile an hour here. We do. 204 miles an hour, 7.99. Tony on his checkout pass, his installation pass, bizarrely, 10.68 at 139. But great opener there for Mark Sheridan. Next up, Nick Hale taking on James Murray. James finally got that monkey off his back last time out, got the car into the nines, and the celebration from the team will never be forgotten. Yeah, Dave, that's you, right? Of course, Street Weekend was a major moment for the Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator cars. And, well, they took the top 3 spots in the event, but a great time was had by all, including these. So you got the LS powered Cortina of James Murray. James out in front in the night again. No, not quite. 10.31 at 133, plays at 10.91 at 125. Ricky Hale with the big C30. And he's got Joe Stevens. He's being pushed back at the moment. So Ricky got the track to himself for this one. That is one big vehicle to get down the quarter mile. Yeah, popping and banging, but it's not sounding right. 1581 at 70 mile an hour. Not what they were looking for at all. But more interesting, not what Joe Stevens was looking for either. But well, he's just backed out of the way. So let's see what transpired down there. In fact, the spotters having a good look in the Castro lane. Perhaps the top end crew, once Tony Higgs had turned the corner, spotted something on the car, radioed back to the start line very quickly indeed to tell Joe to back out, but which is more than likely what has just happened there, as Tony had literally only just put the car back together. He has qualified, but looks like he has dropped some fluid on the racetrack, and that's the reason for the stoppage at the moment. So we're on a little bit of a clean-up here. And it looks like it could be the whole quarter mile where they're just going to give it a little bit of attention there. So Nikki down in Nitro FM, we're going to hand the airwaves back over to you. We'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at Bug Jam with Street Eliminator.
We're just going to do one more for you. Thank you for listening, and it's lovely to play to you. It's nice to be at Bug Jam. In my memories on Facebook, I was at Bug Jam 16 years ago today. I know. I was very naughty and I sneaked in, but I would never do that now. But I was very.
Knock it off your feet.
Never do
Knock
that.
it,
But yeah, thank you for having us with our engine. I'm Sandy and this is Mark. And we're going to do one more for you. It's a cover. Please sing along if you want to. You know words. I can sing Sometimes I feel I've got to run away. I've got to get away from the pain you drive into the heart of me. The love we share seems to go nowhere, and I've lost my life for a toss and turn. I can't sleep at night. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you given, I give you all a boy could give you. My tears, and that's not
it's you. Ooh, I'm in love with you. You got to know it ain't no me.
Oh, nice and warm. Can't believe it's actually a little bit chilly in July here, but weather temperatures below average at the moment, so we need some heat, and Perry's supplying that to us at the moment. The 1950s VW, found in a field in Oklahoma that was owned by Willie, hence the name. Perry brought it over to the UK, and the fantastic engineer that he is created this show-worthy vehicle. Perry just lifting it up to the line then. Let's see what he's got for us here Sunday morning at Mug Jam. Eighth mile, 7.5 seconds, and at the quarter mile, it's a 10.85 at 150 miles an hour. Lovely run from Perry. When we said 7.5 seconds. With the engine out of Joe's Sunbeam Stiletto, without the turbos, I must add. So this is like a temporary car whilst the Sunbeam is rebuilt. And that's a 10.40 at 134. Nicely done, Joe. Qualifies him at number 3 at the moment. Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister. Europe's quickest street legal car. Going alongside Almac with Evolvolution. The Volvo 162. Both these cars twin turboed. Both of these could knock out a 7-second pass here, and if Andy really did turn up the wick, he has the capability of going into the 6s. Well, Andy Bond, arrow straight to a 7.45 at 197 to take the number 1 spot. Almac goes 8.02 at 178. Number 3. Al Williamson with the Howlin' Hauler going alongside Elliot Day with Plan B, the 33 Willis. And by my reckoning, there should only be one more car, and that's fact, yep, there is. So when these two go, it'll be Rob Carter, and that will be Street Eliminator qualifying done for today. Exactly that. Well, Al's had this truck down into the very, very low 8s, but as I say, this is a one-shot qualifier. They just want to go A to B. Elliot Day, young man with a big future in drag racing. He is off and running. Fair bit of pedaling there for Al. It's not working the way they wanted it to, but he is going to get a timing slip. That's the important thing. Is it going to be quick enough though? 10.92, 113, and yes, 12.86. It gets him in the show. Well done. And a sigh of relief, but more work to come then for the Howling Hauler team. And they slot in at 8 and 9. Right, Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. We've seen it already in our VW classes. Now he's double classing and he's in Street Eliminator. Rob Carter came in 3rd place overall street weekend, which included which was a 3-day event.
He's got this tough. He is literally VW Pro are in the pairing lane, so he's got to drew this run straight back into the lanes.
So he's just got to qualify. That's all he needs to do. Well, he went for it, that's for sure. It's not a bad looking run considering the squeal of the tyres at the start there. 908, 166. But did lose, I would have said, at least half a second, maybe more, with the wheel spin at the start there.
Oh, see, in fact, that's like
Wow, that was
Rob literally just did that run. This is the class he's going to be running in about 6 pairs time.
Wow.
Okay, so Abby Tever taking on Tom Herbert. So this is eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. You lose, you're on the trailer. That's your bug jam done and dusted. Okay, so just double checking the dial in on the board. Yeah, Thomas dials in a 12.1. Abby dials in a 12.86. I'm confused what we're it's all staring at the boards for. Oh no, he's on 12. Oh, 12.21 for some reason. Okay. Is it in like the faintest marker on the back?
Oh, it is actually, yeah. It is on there, but they used like a dark greenish pen. It's very difficult to see it.
Okay, so Abby Tever is going to leave the line first. Around about half a second later, Tom Herbert's going to be in chase mode. At that point, the idea is that both cars are going to come to the finish line first. But with such a good launch from Tom, he's already driven around Abby. As long as he doesn't go quicker than 12.21, and he lifts off the throttle and goes 12.82, and Tom Herbert is into the second round. Little dance there on the start line, that's what we like, right? What a matchup. What a matchup in eliminations round number 1 of Bug Jam, the biggest points round of the year. Number 1 in the championship, Ed Keach with the VW Golf taking on number 2 in the championship, Graham Fairhead, our reigning champion. This is massive for the championship. Neither of these would like to find this race in round number 1, but to the winner, it is going to be perfect.
Yeah, the perfect dream and the worst nightmare coming
that's
up, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be a tough race. We've got a green light drag race. Ed's out in front at the moment, but here comes Graham, and I think Graham's going to drive around Ed, and as long as he doesn't go quicker than 10.6, which he doesn't, what a reaction time.
Oh, 005. He almost red lit there, but it is Graham. That is true.
Our championship leader is out in round number 1. Our championship second place person is to the next round.
What's the points difference between them coming into this?
There is just, what's that? 120.
Right, well, okay, so where did they qualify? Let's have a quick look. Well, Graham's just taken the points lead
Yep.
because it was 2 against 11.
There you go.
So yeah, new championship leader for that.
So James Gould, our number 1 qualifier, run a PB in the first round, dials again a 10.00. He'll be looking to run a 9-second pass, and if he breaks out, it doesn't matter. He will still get to go through to the next round, so he's going to try and run a perfect 10. And if he gets a 9, we're going to get a dance on the start line. Sam's poised and ready. Oh, 10.04, but that is another beautiful run.
Yeah.
That's a car you are
Consistent.
not want to come against. So which side is... So James and Graham are on the same side of the ladder as well. Right, 2 very, very quick cars. Sam Young with the Blackcurrant 4, the Electric Beetle, dials an 875 against Chris Waterhouse, dials in a 960.
Well, if Sam can cure the wheel spin,
Well, calendar-like reaction time for Chris Waterhouse. But Sam has got a good run in. Ollie's jumping on the line. He drives around him. Sam Young goes 920 to take the win. 154 to a 10.02. Chris Waterhouse is out of Bug Jam. Next up, a pair of beautiful Beetles down there. The oval of John Mills. This is his first meeting out with the new turbo motor, taking on the Subaru-powered strip burner of Ian Dale. Ian dials a 1220. John Mills dials an 1199. It's a good launch by Ian Dale. Pretty similar reaction times. Ian Dale is out in front. As long as he doesn't go quicker than 12.20, and he doesn't, he takes the win with a 12.44 at 106, and Ian Dale rolls on to the next round. Next up, new member of the European Front-Wheel Drive 10-second club, Charlie Roberts, dials in a 10.95. James Hodson dials it back a little with the Golf and dials an 11.50. So, the chaser, or the chasee, has become the chaser. So the Golf is going to lead first. James Hodson currently 3rd in the VW Pro Championship. He's already seen Ed Keach go out. He needs this round win. Charlie Roberts goes red. So it's an automatic win to James Hodson. He rolls on to the next round. Win. 11.65. Nice run. 11.79 for Charlie Roberts. Charlie will be happy though. He's got his 10-second ticket. As Ian runs for the tractor. Right, no, I was wrong. Sorry, I was looking at the VW Sportsman points earlier. So Ed Keach was on 16.30 and Graham Fairhead was on 11.80. So there's a big gap between them, but Ed did some good qualifying, so he's got himself some points. So it will be tight at the top. It all depends on how many rounds Graham goes today. And of course, it is going to be a very, very busy day. With the races, they're going to have to turn their cars around super quick. Bog Jam is always very, very tight on turnaround time, but today is going to be even more so. So a quick little sled on the start line. Next pairs coming up, we have Paul Jordan taking on Phil Norman. Dave Crowhurst taking on Ollie Whitehouse, Jake Fronder and Michael Mooney. And then Daniel Coppin will be racing Rob Carter with the Passat, who will be very happy of this little bit of downtime because they're around the corner trying to pack the parachute in the pairing lanes after his qualifying run in Street Eliminator. Okay, so tractor parking up. I'm going to continue on. So Paul Jordan is going to get an eliminations run with the 4-wheel drive Polo. Had it on the dyno just before this event. And even though he left the dyno with a hurt turbo, it's still putting in some good performance times. And he's taking on Phil Norman with this absolutely gorgeous tube chassis oval that he's built and prepared himself at Brickfield Autos. As you can see, Geordie with a four-wheel drive system drives around the water box. Now Phil Norman dials in a 12.99. He's not yet ran a 12-second pass this weekend, but each run he is getting closer and closer. So it's down really to Paul Jordan to get as close to that 10.30 as possible without going quicker, because this car is capable of running down into the 9s. As I said, he did have some issues on the dyno the other day, so he's dialed it back a little bit. Oh, we've got a race. Oh, Geordie goes red. Puts himself out of competition. Phil Norman is into the second round. How close to the 12.9? Oh, a great run as well, though. 13.05, 98 miles an hour. So that was closer anyway. So he would have won, even if Jordan hadn't done the red line. Next up. Down. Ollie Whitehouse. Dave Crowhurst. Now, one thing I never like doing is reading out Ollie Whitehouse's race car name, for the reason being that it usually is jinxed. So I shall not do it. Dave Crowhurst with the Wanger Beetle. Dials in a 9.43. And Ollie does not appear out of the burnout box just yet.
Yeah,
so
he's just purging the nitrous. He's coming forward now. There he is.
So, yeah. So, first run in qualifying, he was dialing in the 12s. Now the nitrous is armed. He's dropped it down to 11.50. Dave's motto, death or glory on every race. So the lights got for Ollie. Dave would have seen Ollie there. Basically knows he's going to be able to drive around him around about mid-track. As long as Dave doesn't break out. Oh, what a run!
Wow.
And they say he's not a drag racer. Dave's like, I'm not a bracket racer. Sir, 943 on a 943, you are.
Yeah, almost the perfect ET.
Almost. Right.
That money's still up for grabs, by the way, actually.
Yeah,
The Euro Dragster Twister Racing ET money, 50 quid. And also the perfect light.
Yeah, and £125 from BJ Bates. Next pairing. The dial-in drops, 11.56 for Nina, the 9.5 litre V8 Golf. Taking on Michael Mooney with the air-cooled Beetle. He dials in a 12.30. So Michael's going to leave first. Jake eventually wakes up and pulls a wheelie. Little mid-track skiddle-whittle. He's still got his foot down. Michael Mooney, though, is going to get to the finish line first and goes through with a 12.45 to an 11.97. The crew there just smiling.
It always wiggles at the same spot.
It does.
It's quite weird, that. But certainly given the wheelie bar's a good workout.
Well, he's made it. Rob Carter has made it down. So Daniel Coppin is going to be up against Rob Carter. This is going to be a big old weight. So in the last run was in Street Eliminator. Rob Carter ran a 9-second pass. In qualifying for VW Pro, he ran a 9-second pass, even though he dialed an 8. Each time he's hit the tyres, he's basically spun. So it's down to Danielle to make sure she does what she didn't do on the last race, at the last meeting, and that is look in her mirrors. She had it in the bag at the Summer Nationals. I can't remember who it was against, but she just basically broke out for no reason at all.
Yeah.
It was against Sam Young with the Beetle, and he basically lit the tyres. So it's going to be one hot sap, but remember, it is a street car, so it does have good cooling on it. And this time, Rob dials an 860. Danielle keeps with the 1205 with the Golf R. So our number 4 qualifier and number 13 Danielle is currently 4th in the championship. We've seen Ed Keach go out in round 1.
Oh, no.
Oh, she is given a red light there by Rob
bumped
Carter.
through.
Yeah. So very, very lucky. Danielle didn't bring the revs up. Goes through with a 12.40 at 115. She's into round 2. Unfortunately, Rob Carter's car there broke and rolled through the beams. I mean, he is out. But he's still got Street Eliminator to come up. But to be honest, by the time he gets back to the pits, they're probably going to be like, Street Eliminator. We'll be like, seriously? So, Danielle Coppin through to the next round. James Hodson through to the next round. Graham Fairhead through to the next round. And Ed Keach will be sitting, kicking himself in the pits.
Well, one of the two of them had to lose, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's it.
It's just the way it went. Okay, 760 heads up. Round number 1, Mark Turner and Kev Jenkins. Strong burnout there for Mark. Qualified in the number 3 spot with a 7.80. Don't forget, it was a one-shot qualifier. Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster had a good run going, a brilliant launch, but clicked it very early, 9.62. Also had an issue engaging reverse after his burnout, so he hasn't gone over the line this time. Okay, so it's the M&M Racing Toyota Supra taking on the Fraudster Mark 1 Escort. Well, this looks like Mark Turner all the way, as long as he doesn't break out, taking the long way round, very long way round. Goes 788, 142 for the win. 111 60 foot as well, 491 140 at the 8th, but issues there for Kev Jenkins, but considering he was way quicker to 60 foot on his qualifying pass, but coasts through there, 23 seconds. But a frustrating weekend for the Fraudster team, but it's Mark Turner that goes on into round number 2. Well, both cars cleared the track, so we look round to see Brendan Clancy going to be taking on Belinda Bull for the next pair. Both more than capable of hitting the numbers, but it's all about hitting them now and not going under that 760, cutting a good light. Quite simple. Whoever gets to the top end first without either A, pulling a red light on the tree, B, crossing the centre line, and C, not going quicker than 760. Who does the best job of that will take the win. Simple as that. There's a lot more work that goes in it in the pits and behind the scenes than just getting in that car and driving it in a straight line. It's pretty rare they go straight, as Mark Turner will testify from his previous run.
Insane.
So Brendan Clancy with the Corvette does the burnout. The car is called Doubling Up. It was Brendan from Ireland. So Belinda about to start her burnout. She doesn't go across the start line. So she doesn't want to do her burnout too soon and be sat waiting for the other car to come back. Brendan just purging the nitrous once again. Jeff arms the data logger on the Chevy S10. So here we go then, round one, the second pair, 760 heads up. Brendan away first. Can Belinda run him down? I don't think so. This is going to be Brent. Oh, and it's a perfect ET as well. Oh, my word. The aim of the game is 7.60, and that's exactly what Brendan ran. 7.6007 to take the win. 778 in a lose out there for Belinda Bull, but Brendan Clancy takes the win, and not only that, he takes the Euro Dragster money as well. Congratulations to him with Twister Racing. So obviously no Euro Dragster here this weekend, but that award will be forwarded to you in due course. So well done, Brendan. That's two meetings in a row that the moment, 2 meetings in a row that the money has gone to 760. Your next pair, Brian Pateman, Darren Pert. It's the Firebird against the Cortina. Both away well. Darren out in front. Brian trying to close that gap, but this is Darren all the way. As long as he don't go too quick, he's done it. 7.75 for the win, 170 mile an hour. Brian Pateman loses out with an 8.09. So it is Darren with the Wildcat Cortina. He's going to be facing Mark Turner in the semis. Your last pairing then, Billy Gain taking on Jack Williams. Billy Gain, one of the most seasoned and experienced racers out there. Former champion in Super Pro ET, multiple race winner, goes all over Europe racing this car. And as Luke was telling us earlier, tomorrow he sets off to go to Sweden.
It literally was like, my poor boss.
Going alongside the new boy, Jack Williams, his first ever race meeting in the car. First time he drove it this weekend. But what a qualifying shot. He had 9.19. Very good indeed. The Nova. The engine, formerly from Pell Normans Capri. And the car, ex-Kenny Coleman. So both the engine and the car have got history on the quarter mile. Jack is just starting his first chapter. Oh, and it is Jack Williams that's going to take the win. Billy Gain goes red. Oh, shock of shocks. 8.32. What a run for Jack. And he's into the semis as well. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, I know Billy wanted to get an early start to get on his travels. But, oh, great sportsmanship from Billy Gain Racing there. Billy goes 0-1 red, just too eager to get the job done. But well done to Jack, and a cracking run as well, 8.32. Right, it is VW Sportsman Eliminations, round number 1.
Do you know what? I was just looking at this. If Dan Dief beats his opponent, he will face partner Caitlin.
If she wins, yeah.
In the next round, if she wins.
Oh, dear. Right, first up then. Let's have a look. Andrew Clark and Hazel Carter. So this is eliminations, round 1 for VW Sportsman. We had 40 cars qualifying, all run field. So it is like a 64-car ladder. But don't worry, we haven't got 32 pairs. Actually, I missed a load off the bottom now, I've just realised. There it is, I've still got more homework to do. Hazel Carter coming up to the line to take on Andrew Clark. Andrew, big dial-in change from the 22nd number that they put in qualifying, 16.9. Hazel Carter going to be doing the chasing though, 15.50.
So Hazel Carter's currently 7th in the VW Sportsman Championship. Drives around Andrew at the mid-track, so as long as she doesn't go quicker than 15.50, and she goes through with a 16.38. Next up, Lawrence Clark, our number 2 qualifier with the Thunder Buzz borrowed car, taking on Steve Stone with the Cool Stone Racing St. Leon. This is his first event out with this car. Purchased it over the winter. Let's see what's going to do. Dials in 1570 to a 1702. Light comes down for Lawrence. Oh, whole load of the wheel spin for Steve Stone. Now Lawrence has got basically an automatic, because it's an electric, so he's got no gear changes, but Steve Stone does drive around. He is lifting. This is going to be tight at the top to the win, and the win goes to Steve Stone with a 15.92. Lawrence goes out with a 17.11 on a 17.02.
Well,
think
to say
reaction
his
time.
weekend didn't exactly go to plan, ended up in a different vehicle and still managed to put in a cracking qualifying run. Not a bad weekend at the end of the day there for Lawrence.
But unfortunately, Lawrence's reaction time there lost him the race.
Yeah.
So next up, we have John Gallant with the Scirocco, taking on Nigel Gregson with the Mark IV Golf. Lanes full of VW Sportsman races. I love that a couple of people have got their camp chairs and they're basically just sitting watching the pairing lanes.
It's not a bad shout, actually.
Oh, and Mr. Lee Huxley is taking on Dan DF. So we've got a couple of our interlopers knocking each other out in round 1.
That's what we want.
Yeah, basically.
Right, so the Tacker Cat number 2 of John Gallant. He qualified number 3.
Just looking where he is. He's actually 22nd in the championship, so quite a way down. So he needs a good weekend. Nigel Gregson is currently 12th. Well, John's got the green. Nigel's got the green. He's now into chase mode. Good 60 foot for Nigel. 1.79 at the 8th mile. He's doing 77. He's not going to catch him, though. John Gallant goes through with a 17.04 to a 13.68.
200s off his dial in there. Nice one, John. Okay, so the Super Pro racer in Lee Huxley taking on the 850 bike. Oh, there's a Spitfire overhead. Or is it the Hurricane? I got that wrong last time.
Here we go then. So they're currently side by side looking at each other through the windows.
Yeah, Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Spitfire.
62 to 64 mile an hour. This is all the way to the finish line. And the win goes to... It is Mr. Huxley with a 17.47 on a 17.30. Breakout for Dan DF. I bet secretly he's quite happy with that because he doesn't want to face the misses.
Where did the Spitfire... Oh, there he is. I can hear it.
It's around somewhere.
Unusual direction for the Spitfire to come in. I think he just waggled his wings as to say, I'm out of here.
That'd be a quick fly past that one. So next pairing. Ian Dance taking on John McGee. As always with Bug Jam. 2 racers in 2 completely different cars that they had planned to be. But getting it done. So Ian Dance with the Mark 8 Golf. Simon McGee with the Audi TT. Dial-ins 1610 and a 15 flat. So Ian Dance with the Silver Golf is going to be leaving first. Oh, red light for Simon McGee. Eager to get on the trailer and going home, clearly. But Ian will take the automatic win and roll on. How close can he get to 16.10? Well, 15.60 on a 15 and a 16.57. But Ian Dance is through to the second round of Bug Jam.
All right, Sylvia Purcell against Phil up next. 14.60 plays 16.13. So it will be the Octavia going first, and then it's the Dragon Wagon going to be trying to chase that Octavia down. Phil Jones qualified number 4, Sylvia 24, but they only had a one-shot qualifier, so it was a little bit of a lucky dip.
So Phil Jones, currently third in the championship, taking on Sylvia Purcell. This is her second ever event in VW Sportsman. Phil is currently out in front, 14.60 on the board and goes 15.03. Rolls on to the next round. Sylvia goes through with a 16.51 on a 71. So still looking down into the pairing lanes, we have loads of VW Sportsman cars. This is a full 64 car ladder. And these
Number 1
guys and girls,
qualifier, Jerry Sadler putting in his run.
yeah, gets a bye run. Let's see how close he can go to 15.71. Doesn't matter if he breaks out, he's on a solo. And he's through to the next round with a 15.96. Next pairing, Caitlin Wilson with the misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. She dials in a 17.15, taking on Justin Foley with the Red Dwarf. He ran his first 13-second pass this weekend with the 20-valve turbo Golf. This time he dials a 13.75, so he's looking to continue going quicker and quicker. Green light for Caitlin and a red light for Justin. The Red Dwarf goes red. Caitlin rolls on to the next round. Let's see how close she can get to a 17.15. Well, Justin will take that, a 13.82 and a 17.72.
Yeah, but not only that, the Beetle didn't bob down either. So,
No.
yeah, really, really good run there for Caitlin. Right, just give everybody a heads up. After this, we do have a match race with Keith Bartlett taking on Jason Pickett. Then we have Pro Modified semi-finals. And then it will be a lunch break where we get to do our human-powered race. So we're not that far away. So there's your warning, folks. If you are taking part in the human-powered race, you want to be thinking about getting yourselves ready and congregating round by the side gate in the not too distant future. So we just got the rest of VW Sportsman.
Yep. And don't forget, if you are bringing a bike or something to human power yourself up, it must be clean. If you turn up with a bike with dirty wheels, you will be turned away, so be aware of that. Anything that's going on the track has to be super, super clean so we can continue racing throughout the day. Right, Jordan Clark taking on Noel So-So. Noel's going to be leaving the line first with the R32 Golf. And Jordan Clark is in chase. One of our racers has got a nice advantage off the start line. Jordan Clark looking to run a 14.10 and he goes through with a 14.14. Very nice to go with that 0-3 light. Also so on the trailer for the day.
I'm a bit of a fool, actually. I said semi's a pro mod. It wasn't. It's round 1 pro modified. Apologies for that. Correct that very quickly indeed.
Yeah. Right, Steve Mellors, famous for driving the MX-5 Hulk in Sportsman ET. Come and join us in VW Sportsman this weekend. And he's taking on Steve Metcalf with the Blue Steel Bahad. Steve Metcalf currently 8th in the championship. He's looking to stay out in front of Steve, which he's currently doing all the way to the finish. So, to Steve Metcalf, reaction time advantage.
Yeah.
16.75 on a 16.54, but a 0.1 reaction time won him that race. Next up, Bruce Harvey. TDI Golf. Reese Finney. Reese dials in a 16.90. Bruce Harvey dials in a 14.70. So the Lupo gets a green light. Route counts down and goes red. I literally was about to say, I bet Bruce goes red. So Reese Finney into the second round. Let's see how close he can get. 16.90. And he goes 17.42 and a 16-second pass for Bruce. Bruce had a tough weekend. He did strip fourth gear on Friday. So they spent, I think it was about till 4 o'clock in the morning, swapping the diffs out and putting them into a new gearbox. Next up, John Crawford taking on Thomas Circuit. John Crawford, well, surprisingly way down in the championship, currently 10th. I believe this. He did miss out on Sportsman Nationals as it was his missus' birthday. So, not in his usual championship position. Taking on Thomas Circuit, who is currently 14th.
Okay, just both on hold just for a second. It's not like we just legged it straight out to them. Tom was actually in stage.
He was ready.
He was ready to go.
The Burnout King was ready to go. I'm not sure why he's got hashtag curry and hashtag wasps on the back of the car.
There's obviously some sort of meaning in that. Just let Tom know your reverse lights are still on.
Yeah. the amount of people that do that.
Oh, yeah.
So, out there saying, get it out reverse. I don't want to see you go backwards.
Oh, dear.
Don't worry, it's USC in a couple of weeks. I can guarantee we'll see a reverse start by someone. And I always make sure. So, did everyone get that on video? Yay. So we're just waiting for Bruce at the top end of the track to make his way off the top end, essentially. So just bear with us 2 seconds. So, Paul Robinson went through, didn't he? Caitlin Wilson, Phil Jones, Polly Judge. We've not seen Andrew Bambrick yet. We've not seen Nigel Gregg. Hazel Carter went through. Steve Metcalf went through. So a lot of our VW sportsman racers who are high up in the championship have rolled on to the second round. I still can't believe that I'm looking into the parent lanes, and the lanes are still full of sportsman cars. So many entered this weekend. Real good turnout for VW Sportsman. And this is the first time I've seen a 64 car ladder for VW DLC for a number of years. I think the late 90s, early 2000s, we used to have them at Bug Jam.
Yeah.
But it's been a long, long time. I'm not sure most of the guys would like it on a regular, because if we actually had that bump spot, I think a lot of people would have been a bit more stressed. So,
But then with just one shot qualifying when they've normally have had about 6 or 7
yeah.
qualifiers, then that 32 car ladder would have been quite exciting indeed, especially the bump session. The final qualifying session would have been really exciting. But we were robbed of that thanks to the rain yesterday.
Oh well. We continue on racing. That's all that matters. And of course, the next round of VW DLC will be coming up at Greenlight Nationals in a couple of weeks here at Santa Pod Raceway, followed by the National Finals. And we close off the season, so hopefully we'll carry over a load of the entrants from this weekend into the Greenlight Nationals. Just a reminder to all our racers that are sitting out there, entry is still open. Get your entries in. What have we got down there?
Yeah, well, Bruce is still stuck down there.
Oh. So unfortunately,
Oh, that's really, he's been hooked up to the quad now, so...
so a red light and a breakdown is all going wrong for him.
yeah, no, he is rolling. So,
Good.
He'll get round.
Okay, right, we're back with it. So Tom Circuit slams the door shut. He dials in a 1828, taking on John Crawford, the professor, as he likes to call himself. Well, he is a teacher, technically, so... But 1620 to an 1828. Tom Circuit, one of our new generation, started racing with the VW DLC last year on his 16th birthday. So, green light drag race. John has already caught up with Tom. He's off the throttle, feathering it. Now he puts his foot down going, what are you doing? John takes the win. 17-16. Well done.
007 at the stripe. That was a little bit too well judged,
Yes.
actually, Mr. Crawford.
Yes.
Considering you dialed 1485, you went 17-16. But, yeah, got the job done. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Right, VW Sportsman champion in the Slick Tricks Racing Lane. The last event, he did go out in round 1. He's taken on Phil Blogg, usually races in VW Pro. Unfortunately, his caddy was not ready, so caddy number 2 comes into play. 16.6 and a 14.85 on the boards. The light comes down. Phil Blogg eventually reacts. So, Paul Robinson at the halfway point has already driven around Phil. And is probably just feathering the throttle right now. And goes through with a win at a 15.02 on a 14.85. Breakout for Phil Blogg. So that is our currently leading the championship and our reigning champion into the second round at Bug Jam. He's already got a near on 200 points lead in the championship. Next pairing, Nigel Gregg. As we said, he's got an R32 Mark III Golf in the unit, ready to go. He's got a couple of things. He just hasn't bought his Hans device yet. He comes to the first round with this car and was like, do you know what, I'll just do this round. I haven't got time to order my Hans device. He did the event. He did quite well and went, do you know what, I'm just going to finish the season with the Audi. Makes his life so much easier. He's taking on Danny Bean. Danny darts in a 14.60. Nigel Gregg dials in a 15.65. Coming up to mid-track, Nigel's still out in front at the moment. Danny Bean making a late charge. The win goes to Nigel Gregg with a 15.73 on a 15.65 to a 14.80 and a 14.60. Next up, we've got Becky Bambrick. She made her first ever pass with this car in qualifying. Unfortunately, didn't get to do any run with the car. Dials in a 14.0, taking on Dave Sherritt, who dials in an 18.40. So on the first qualifier, Becky, I believe it sounded like she missed a shift. Look at the red things going up. There's still got a tent on the back.
Like that.
Literally a mobile home. Right, green light for Mr. Sherritt. Green light for Becky Bambrick. Becky trying to catch Dave at the top end, and the win goes to Dave Sherritt. 18.79 on an 18.40.
Still, the pairs keep coming.
Yeah, they do. In fact, the parent links. Oh, I see some pro mods now. So we are starting to thin out a VW Sportsman in this monster entry at Bug Jam. Andy Bambrick just saw the misses go out in round number 1. He's going to be looking to continue his day. Dials in a 13.50 against Chris Poyner in his backup Porsche. Dials in a 15.50. The lights drop down for Chris. Gets the green light. Wow. Even before the 60-foot, Andrew Bambrick has driven around Chris Poyner. He's basically just got to do exactly what he's done. Feathered the throttle. goes through with a 15.24, taking the win. Next up, Connor Jones with the Passat. Usually races in his 1969 Beetle. This weekend, he's swapped over into the Passat. He's racing against Michael Franklin of Team Buggard. I'm assuming maybe he should have a bug, but not. Dial-ins, 19 seconds and 17.10. And don't forget, this is the first round of 6 eliminations rounds. So our VW Sportsman cars are going to be basically hot lapping today. Before they get back to the pits, there's almost going to be time to call them down again. Both cars, side by side, all the way to the finish line, looking at each other right now. But the win goes to the Kestrel beer lane, and it goes to Connor Jones into the second round with a 17.38 on a 17.10. Next up, Lorraine Large.
No Fee Sinclair.
No, so Lorraine's got a buy run. They'll take that, they'll take that. A little bit eager on the light, but it doesn't matter, it's a buy run.
So the target then, 15.75. This is where it goes 15.3. Oh no, 15.98. So well on to Lorraine.
Oh, what a matchup. So this was exactly the same in the VW Sportsman versus Pro shootout. Jake did call out Polly, and Polly won that because Jake was asleep on the line. It's time for redemption in round number 1 of VW Sportsman. 16.41 now for Polly, 12 flat for Jake Fronda. Let's see how this goes in round number 1 of VW Sportsman, our final pairing. Lights come down. Well, no shimmy for Jake this time as he drives around Polly at the top end, lifts off the throttle.
Breaks out.
Polly takes the win, breaks out. 11.92 for Jake Fronda. So Polly Judge rolls on to the next round of VW Sportsman. Kaz Waterhouse underneath. She's on a solo run. And then it's our exhibition run with the boss. So 15.20 on the board. Kaz gets the green light. So have we got any tasty matchups in the next round?
Let's have a look.
Kaz goes through the top end into B16.
You'll know the championship. Who won between Jordan and Soso?
Jordan.
Right, so that's the only one I missed. Then you'll know the pair. You'll know who's who with regards to permutations.
Yep. Okay.
Right, the governor here at Sanapod Raceway, Mr. Keith Bartlett in the Roaring Rat. Proper racer now, as all he talks about every time I see him is, oh, I did this, oh, I did that. He's so chuffed about his racing. Going alongside Jason Pickett. So it's 2 Gasser Circus cars. Now, fair to say, Roaring Rat is the quicker of the two. It's a dial-in of 10.25 for Keith, 11.10 for Jason Pickett. Keith's in, Jason just bumping in. Keith eager to get on with it. Oh, Keith goes red. Very keen indeed to get on with it. So let's see what the numbers are. 10.42 and 11. Oh, 11.09 and an 01 light there for Jason Pickett. Jason actually takes the win there purely because of the red light from Keith, but Keith goes 10.42 at 117. Jason 11.09, 116. But a good exhibition pass there. Right, next up then, it is round 1 of Motorsports UK Pro Modified. After this, it will be the lunch break. So that's when we get ready for our human-powered race. And I can see all of the contenders lining up by the gate there, getting ready for The carryover race from yesterday. I'll be going down on the start line with the radio mic as per usual, getting some instant reaction and distraction, I suppose. I think is the best way to put that. But yeah, we've got Motorsport Pro Modified round 1 into the lunch break. So that's when we'll be doing our human-powered race. I just certainly hope we have a huge entry for that, because normally it takes place on the Saturday. And a lot of people do head home on the Sunday morning, but we are expecting quite a good race. So let's have a look at the lap for Motorsports UK Pro Modified round number 1. Number 1 qualifier, Bobby Wallace. He gets the bye run into the semi-finals. And then the pairings, it'll be John Webster taking on Andy Robinson. And it'll be the 2 supercharged cars of Kevin Slyfield and Wayne Nicholson. And whoever wins that pairing will get a bye into the final. So that's all to come very shortly indeed. Just a little bit of attention on the start line with a little extra treatment down there, but that's purely because we've had lots of street tyres doing burnouts and everything and launching, so just a little bit of work on there, and I think Ian will probably just go and do a little bit of sledding as well. So he's basically just getting into the tractor to do that. Tell you what, a couple of messages from Nitro FM, and we'll take it back with round 1 of Motorsports UK Pro Modified very shortly indeed. Indeed we are. Yeah, we're just getting ready. Ian has just parked up the tractor as we get ready for Pro Modified Round 1 eliminations. The starter is connected to Wayne Nicholson's car and tucked in behind. So I'm just going to see who is actually going to finish first. It is actually the number 1 qualifier, Bobby Wallace. That's going to be coming around the corner first. He has got the bye run in to the semi-finals, courtesy of being number 1 qualifier. So he's going to appear into the Slick Tricks lane. Qualified with a 6.18. He is also the quickest UK-based Pro Modified. Looking at the records. He set his best at the main event earlier on this year, 5.83, 248 miles an hour. But bearing around the turnaround times and everything, Bobby, well, all he has to do is break the beams. And, well, just a chirp of the tyres in the burnout box, so not necessarily going to give it full beams the whole way through. And doing exactly what he needs to do to go into round number 2. Taking it nice and easy, coasting through there with a 10.65 at 112, which is still quicker than I've ever been down the racetrack. And he was doing that on tick over. But well done, Bobby. He is into the semi-finals. Also, it takes a lot less stress off the team to turn the car around for the semi-finals this afternoon, and then obviously into the final if they win the semis. Okay, we've got 2 races coming at you next. Head of the lanes, it's the supercharged pairing of Kev Slyfield and Wayne Nicholson. Whoever wins this, though, very important indeed, gets the bye into the final. Kev Slyfield was going to take the year out, but came back for Door Slammers, enjoyed it, had some fun. You know what? I think I'm going to have a play at Door Slammers. At Bug Jam.
I think the dance tent helps there.
Yeah.
Because I saw most of the crew out and about.
Well, they got the bucket hats. The new addition to the team wear this weekend. Well, there goes one of the hats. Oh, I just blew it clean off Tony's head. Took the toupee with it as well. Good job, they're all friends, isn't it? So this is important. 2 rounds worth of racing in one here, because as we've already said, the winner will get a bye run into the final. They can take it easy in the next round, but you've got to get past your opponent here first. Wayne Nicholson, the Lucky Devil Corvette, rewrote his own history book there when he went 588 at the Festival of Power this year, 243 mile an hour, and it wasn't just a one shot. He managed to do another 5-second pass at the main event. 2 very experienced drivers, been in Pro Mod a long time, but all that counts for naught when it's just whoever gets to the top end first now. Well, it is a win for Wayne Nicholson. Kev got out of shape and just tagged the wall on the right-hand side. Although Kev got there first. Run unfortunately DQ'd, and the racer in Kev kicked in there. He wanted to do everything he could to win that because Wayne hadn't gone past him. But yeah, just a side swipe there. So I'm sure Kev absolutely fine. But it is going to be Wayne Nicholson. In actual fact, Kev, the shoots out and has taken the first exit, so yeah, he's absolutely fine. But not what he wanted. But it is going to be Wayne Nicholson that will be appearing in the semi-finals. But great to have the Blown Bird team back with us once again. Really, really good to see them. But that's racing, and just looking at Kev's tyre tracks there, all over the lane, but he was not going to give in on that. taking it all the way through. Just tried everything he could to try and win that race, but it wasn't going the way he wanted it to. Both of them were 102 to 60 foot for Kev, 103 for Wayne. Kev was ahead at the 330, and he was still ahead at the 8th. But then obviously, that's when it just got out of shape. He was ahead at the stripe as well, but obviously tagging the wall, not what they wanted. Well, give a huge amount of support, folks. They came here to entertain, and they certainly did that. The Blown Bird team going back to the pits. I'll check in with you guys later on. But thanks for the entertainment, and I reckon they had some entertainment themselves over the last 2 days anyway. But that's the Blown Bird team for you. Always come and have the best time they possibly can.
So, still plenty more to come. 2 more Pro Modifieds around the corner. 1 turbocharged, 1 supercharged. I did bump into Ben and just said, what's going on with the 60 foot? And he says, we wish we knew.
Well, there goes the Wayne Nicholson support team. Belinda, they're into the semis, but they get a bye into the final. Right, another race coming up then. John Webster, Andy Robinson. Fair to say, neither of these two have had a copybook weekend so far. Andy really struggling with launch, and the car is about 0.2 of a second down on the 60 foot this weekend. They'll have been working everything they can to try and get that cured. John Webster wasn't even going to race this weekend, but parts that he ordered a while ago, wasn't expecting them to arrive as quickly as they did. They showed up at Webster Race Engineering on, I think it was Monday, and I thought, you know what, we can get this, we can get it running, we can get the car there. So John managed to get it going. Good, strong burnout from both cars. But that's the problem when you have some test hits and they don't go entirely to plan. Then you're down to a one-shot qualifier. But this is racing. They have all got data from what they've run previously. They both know exactly what they're doing. Very professional teams, huge amount of experience. Just they haven't had much track time this weekend. And especially for John with all the fresh parts back on the car. But Andy with a real head scratcher of a weekend as well. But let's see who's got it all sorted and is going to book a spot in the semi-finals where they're going to take on Bobby Wallace. Okay, the last pair in Pro Modified. John building up the boost, going to bump it into stage. Andy with the whole shot, but John Webster going to try and drive round him here. This is going to be tight. Now John backs out of it. It's Andy Robinson with a 6.55 at 223. John Webster still goes 6.94 at 154. But I'll tell you what, it looked like John was closing in there. In actual fact, just looking at the numbers, Andy with a 0.5 light, but 110 60 foot. The numbers are still down. But John Webster a 102 to 60 foot. And at the 8th mile, John Webster was 4.17 compared to Andy's 4.34. But Andy was ahead due to the better reaction time. But at the stripe is where it counts. And it's Andy Robinson, 6.55, taking the win at 223. To John Webster's 6.94 at 154.
Oh, what a race.
Sets up the semis then. Bobby Wallace taking on Andy Robinson and Wayne Nicholson on the solo. Right, I need to go down onto the start line because it is
You can't believe how many
now lunchtime,
people.
and I am going to get down there for the human-powered race.
Wait till you see how many people are on the other
Really?
side of that
Right,
gate.
okay, well, I'm going to head down. You've got the comm up here. I
Yep.
will see you in a moment.
Okie dokie. So Colin's making his way down to get ready for the human-powered race, rescheduled for today. I don't know if you saw some of the costumes yesterday because everyone was eager. Even though it was pouring down with rain, everyone come down into the pairing lanes and we were like, no, was like, we can't run it in the rain. You can't even walk on the track, let alone take cars down there. So, loads of people coming around now to go, ooh, how sticky the start line is. It is indeed. So, Nitro FM, I don't know if you could just take over the airwaves for a couple of minutes while we get into position and ready for a race. Maybe have you got Eye of the Tiger?
Well, I think first of all, I will probably play the request that we had.
I was thinking I need one of these close-ups at home. It would be amazing. Can you imagine having this many, like? I have this habit about, it's a good habit, but of like switching all the switches up when I go out, and but yeah, it'll probably take me 100 years to do that though. It's Amy McDonald for you.
I cannot believe the amount of people that have come down for this. Well, they're still flowing through the gate over there. Huge amount of people coming in. Okay. Well, hopefully Nitro FM can hear me turn the music down. Absolutely blaring on the start line. Okay. All right, here we go then. So let's have a look. We got, in actual fact, we have got a huge entry. No, you need to stay that side. Huge entry for the human-powered race. I thought we might lose a few, but no, we got absolutely loads of them here. We've got all of our cyclists, we've got our skateboarders, we've got our youngsters, you name it. Now then, hopefully you can all hear me down there. Everybody that's come for the human-powered race, can you hear me? Right. Remember just one thing. Don't cross the centre line. Every year you do it, but try and keep to the left-hand side of the centre line, especially when you're coming back down the other side. If you've all spread out all over the place, it makes it quite dangerous. Also, if you're a cyclist, just make sure there's lots of youngsters around you. Don't go running other people over. So please bear that in mind. We do have our medics at the top end just in case. And if anybody needs any extra help, best of luck. But let's have a look. Are our previous winners here? That's the other thing I wanted to find out. Let's have a look, because they normally hang around the front. Put your hands up if you've won this before. Yeah, we got... right, okay. Right, we'd like to wish you all the very best of luck. I think chasing lime green here, I think. It's proper race bike and everything. Here we go. But I would like to wish you all the very best of luck. Have some fun out there. We'll be looking for the most imaginative as well. And, of course, we're looking for our fastest cyclist, the fastest on feet. Okay, watch the lights. Here we go then. When it goes green, you go for it. Off we go! The human-powered race for Bug Jam 2023 is off and running. Stay on the left-hand side of the centre line. You're all doing a good job so far. There they go. The teddy bears are going. All stay in the left-hand side. Can't believe it. They're all listening. The dinosaurs are going. Right, we've got to stay clear of the finish line, as I think our cyclists could already be approaching the top end. Yeah, and I think it could be the lime green cyclist that could be in the lead, but we'll see when they turn the top end corner to come back down the other side. It is the lime green cyclist that's in the lead at the moment. He's going to be full bore coming back down the other side. Oh, it's a race between two. So it's a proper sprint down the other side of the track here. They've got a tailwind coming home, but it is our lime green cyclist, I think, that could take the win here. Oh, what an awesome performance. He was on pole position, and he takes the human-powered race. Awesome there. And second place has finished as well. Doesn't look like he's got any brakes. Oh, stop that, man. He's going to go into the shutters in a minute if he doesn't stop. Right, so it is our cyclists that are obviously heading the field on the way back. Here comes our third place finisher. Very, very good run indeed. Well done, no hands across the line. Coming home in fourth there, well done. Fifth on the little BMX bike, again with no brakes by the looks of it. So they are all now coming home. Hey, it's a huge breeze out there actually. I've lost my hat once already. And here comes our first scooter.
Colin, turn around. We got some late
There we
entries.
go indeed, our first scooter is home.
Colin, turn around. We got some late entries.
Oh, a late, oh, look at that. Oh, that is fantastic. I really like that. They're a bit late getting here, but they're on their way. Here comes our first roller skates. That is a huge turn of speed there as well. Here come some of our youngsters as well, crossing the line. And skateboarder. Well, just looking at some of our youngsters coming through as well. They've been waiting all weekend long for this. And here comes our first, it's like a Segway type wheelchair arrangement. That's really cool, that. Another one of the skateboarders, some of our joggers are now coming back as well. And of course, we've still got some of them that haven't even reached the 8th mile yet. So obviously this does take a little bit of time to get completed, but well done to everybody that's made it home so far. A little burst of energy here from our man with his headset on. He's actually got words in his ears going left, right, left, right, left, right. Oh, one of our younger competitors now coming through, giving it full pedal all the way there. Nicely done. Oh, Teddy on the back of the choppers come back home. One of the things I do find amusing when we do this is all of the joggers, they get to the top, they start walking back, and then for the last little bit they run to make it look like they've been running all the way. Certainly one of our youngest contenders about to take the finish line. Give him a wave over there. Yay! Keep an eye on where you're going though. Come on, give some encouragement, folks. Well done. Some of our Santa Pod crew as well crossing the line. Loads of scooters still coming down. I don't know what that is, a cross between a skateboard and a scooter, but that's pretty cool. And how about the little VW bus pushchair? How about this one? Looking good. My daddy's the boss. Oh, yeah. Well, they're still going up the Kestrel Beer lane. They've got to turn around at the top and then come back down the Slick Tricks lane. Some of them are going for a second lap, actually. Right, let's see if we've got any of our winners, because obviously we need to get them sorted out as well, because it could take a little while to get everybody back home. But we do have our overall winner here. We picked him out on the start line, and we've now found him at the finish line. That was an awesome run. How about that one?
I'm loving it. I just turned up because I never get a chance to ride on a good track like this, so it's just awesome.
How was your pre-race preparation?
Pretty good. I've been on beer and coffee is all I've drunk all weekend, so I think it's worked for me, yeah.
And the late nights, 5 o'clock in the dance tent, or maybe it was the teapot. What was that?
No, it's race prep. I've been going to bed early.
Yeah, you liar. Is this your first bug jam? No, it's not, is it?
This is about our, fifth one in this block with the van. Back in the early 90s, we went about 7 times in the campers and Beetles and stuff. So, yeah, I love it. Yeah, brilliant.
And how many human-powered races have you done?
This is the 3rd one.
And how did you go on the other 2? Come on.
We won them both.
I know you did. A triple winner of the human-powered race here at Bug Jam. Congratulations. We have obviously got a trophy for you, another trophy for you as well. So very, very well done indeed. We'll catch up with some others in a moment. We've also got our most imaginative entry to sort out as well. But here they come. They're still coming home. Nicely done. Well done. They're still coming. I think most of them have turned around the top now, so it is now the final leg to get back down to the start line. Well done. Good work. And the final sprint between these, so they're all still coming home. Right, we got our fastest scooter, or 2 wheels without being pedal powered. Pretty good effort, actually. That wasn't a bad overall placing as well.
Cheers. Well, I don't know what to say.
And your pre-event preparation, you must have been getting out of Carl Cox on Friday night, surely.
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
And what else have you been up to this weekend?
Just going around watching the cars and just sitting down there, just watching drag strip and that.
Well, a bit disappointed you couldn't get your run in yesterday, though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just the weather, and it can't be helped. Sorry, I didn't catch your name, actually.
Chad.
And where are you from?
Stafford.
Stafford. Do you know where that is?
It's Wolverhampton.
All right, yeah, we know that. It's well done. Congratulations on taking the win. How many bug jams have you been to?
None. This is my first one.
Oh, it's your first. Okay, and you've taken home a trophy first time out. Well done.
Proper chuffed about it, to be fair.
Good man. Right, okay, well, you've got to come back and try and defend it again next year. Well done. Okay, our fastest jogger. Congratulations. Not bad at all.
Oh, thanks. A lot of cigarettes helped, I guess.
How's your bug jam been? Okay, yesterday we know it was a bit of a washout, but you still had a good time, yeah?
Yeah, we sat in the tent, drank quite a few beers. That's about it, really.
Yeah, did you find your own tent when you went back out and came back in again?
Barely. It was a bit funny coming back from the dance tent. Almost ended up in a few ditches, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, but the dance tent has been the place to be this weekend, hasn't it?
Definitely. Great tent.
And sorry, your name and where you're from?
My name's Griff and I'm from Manchester. By the way, I love the guy playing bongos last night. That was pretty good.
And how many bug jams have you been to?
First.
Oh yeah, first one, and you're taking a trophy away as well. Well done. We'll get some awards done in a moment. Let's just check in with our bug jammers that are coming home. They're still coming back. It's mainly our joggers now and the people that weren't as quick as the others. I think that's the best way to put it. Still coming home. Being imaginative with the scooters as well. You got the skateboarders still coming home. Drift trikes. You name it. They're all still coming home. We're looking good. We're looking good. So yeah, I think everybody is on the return leg. Yeah, and that's right. You can tell they're on their way back because you got the paramedics that are following literally the last one home. So we have got less than an eighth of a mile to go to get everybody home. And we are still looking for our most imaginative entry. And I just need to find where James went.
I'm gutted we
Yeah,
lost.
he's down there. There he is.
Our Mario Kart guys and girls.
Yeah. Oh, it's a shame we didn't get the spacemen from last night. I was really hoping we were going to see them. Okay, so they're still coming home. There you go. What, about 200 feet to go? And we have selected our most imaginative entry as well. So we're just going to get them up to come as well. But yeah, we're nearly home. Come on, give them final encouragement as our stragglers make their way home. Come on. They're making their way back. And that's fact, the ambulance has got back before some of them get home. They're still coming in. We've still got wheels coming home as well. But they're making their way home. Let's go and have a word, because we know some people have taken 2 runs as well. But come on. The final encouragement, the final push. I've nearly lost my hat again then. But they're coming home. Let's go and have a word with them. We got 2 pairs that are still coming home. I'll tell you what, this is a cracking effort actually. Oh, I'm going to walk back between the pair of you as you come back home. So how's it going, guys? Good bit of exercise. At least it's dry today.
Yeah, no, it's going really well. We've had a good time, haven't we?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. Glad to see you taking part. And do you realise how sticky this track is now?
Yeah, I did it last year. Trainers are absolutely drenched from yesterday, so I've had to wear these ones, which aren't the best for this, but made it do.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Nearly home. And here come our final stragglers. I don't know if it's their second run, but they're coming home. Come on. Yeah. Milking it for all it's worth. Our final pair. Come on, give some encouragement. Come on. Final pair coming home. Right, so who is going to win the sprint out of you two to the finish line? That is the line there. Here it is. It's the line right here. Here we go, plumb last. Okay, folks, come on, big round of applause for everybody that took part in the human-powered race. But we have our most imaginative entry. It was a little bit late arriving because I think they probably had tow hitch problems. They were the wrong side. Oh, right, got stuck in the pairing lanes. But that is a cracking effort. I really like that. Where are you from?
Bedford, Liverpool, Kent.
You had a good time at Bug Jam?
Yeah, shame about the weather, but it was cracking.
Yeah, good. You've had 2 really good nights worth of entertainment, though, yeah?
We did, yeah. We may have got a bit carried away during the day. To not make the entertainment, but you make your own, don't you?
Oh, yeah, it's Bug Jam. What else do you expect?
Yeah. A rest after this.
Good stuff. How many Bug Jams? Well, obviously the little ones haven't been to as many as you have.
I think this is our 4th one. We won it last year as well. We got the award last year for the Kings and the Queens in the category.
I do remember that. Yes, I do.
So we thought we'd try and go one better and build a stage for Eurovision, and it just about killed me.
Well, very well done indeed. Our most imaginative entry, of course, the stage for Eurovision. Give them a round of applause, thanks. Well done. Okay, we've already had a chat with our winners, but let's get the trophies awarded then to our overall winner for the 3rd time in a row. Oh dear, has anybody got anything for this man next year? Now, I know you're going to be back to defend it again, but 3 in a row, that's not bad, is it?
I've got 4. I've got optics in the back of the van. There's 4. I've got 3 trophies now. I'll retire after my 4th one.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that. But anyway, congratulations. Take the race winning trophy. Let me shake your hand as well. There is your race winner. Congratulations. And I never got your name. I'm so sorry.
John.
Well done, John. Takes the win overall in our human-powered race. Right, let's get our skate/scooter winner in. It's his first Bug Jam. Were you planning on doing this human-powered race as well?
Well, yeah, but I was going to go on a bike, to be fair.
Oh, right, okay. So backup scooter then, and he still took the win. That's pretty good, yeah?
I'm happy with it, to be fair. Good choice.
Right, try and defend it next year. That's your plan.
Yeah, I will do, yeah, definitely.
Okay, your runner-up there. Sorry, your winner on 2 wheels, not pedal-powered then. He's on the skates. Congratulations, this man. Chad, well done, that man. Here he is, taking his trophy back. Well done, that man. Congratulations. Right, where is our jogger? Here he comes. Another first-timer here at Bug Jam. Do you do any running apart from this?
No. I just smoked a lot of cigarettes this weekend, like I said.
Well, here he is then. Our quickest runner here for the human-powered race. Smile for the cameras for Bug Jam. Taking the win there. Well done. Congratulations. Thanks so much indeed. And, of course, the trophy for the most imaginative entry. What's the thing about all these repeat winners, though? But we're going to give it to the youngsters this time. Okay, so hold that trophy up high. They're from all over the country. And this is the Eurovision stage in full costume and everything. We really like. Even got the spaceman. Look at that. That is proper. That is from obviously our UK representative last year. But well done. Let's see what you come up with next year. But there we go. That is our Human Powered Race 2023. Thank you all so very, very much indeed for taking part. We've got a lunch break on the track now, but when we come back, we have more racing to come at you this afternoon. Thanks, Bug Jam. We'll see you later. Looking race this one. Steve Ashdown is going to take this one with a 457 at 191. Jason goes 496, 186, but I think the burst panel went on the supercharger. Straight down Broadway once again to a 434 at 282. It was a .94 60 foot and 340. Great looking half pass there from Andy Raw. Nothing wrong with that at all. 107 to 60 for clicked it just before half.
Here comes the horrible bit.
We like this bit actually. It's where the tower really starts to rock, as if Perry didn't do a good enough job with Oklahoma Willie. We just get some more violent with Fire Force. Well, certainly the craziest part of our job in the tower, actually commentating on when the jet car goes. Oh dear, you get used to it over the years, but it is quite an experience being up here when the jets go.
But each jet has a different punch.
It does. You can almost close your eyes and tell which one it is. Here we go then, Martin Hill, Fire Force. Another 5 perhaps. Oh, 604 at 253 miles an hour. Another cracking. Here we go then, Martin Hill, Fire Force. Another 5 perhaps. Oh, 604 at 253 miles an hour. Another cracking run.
And our semi-finalists. So 15:20 on the board for Hazel Carter. Simon McGee in the first run in his borrowed car. So he's put any dial on there. And he's no idea what it's going to run to. He's hoping he'll go on the right side of 14 seconds. He does indeed. 15:74 to a 15:79. So Hazel. Lorraine Lodge currently 15th in the championship, and John Crawford is 10th. As they approach the finish line, Lorraine's going to get there first with a 15:71, and John goes 16:48.
Well, frame that one, Lorraine. That's a good thing that you have a backup car to run.
Yeah,
in it.
that's it. Especially at Bug Jam, they
Oh,
come in very handy. Throughout the weekend, the amount of people that are just walking around going, "Your daily driver car there, is it just parked for the weekend?" They said, "Yes." I was like, "I've broken my car. Can I borrow it?" Right, Kaz Waterhouse is going to get to the finish line first. He's looking for a 15:20. Goes 15:71. So Steve Mellors, one of our Sportsman ET racers, has joined in the fun this weekend. He's here, well, potentially to ruin championships for some of our more seasoned racers if he can manage to go some rounds.
You never know.
No, that's it.
Oh, Jerry Sadler, 15:72 on the 71. Very nicely done indeed. Breakout for
Now
Steve.
the Thunder Buzz. Gareth yesterday was running 16s, isn't it? And we were celebrating that he was the first VW Buzz that we'd ever seen down the drag strip. And now it's already in competition. He's taken on Reese Taylor, who dials in a 14:50 and goes through the course mile with a 14:86. And Lawrence goes through his first run. So he hasn't actually got an idea on the dial-in time. It's just basically a guess. And with the one-shot qualifier, it's quite tough. But we'll see how it goes. John's out in front at the moment. Again, he's looking for a 17:38. In fact, the caddy seems to be catching at the top end. 1748 and a 1706. Can I just borrow your car, please? And she went, yeah, of course you can. But if you end up winning, I want half the winnings. Taking on Dan DF, usually races in 850 bike. So a bit of a change for him, especially running on a Sportsman tree. He's looking for a 1679 and goes through with a 1729 and an 1850 on. There's a lot of qualifying points on the line. Red light for Reese, but it's in qualifying, so it doesn't matter. And goes 14.08. Goes into stage.
Oh, nice. Cracking reaction time there. Can only say that in qualifying, can't say that in racing, but an 01 light.
Did pop down after the start line after that. So Jordan's going to get to the finish line first. He's looking for a 13.80 and goes through with a 14.36. Caitlin goes through with a 18.
They've entered in any class of racing, because if something's broke, you just go and find something else.
Yeah,
I love it.
All right, so Steve Metcalf with the Baja out in front at the moment, but the turbocharged Leon of Steve Stone is driving around him. Again, Steve's looking for a 15 flat, and he goes through a 15.58 to a 16.61.
I think they're all a bit nervous of breaking out, actually, because they're missing.
TDI Golf taking on Justin Foley, who dials in a 13.75. Pretty much side by side at the moment. Justin just drives around Bruce at the top end. 13.99. Taking on Thomas Circuit, Harold the Lupo. In fact, 1550 dial on the back of the Mark V Golf is what I said it would run. So let's see how off I was with my guess. As he gets to the finish line. Ooh, 1546. So, I mean, it was a good guess, but unfortunately not here this weekend. So he's in the Mark 8. Put in a number of passes on Friday during the run what you've run. So hopefully has got his dial in honed down to perfection. He's looking for a 16.10. Nigel looking for a 15.55. Nigel's going to get there first and goes for 15.67. Mapped by himself on the road. And I sold it perfectly for him to stall on the line there. Well, Holly's obviously going to get to the finish line first. Can she get a perfect ET like she did at the last round? Looking for a 16.41, and she goes 16.76. Carl as well on the pace for the 20. And what a good looking race car it is. So Phil Jones out in front. Looking for a 14.60. Phil starts his day with a 14.72. That's good enough. Massive potential haul of points available if he can score high in qualifying. He did cut a red light, but he is getting timing data. So he is going to get qualified. Let's see how close he can get to a 14.75. And he goes through with a 14.90. That puts, as Becky makes her first run down the drag strip with the VR6 Golf. So Andy Bambrick, currently 5th in the championship. He is looking for a 13.20, and he goes through with a 13.50. That doesn't place him in the top 16. Becky missing the gear there. Now she's under power, goes through with a second. I kind of feel that there's going to be a breakout coming with this run, as it used to run down in the 15s. Well, we'll see. Andrew Clark goes through 17 and 18.84. He was put in a number of passes on the Friday, so hopefully has got his dial honed. And it goes through with a 19.30. Oh no, he's into VW Sportsman as well. That's it. He's double entered. So Fee looking for a 1450. That goes through with a 60. Great wheelie for Jake. Lifts off the throttle and starts feathering it, so he's going to get himself on the good side of the 1212. Goes through with a 1369. And Dave Sherritt goes through with a 1849. And
Ash Simmons, his birthday. Sammy Victoria Lewis.
So just had one from David Greenhart. Going to do a shout out to Joseph Porter, who was 6 yesterday. It's his first time at Santa Barbara, sat on the hill. So again, happy birthday to Joseph Porter. Right, 1026 and a 1256.
Very good launch there for Adam Lowe. Well, the flat out beat, we're going to get to the top end first. Is it good enough for number one? No, not quite. 12.09 at... So James Wotton going down Broadway. What's he got for assist? He's in the 9s. He is 981 at 143 to take the number one spot. He went through stage there. So Mark Sheridan off and running. That is a good looking pass. We could see 200 mile an hour here. We do. 204 miles an hour. 7. So you got the LS powered Cortina of James Murray. James out in front. Is he in the 9th again? No, not quite. 10:31 at 133. Plays a 10:91 at 120. That is one big vehicle to get down the quarter mile. Yeah, popping and banging, but it's not sounding right. 1581 at 70 mile an hour. So this is like a temporary car whilst the Sunbeam is rebuilt. And that's a 1040 at 134. Well, Andy Bond, arrow straight to a 745 at 197 to take the number one spot. Al Mack goes 802. Elliot Day, young man with a big future in drag racing. He is off and running. Fair bit of pedaling there for Al. It's not working the way they wanted it to, but he is going to get a timing slip. That's the important thing. Is it going to be quick enough though? 1092. 113, and yes, 1280. So he's just got to qualify, that's all he needs to do. Well, he went for it, that's for sure. It's not a bad looking run considering the squeal of the tyres at the start there.
A second later, Tom Herbert's going to be in chase mode. At that point, the idea is that both cars are going to come to the finish line first. But with such a good launch from Tom, he's already driven around Abbey. As long as he doesn't go quicker than 12:21, and he lifts off the throttle and goes 12:82, and Tom Herbert.
Yeah, the perfect dream and the worst nightmare
Yeah,
coming
that's
up,
it.
isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be a tough race. We've got a green light drag race. Ed's out in front at the moment, but here comes Graham, and I think Graham's going to drive around Ed, and as long as he doesn't go quicker than 10.6, which he doesn't, what a reaction time.
Oh,
he'll be looking to run a 9-second pass, and if he breaks out, it doesn't matter. He will still get to go through to the next round, so he's going to try and run a perfect 10. And if he gets a 9, we're going to get a dance on the start line. Sam's poised and ready. Oh, 10.04, but that is another beautiful run. Wow. Calendar-like reaction time for Chris Waterhouse. But Sam has got a good run in. Ollie's jumping on the line. He drives around him. Sam Young goes 9.20 to take the win. 154 to a 10.02. Chris Ward. It's a good launch by Ian Dale. Pretty similar reaction times. Ian Dale is out in front. As long as he doesn't go quicker than 12.20, and he doesn't. He's already seen Ed Keach go out. He needs this round win. Charlie Roberts goes red. So it's an automatic win to James Hodson. He rolls on to the next round. Wait, 11.65. We got a race. Oh, Geordie goes red. Puts himself out of competition. Phil Norman is into the second round. How close to 12.9? Oh, a great run as well, though. 13.05, 98 miles an hour. So the lights got for Ollie. David has seen Ollie there. Basically knows he's going to be able to drive around him around about mid-track. As long as Dave doesn't break out. Oh, what a run!
Wow.
30. So Michael's going to leave first. Jake eventually wakes up and pulls her. Michael Mooney, though, is going to get to the finish line first and goes through with a 12.45 to an 11.97. Championship, we've seen Ed Keach go out in round one.
Oh, no.
Oh, she is given a red light there by Rob Carter.
Through.
Yeah. So very, very lucky. Danielle didn't bring the revs up. Goes through with a 12.40 at 115. She's into round two.
Well, this looks like Mark Turner all the way, as long as he doesn't break out, taking the long way round. Very long way round. Goes 7.88, 142 for the win. Brandon away first. Can Belinda run him down? I don't think so. This is going to be Brent. Oh, and it's a perfect ET as well. Oh, my word. Both away well. Darren out in front. Brian trying to close that gap, but this is Darren all the way. As long as you don't go too quick, he's done it. 7.75 for the win. 170 mile an hour. Brian Pateman loses out with an 8.09. He's just starting his first chapter. Oh, and it is Jack Williams that's going to take the win. Billy Gain goes red. Oh, shock of shocks. 8.32. What a run for Jack. And he's into the semis as well.
So Hazel Carl's currently 7th in the VW Sportsman Championship. Drives around Adra at the mid-track, so as long as she doesn't go quicker than 15.50. And she goes through with a 16.30 to a 17.02. Light comes down for Lawrence. Oh, whole load of the wheel spin for Steve Stone. Now Lawrence has got basically an automatic, because it's an electric, so he's got no gear changes, but Steve Stone does drive around. He is lifting. This is going to be tight at the top to the win, and the win goes to Steve Stone with a 15.92. Lawrence goes out with a 17.11 on it. Well, John's got the green. Nigel's got the green. He's now into chase mode. Good 60 foot for Nigel. 1.79 at the 8th mile. He's doing 77. He's not going to catch him though. John Gallant goes through with a 17.04 to a 13.68.
200s off his dial in there. Nice one, John.
Oh, red light for Simon McGee. Eager to get on the trailer and going home, clearly. But Ian will take the automatic win and roll on. How close can he get to 16.10? Well, 15.60 on a 15 and So Phil Jones, currently third in the championship, taking on Sylvia Purcell. This is her second ever event in VW Sportsman. Phil is currently out in front, 14.60 on the board, and goes 15.03. Rolls on to the next round. Sylvia goes through with a 16. Green light for Caitlin, and a red light for Justin. The red dwarf goes red. Caitlin rolls on to the next round. Let's see how close she can get to a 17.15. Well, Justin will take that.
We're not that far away, so it is round 1 eliminations for Street Eliminator. Your first pair then, Rob Carter and Elliot Day. Busy day for Rob, actually, double classing. Been running in VW Pro, but back into Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, taking on Elliot Day. Now, Rob qualified well with a 908. Elliot with a 1092. Don't forget, it was a one-shot qualifier. So the numbers are a little bit academic, really. This is all about racing now. Whoever gets to the top end first will win. No breakouts. This is heads up. So it's the Passat taking on the 33 Willis. Oh, Elliot goes red. Oh, such a shame, because that was a good looking launch. Rob late off the line. Elliot goes 8.88. Rob Carter goes 8.80, but it is Rob that takes the win. Cherry on the tree, unfortunately, there for Elliot.
His crewman just looks astonished.
Yeah. It was an 0.3 red. Oh, it was that much. But well done to Rob, who takes the win. But a great drive there from Elliot. Next pair, Tony Higgs, Mark Sheridan. The winner of this race is Rob Carter in the next round. Well, fair to say, Tony Higgs, his qualifying shot of 10.68 was a checkout pass. I think he wanted a bit more. Mark Sheridan, though, qualified number 2.
Bobbed through. He just rolled through stage.
Oh no, so it is a freebie for Tony Higgs. Mark Sheridan bumped through stage. Oh, and the turbos are well and truly wound up there. 8.65, 1.77 there for Tony. But, oh yeah, curses there for Mark Sheridan. Bumped through stage. Next pair, Andy Bond taking on Joe Stevens. So Joe Stevens with the Cresta. Call me Al. Engine from his Sunbeam Stiletto. Going alongside Andy Bond, the ugly sister. Number 1 qualifier with a 7.45. But then he did get 6 runs in on Friday. Andy Bond away. Well, we could see the 7s and 200 again. Oh, well, we nearly saw the 200. How about 199? And a 7.39. 11 flat, 132 there for Joe. But it is Andy into the second round, and he gets a bye into the semis. Al Mack taking on Nick Hale.
Al Mack just literally back from Sweden. Can't believe that he did the last event and then drove straight to Sweden.
Weird twist on this. They misunderstood the distances between each racetrack on the route.
Did they?
Yeah, it turned out to be a hell of a lot further than they thought, but they got it done. And they, as Al openly said, got the wrong tyres for the event. Oh, yeah, a couple of spots. Isn't that typical? Come back from the lunch break and you get that. That's just not fair. Just not fair. A couple of spots in the air. They'll dissipate pretty quickly, hopefully. But if we've got a couple of spots in the air, we've got to see what they do first before we continue. But yeah, Al Mac. The best story from that, though, is Kai McSweeney. Now then, the crew flew out to catch up with Al, and they got to the airport, and Kai's passport only had 6 weeks on it, which wasn't enough. But he goes, yeah, but I'll be there and back in a week. And they said, no, you've got to have longer than that on your passport. So they wouldn't let him fly.
Okay.
So obviously the other two went, and Kai had to make his way back home. And he basically said, well, I ain't giving up on this. So he went home, jumped in the car, drove down to Dover, and chanced his arm. They booked him a ferry. Al booked him a ferry, chanced his arm, got on the ferry, made the crossing, all A-OK, and then he had to go through 2 more borders to get to Sweden, and he got through them, and he got to the track, and he met up with the team.
Nice.
So, so it's like, I think it was like 1,500 miles he had to drive, but he got it done. That's the first time he'd ever driven abroad, first time driving a left-hand drive, left driven on the wrong side of the road. Unbelievable.
Well.
Right, so that's James Murray just breaking the beams to take his win, because obviously no sign of Al Williamson. Great shame there for Al. So James Murray literally just breaking the beams there.
Looking into the parent lanes, we've got Oklahoma Willie, the jet truck, and VW Pro round 2. Eliminations coming up very, very soon.
All right, so James Murray can head back to the pits now. I chatted with James, I think it was at the last meeting actually, and that's fact, yeah, the spots have disappeared and the next pair coming forward. Yeah, talking to James, he said, oh no, I've got the 9-second cover, I think I need to tidy it up a bit. I said, James, don't you dare do that. Don't you dare. You leave it exactly as it is. It just looks a proper sleeper.
Definitely.
And so I think he is going to leave it as it is. So this now is the last pair in Street Eliminator, Al Mac and Nick Hale. Well, not the way that James wanted to win that, but James and Dave heading back to the pits. And they will be taking on the winner of this pair. Al Mac with the Evolution Volvo 162. And of course, Nick Hale with the Mercedes. Well, Al Mac powering through for the win here. 8:06, 150 mile an hour. Let's see what Nick's got for us. 10:74, 123. Nicely done, Nick. But it is Al Mac that is through. So your pairings for round 2. You're going to be Andy Bond on a bye run. Al Mac taking on James Murray. Then Tony Higgs taking on Rob Carter. And that's an important one because whoever wins that pairing gets a bye in the semis to the final. Oklahoma Willie. The jet bus is here.
Ooh, and Fire Force 2 has just arrived as well.
So around about 10.5 seconds, 150 mile an hour pass is what he achieved last time. More of the same. It is a little bit warmer than it was earlier though. So yeah, we're going to get toasted now.
We're ready.
I'd love to work in the MOT station where he takes us to each year.
Yeah.
Because although it's MOT exempt, he still gets it tested every year. And he said, how on earth do I test that? But no, obviously the jet is only for strip use. Proper sheets of flame coming out the back of Oklahoma Willie here.
Well, that's probably toasty up here.
So Oklahoma Willie then just coming up to the line. So here goes Perry Watkins then with Oklahoma Willie just bringing the bus into the stage.
Ian gets toasted on the start line as usual.
146 miles an hour, 1085, but into that headwind. But nevertheless, a fantastic pass once again for Perry and Oklahoma Willie, the jet bus. All right, well, if one jet wasn't enough, how about Fire Force number 2? Just coming round underneath the tower. Martin Hill. Fair to say he's been involved with jets for a long, long time now, 40-odd years. And let's not forget, he's also had other people drive his jets. He's also got the jet bike as well, which was built as part of a project. Never appeared on a drag strip, and Martin likes to concentrate on the cars, of course. So last time we're going to see Martin this weekend. No doubt he will be here for Ultimate Streetcar in a couple of weeks' time. But which one will he bring out? That is the question. So obviously need to get Martin into position. The support vehicle needs to be in the correct place as they have an umbilical cord between the two of them, with the pressure vessel, of course. So, yeah, quite a process we know about starting up the jet cars. So, jet turbine then for Martin Hill. In actual fact, Fire Force 2 was the first jet car outside of North America to complete a 5-second run on the drag strip. And that was quite a few years ago now.
Looking into the lanes.
What we
Got
got over
VW
there?
Sportsman have made their way down. VW Pro already lined up and good to go. Tom Herbert will be taking on Michael Mooney. A nice matchup between Sam Young and Graham Fairhead coming up as well.
Ooh, yeah.
So a number of our championship leaders, should we say, all into the second round in both VW Sportsman and VW Pro.
So basically, Ed is hoping that Sam
Oh,
can be his
100%.
new best friend.
Yes, yes.
Simple as that.
100%. Well, just looking at the points at the moment, right? Ed's on 1,820. Graham's on 1,460. James 1,340, and Danielle 1,370. So they're all,
they're all there or thereabouts.
They're all there and thereabouts. But obviously, the last three there are all still in, gaining points on Ed. So his lead is going to trickle down a little bit.
It's going to diminish.
Yeah. Right, here we go again.
The tower's going to rock. So Richie once again walks out front, conducts his own orchestra. That is, of course, the Force Jam.
Surprised they don't have a different song for each car. Okay. Here we go then. So the danger zone. When the jet is out in front of the tower, the jet pulses hit and shake this place. So Richie gets Martin Hill into full stage. Here he goes. Richie's going to wave to the grandstand. Feel free to wave back. He's going to wave at the banking. For the final time at Bug Jam, 36, Martin Hill takes to the track with 5 balls 2. Away you go, sir. In a tower shaking, 196 at the 8th, and a 6.008. 258 miles an hour. Closes off Martin Hill's weekend with 5 balls 2.
Do you know, I'm convinced that jet gets fiercer each time it comes round, because those second blips, when he's got the jet fully wound up, very, very fierce indeed. But there goes Richie and the gang to go and collect Martin from the top end, as we now look around the corner to see the lanes chock-a-block
full of
with
VWs.
VW Pro and Sportsman.
So VW DLC Pro are coming up first. Thomas Herbert at the head of the lanes. He's going to be taking on Michael Mooney, and Thomas is on the roll. Here we go. Second round of the eliminations here at Bug Jam. As we said earlier, bonus entries mean bonus prizes, or bumper entries means bumper points. Thomas, I believe, is not. This is Tom's first race of the year. Quite easily, you can do well at this event and find yourself mid-pack in the championship.
But isn't it the car's third event of the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's, I think Lawrence drove it.
Driven it, and then yeah, Lawrence drove it at Easter. Tom did door slammers. I did main event with it, and now it's back out in competition. So dial-ins on the board. 12:20 and 12:30. So Michael Mooney is going to leave first, but almost simultaneously as the lights come down, we've got a green light drag race. Tom Herbert is out in front already. And so at this point, Tom is just be gauging. He's slowed down a little bit. He's allowed Michael Mooney to drive around him at the top end, but the winning's going to go in Michael Mooney. Tom must have missed a gear there, unfortunately, losing him the race. Massive advantage with the reaction time, but surely the only thing could have been that he missed a shift. So Tom Herbert is out. Next up, our champ.
Oh, can I add some spice to the pot?
Go on then.
Whoever wins this gets a bye.
Oh, okay, so a bye run on the line. Current number 2 in the championship, Graham Fairhead. He gets the green light. Sam gets the green light as well. Now he's going to try and chase him down. Mid-track, 104 to 124, but Graham's going to get there first and goes through with a very tasty 10.68 on 10.60.
Perfect ET for Sam Young. I mean, talk about perfect. 9.2 with all the zeros. Second one of the weekend, but the reaction time hurt him.
Does earn himself £125 from BJ Bates Electrical.
Hey, well done, Sam.
There you go. Congratulations, Sam. So look at that. The team are going to go kick him now for his reaction time.
Yeah. But absolutely bang on perfect, but doesn't get the Eurodragster Twister money. That had already gone.
quick enough. Bosch.
Next up, Ian Dale and James Hodson.
That's it. So James currently third in the championship. We've got a green light drag race. A little hop, skip and a jump from Ian Dale, and James is way out in front at the moment. He shall be lifting his foot off at the finish line, making sure he doesn't go quicker than 11:40. He goes 11:75 and rolls on to the next round. So next up, Daniel Coppin. Charles in a 12-1 this time. He's taking on Dave Crowhurst. Dave Crowhurst almost ran a perfect ET in round number 1 of eliminations. This time he does a 9:40. So Daniel's going to leave the line first. And around about 3 seconds later, Dave Crowhurst is going to be in full send mode. He's been down into the 9-point freeze with this car before. So let's see. A very polite reaction time, should we say, for Danielle there, as Dave's in chase mode and he drives around her and lifts like a bracket racer. Goes through with a 950 on a 940. All of a sudden, Dave Crowhurst is a bracket racer. Fortunately, Danielle out in round 2. So, next pairing, it's going to be James Gould with the Altered, as the guys and girls are told to shut down. Phil Norman underneath the tower as well with this absolutely gorgeous overbuild, fully built by himself at Brickfield Autos.
I have news. Right, after VW Pro, obviously, and VW Sportsman, around about 3:30, 4 o'clock, we aim to have the Pro modified round, but also the bike as well, the Force of Nature.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's going to be put in a run-in today.
It's been sitting here all weekend.
Yeah, yeah. The world record-setting steam-powered bike of Graham Sykes. I have never. Well, I was here when it ran, but I was in the pits when it actually put that pass in, and I missed it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. But basically, you can't believe that steam could give that bike such huge performance. I mean, 6-second pass from a steam-powered bike. Look forward to seeing that. So we just got one pair to go in Pro. They're underneath us.
Well, the guys are just doing a little check at the top end of the track. A little bit of precipitation maybe in the air. That's what it is. So they're just doing the, what we call the Santa Pod slide. But waiting to hear through.
Well, whatever it is, it's going to disappear pretty quick.
Yeah, that's it. It is pretty warm out there today. Which is
yeah, but Callum's still got his hoodie on, so it's not that warm. He's our barometer.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Well, it's so good to see so many people still on site.
Yeah.
I'm looking around. There's no queues to get out. I love it. People hanging on. Quite a few gaps in the campsite already. Look at it. Look, piles of rubbish all in one area. So tidy.
Yeah, I've got to say a big shout out to the Santa Pod site team.
Yes.
They just didn't stop. For example, after the main stage on Friday night, and obviously in the dance tent after Carl Cox, you know, there was a huge amount of clearing up to do. They were on it straight away. They were the main stage area was cleared on Friday night, ready for the show and shine on Saturday morning. There was not a speck of debris left at all. And well done to the site team here. Worked very hard in the night.
Definitely a very busy time. Obviously, Mopar's coming up next weekend. Straight after that, USC Ultimate Streetcar. Again, it's going to be Santa Pod's busiest event of the year.
Yes.
Massive ticket sales for the Ultimate Streetcar this year. It's going to be a fabulous event. 3 days of Run What You Brung. In fact, you can even, like Bug Jam these days, you can arrive early on the Thursday as well. So plenty of action coming up on that weekend. First weekend of August, that is. So, cars are instructed to fire up again. And they're given the signal to do their burnouts. So, Phil Norman with the oval beater. Last run dialed a 12.99 and ran a 13 flat. It's going to be taken on wibbly wobbly there. James Gould. He's been really dialing in the altered VR6 Turbo. Last run was a 10.01. I thought you were cuddling me then. What's going on? Okay, so Phil double bulbs. James creeps up slowly. He's going to take his time. He's going to get on the trans brake. Build up the boost. Bumps the car in. Wow. Phil misses the gear there, so James knows he's just got to drive around and make sure he lifts at the top end of the track to take the round win, which I'm pretty sure he's going to do. And he goes through with a 10.78 at 100 miles an hour, so definitely lifts off. He was doing 100 at the 8th and 100 at the finish line. Doesn't need to polish chute, so easy for turnaround as James Gould is into the next round. What kind of pairings do we have?
James Gould and Dave Crowhurst.
Nice.
Graham gets the bye, and then James Hodson takes on Michael Mooney.
Oh, nice, nice. Right. VW Sportsman. Don't forget, this weekend, VW Sportsman once again won the Pro versus Sportsman shootout. So there is £750, including the donations from the club racers and BJ Bates Electrical, going on top of the prize fund for this weekend. So this is going to be a hot fight for VW Sportsman to win this weekend, because there is some serious cash on the line. Lorraine Large dials in a 15.95 to a 17.35. John Gallant's going to leave the line first. We've got a green light drag race, and it's going to be all the way to the finish line.
Well, Lorraine closing in on
real quick.
John. Yeah.
The thing is, we have to be careful with these races, because VW Sportsman, there's a lot of road cars, and they can be listening on the radio. So we try not to give much away.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Lorraine went way too quick there. 15.79 breakout. Took the stripe by 0.36 of a second. She had a good light as well, 0.1 compared to John's 0.27, but a 17.37 gets the win. And not only that, gets a bye in the next round.
Oh, very nice. Next up, Jerry Sadler, our #1 qualifier, taking on Ian Dance with the Mark 8 Hybrid Golf. Both cars away. It looks like Jerry is already caught up with Ian. He's just staying out in front at the moment. 15.71 is Jerry's dial at the top end as he starts to lift. And the win does indeed go to Jerry Sadler, 15.85 on a 15.71. All right, next up, Jordan Clark taking on Polly Judge. Polly Judge electing to stick with the same dialing, 16.41 to a 14.10 for Jordan. So Polly's going to be leaving first, and Jordan with the TDI, very, very easy to be seen, luminous Golf, will be chasing her down. Both cars going simultaneously. Polly's lights drop. Jordan goes red, unfortunately, so hands the win to Polly Judge. As Jordan makes his way down, trying to catch up with Polly. So what's Polly going to get? Oh, breakout, 16.35 and a 14.07 for Jordan. All right, next pair. Philip Jones, #3 in the championship. He's just seen #4 Polly Judge go through to the next round, so he needs to keep the momentum going. I believe we're yet to see Morgan come round and take her second round run yet. Andrew Bambrick is round the corner as well. Nigel Gregg's still in. Hazel Carter's still in. So basically all of our top 9 in the Sportsman Championship are all still in this race. So a little bit of squeegeeing going on.
I thought he's gone deep, but actually it was the marshal's foot that triggered the beams.
So Rhys Taylor, another one of the new generation racers. I think he's either 16 or 17 years old. He's taking on Phil Jones with the Dragon Wagon. Dial-ins 1450 and 1640. The lights come down. Oh, bit of a bog from Phil. Now he's back on the power. Looks like Phil's just got his nose out in the front. 80 miles an hour to 75. And the win, he's on the brakes, and Rhys takes it with a 1483. Well judged on the stripe there. Number 3 in the championship is out. Next up, our reigning champion and currently number 1 in the points, Paul Robinson with the R32 Audi TT, taking on Connor Jones with the Passat. 1485 takes on 1713. Connor's going to be leaving the line first. He gets the green. Oh, we've got a race. We've got a race. So it's now down for Paul Robinson to catch Connor Jones up at the top end of the track. It's going to be very tight towards the finish line. And the win is going to go to... It goes to Connor. Paul Robinson is out again early for the second race going. 1484. Loose.
Got there first, but broke out.
All right, next up. Steve Stone got a bye run. He took out Lawrence Clark in the first round. This will be Steve's first race with his new car. He's running on the treaded tyres at the moment. He's looking to get some track time this weekend. Dials in a 15 flats. And goes through with a 16.01. Next up, Kaz Waterhouse with the Menopause Audi TT taking on Andrew Bambrick with the Mark II VR6. Andrew dials in a 13.5. Kaz dials in a 1550. Andrew took the win at the Sportsman Nationals just a couple of months ago. We've got a race on. Andrew Bambrick is chasing down hard, coming up to the 1,000 foot. Trying to catch up Kaz. She's still out in front at the moment, but the win goes to Andrew Bambrick with a 1353. He is into the next round. So,
yeah, Kaz got there first, but broke out, unfortunately.
So that is our number 1 in the championship out. Number 2 is still yet to run. Number 3, Philip Jones. He, what did Phil do? And Polly Judge, she's through. Andrew Bambrick's through. Right, next up, Nigel Gregg takes on Dave Sherritt, usually found in the Dark Avenger. He's racing the VW Lupo 1.4 litre this weekend. As Nigel tries to catch him with the Audi A6. Coming to the finish line, and the win goes to the Kestrel Beer Lane. Nigel Gregg rolls on to the next round. 16.03 on a 17.47. Right. Well, for sure, these two have never met in racing before. Caitlin Wilson taking on Lee Huxley in the wife's whip. The lights come down almost simultaneously. We've got a green line drag race. Caitlin Don is a 17.70. Lee Huxley a 17.47. 60 miles an hour to 62. And at the finish line, the win goes to Caitlin. She is through. 1772 on a 1770. Breakout for Lee Huxley, the end of his weekend. I think most of our interlopers are dropping.
You got John Crawford taking on Steve Metcalf to come. Reese taking on Hazel down here. And that's the last two pairs.
There we go. Right, so Hazel Carter taking on Reese Finney. So Hazel trying to catch Reese at the top end of the track. Here she comes, drives around the Lupo. 15.50 is what she asks. 15.22 is what she gives. Big old breakout there for Hazel. Reese Finney rolls on to the next round. 17.18 on a 16. Right, John Crawford taking on Steve Metcalf. This is our final pair of VW Sportsmen. Straight after this, we got a match race with the boss, and we have got some nitro round the corner coming up. So watching on the live stream, give it a share, give it a like, drop a comment, and let's watch the lights drop. Green light, green light. Well, John is already out in front. Lifting off the throttle already. He's looking over to look where Steve is. And the wind, has he lifted too much? He has not. John Crawford rolls on to the next round. 16.76 to 16.20. So a 16.93.
Right, the next match race between Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb 55 Chevy and Roaring Rat the 57 Chevy of Keith Bartlett. It's 1-0 to Jason at the moment, purely because Keith went red on the first matchup. The Darlings then, they both run in Gasser Circus, don't forget. Jason looking for 11.07, Keith 10.25. Oh, no. Hanging around, not keen to go in. Jason goes in first. Keith goes in. Jason will be leaving first. He goes green. Keith goes green. And no shift of gear there for KB. So Jason goes 11.22 to take that one. 0.3 light as well. So nicely done there for Jason. And yeah, certainly. The Roaring Rat left okay, but just didn't shift. But no doubt we'll be back round for another one later on as we look into the lanes. And it's nitro time. And we have the nitro bug down there. And we also have the final of Fuel Funny Car. Do not go anywhere, especially if you love fast nitro cars, because the nitro bug, I'm not quite sure who's going first, but we will soon find out. But Andy Raw with the nitro bug was due to have a match race with Carl. Unfortunately, Carl broke the engine in the car, so unfortunately that didn't happen. And so it was due to race Andy Robinson, but Andy was having issues. But Kev Slyfield said, I'll have some of that. So Andy Raw and Kev Slyfield ended up having a match race. Very, very entertaining indeed. And just looking down there, I think we've only got one funny car. Steve Ashdown is walking around in civvies down there. Oh, what a shame. I was so hopeful for a cracking funny car final, but alas, I don't think it's going to be. But nevertheless, Steve Ashdown has had an awesome weekend. Made it through to the final, had one of the best burnouts I've ever seen from a nitro funny car. And the car and the team, everybody just looking so, so good. But this isn't what isn't what Steve wanted. So it is going to be a solo then for Kevin Kent. Well, fair to say Kevin's had a pretty awesome weekend as well, let's not forget. Resetting the European record for Nitro Funny Car this weekend, over 1,000 foot, 4.18, 291 miles an hour. Or if you want it exactly, 4.187, 291.25 miles an hour. And I tell you what, they wanted to extend that when they came around for their second qualified. They basically left the settings again, just tweaked them just a tiny bit. But that little tweak just overpowered the track. And it didn't quite work out that way. But nevertheless, he's on a solo in the final here, so got a funny feeling they'll go for it. Because Kev doesn't know how to not go for it, basically. I think it's the best way to put that. Kev, if he has a chance to hit the loud pedal and keep it buried, then that's what he'll do. They don't get enough track time throughout the season, so what track time they do get, they really do want to make the most of it. But huge commiserations down there to Steve Ashdown. Steve, gutted, mate. I really wish you could have been part of this. So just getting Kev ready to put his run in.
That's it. Starter motor on. Bottle. Squirting in a bit of methanol into the injector hat, getting it fired up, slicking it over to nitromethane. Final checks on the computer before the bodywork is lifted down into position. Thumbs up given.
Good strong burn out there for Kevin Kent. I think I've actually just sussed out why Steve hasn't made the run, actually, because Lee was exhausted from all of his running back. So he couldn't get a backup guy. Okay, so then, Nitro Funny Car final. Kevin Kent from the West End Motorsports team with the Monte Carlo down there. All he needs to do is break the beams to get the win, but that's not what Kevin's about. He's got an opportunity here to really go A to B flat out, and if he can, he will. So Kevin bringing up the West End Motorsports. GSI Insurance supported Nitro Funny Car up to the line. He's in the Kestrel beer lane. Car sounding good and strong as the final crew member backs away. It is all now Kevin Kent. What's he got for us here at Bug Jam for the Funny Car final? He went for it. There is no question at all he went for it. But he got out of the groove, got into tyre shake, crossed the centre line, whacked the 330 block for good measure. Actually crossed the line at 92 miles an hour. And he got there in 7 seconds. But he really did take the long way round. So Kevin Kent there. Let's have a quick look at the short numbers there. 0.95 to 60 foot. He has been quicker than that. And let's say 2.6 seconds into the run, he wiped out the 330 block. But nevertheless, he does actually take the Funny Car title here. But well done to Kevin. A great weekend for the team. Not the run they wanted in the final, but It is the big trophy for Kevin, and of course that new European funny car record. And he'll be extremely pleased with that. But just looking at the tyre marks, it just went into tyre shake about 150 foot out. Car got very, very loose indeed, and sort of crossed the centre line at the 330.
It's at that point Steve Ashdown's like, I'm so glad I wasn't racing.
Yeah. Okay, give a huge round of applause. That is the record-setting West End Motorsports team on their way to pick up Kevin from the top end. And that's the fact the quad is already hooked up to Kevin. They're towing him down to the shutdown area. And by the time the West End support vehicle gets there, they'll be picking him up from round the corner. Well, if one nitro car wasn't enough, in actual fact, he's taking the second exit. He's not going all the way down to the end, and the track is already clearing. It's going to be the nitro bug that's going to be coming round the corner next. The best for this car is in the low six. I'd love to get a 5-second pass. I know Carl really does want that from the car. As does Andy, as does Christian, as does the whole team. Sponsored and supported by Cool Flow, amongst others. Cool Flow, big involvement this weekend as well. But it is the Nitro Bug. Are they off to Hockenheim this year, do you know? They normally do.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but that is a complete fan favourite. If you run a VW Nitro and you go to Germany, then yeah, you are an instant fan favourite over there.
Anything VW is a
Oh,
favourite.
yeah. But Carl Harrison, the man out front there, a tuner in demand these days, fair to say. Not only does he tune the Nitro Bug, he also tunes Simon Barlow's Outlaw Anglia. And I believe they still got the alternate home as well, actually, for Rod. I don't know if that's been moved on yet. But if it hasn't, that should have done, because that's a cracking car.
Well, I was going to say someone's got their legs open astride at the top, but now they've closed it and doing a slide. Or he's just pointing in the direction to sled over. So hopefully this won't take too long. We've got Outlaw Flat 4 behind us in the lanes, and Street Eliminator have come to join us as well.
I think I just saw Lee Huxley driving out with his wife's car. Either that or Mrs. Huxley's got the car back, one or the other.
So it's not a race car anymore.
It identified as a race car this weekend.
And he did well. And thank you very much to Lee for coming, and all of the other races are coming to join in this weekend. It makes it exciting. I'm just gutted we didn't get all the qualifying runs in.
And that massive bump spot.
Yes. Oh well, there's always next year.
Indeed.
And of course, again, if anyone out there in the Grand Centre or the banking, if you took part in Run at Ya Brung on Friday, and you maybe want to look into getting involved with some drag racing, and especially with the VWs, come and check out VWDLC.com or VWDLC on Facebook or VWDLC TV on our YouTube channel. And as you can see, there's a wild variety of vehicles, from all-out race cars to your daily drivers. You race to what budget you have. And it's all about having fun. As you've seen over the weekend, multiple PBs all around. A little bit of car swapping going on. If anyone breaks, like I said, if someone breaks a car, you just go to your neighbour and go, "Who are using that car? If it's parked up, can I borrow it for the weekend?"
It's not quite the same thing, but it's almost like having a bowl of keys and you pick one out and say, right, which car have I got?
So, Outlaw Flat 4 to... How many pairs have we got left in Outlaw Flat 4?
Not quite sure, actually, because the only ladder I haven't got. Well,
Oh.
unless it's disappeared. Need to do some checking on the paperwork.
Street Eliminator, I can see the Capri, and of course Rob Carter with the Passat. I'm sure everyone here is going to be cheering on the Passat, being a VW event. He's definitely got a job to do to be able to get all the way to the final. So. loads of people still here on the bank and on the grandstand. Again, thank you very much. Hopefully you're just soaking up the sun. Probably maybe even drying out after yesterday. Torrential rain everywhere at the site. But it was so good to see the Ibiza Orchestra. With so many people outside just dancing in the rain, not a care in the world. As the tractor makes his way back down. Is he going to park up, or is he going to go for another run? Oh. Right, so yeah, Nitro FM. Play a tune while we wait. Keep everyone entertained.
Okie dokie, it is Nitro time once again, and this time it is the Nitro Bug of Andy Raw. Just fired up behind us. So we're putting an exhibition pass in for us here at Bug Jam. Lovely drifting burn up there for Andy.
The last pass was to around about the 8th mile, wasn't it, on his first one this morning?
Yeah. Yeah, it looked good. So in actual fact, I mean, although this is a newish team, this team has actually been together for quite a while, actually, with Steve Taylor, Andy Raw, Carl Harrison. They all worked together on Rod Harrison's top methanol car back in the day. Oh, leaning out, actually not going to take the run. They've obviously spotted something that they're not happy with. Curses. Oh, what a shame. We were really hoping to see a good pass then from the Nitro Bug team, but if there is a way that they can run, they will definitely run it, and they wouldn't have shut it off for any reason. But they would always try to get the running, but they are going to take it back to the pits. They've obviously spotted something that not happy with. So Andy instructed to shut the engine off, and they'll get it back to the pits. But that's the wonderful world of Nitro for you. No point risking it. Right, so as we look round into the lanes, Outlaw Flat 4 and Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And it is going to be Outlaw Flat 4 that will be coming round the corner first. It's eliminations round 1 for them. Despite the big entry from Outlaw Flat 4, only 6 of them managed to get a qualifier in, so we've got 3 pairs about to come at you. And here comes the first one. Dave Wheatley and Christine McKinney. So the double cross taking on the Doodlebug. So heads up, no dial-ins. First to the finish line will win. Well, Dave Wheatley out in front, disappearing into the distance. And it is Dave Wheatley that goes through with a 10.10 at a nice 142 mile an hour. Christine just crossing the line there, 15.63 at 71. Next pair, Adam Lowe. Taking on Stu Hodgson. So you got the Flat Out Beetle taking on Strip Poker. Forget about what they ran in qualifying. I'm not even going to tell you. It's all about whoever gets to the top end first. One-shot qualifying doesn't really give us anything to work with. Stu Hodgson out in front here. I don't know if Adam has got a reply at the moment. No, it is going to be Stu Hodgson that takes that with a 10.40 at 128. So it's Stuart that's through. Adam goes through there with a 13.24, coasting to 64 mile an hour at the strike. Last pair then, James Wooten taking on Mark Pascoe. Now the winner of this will get a bye in the next round. So quite an important round of racing this one, because whoever wins this gets a bye into the final. Well, Mark actually hasn't left the line. So it is James Wooten with the VW Performance Beetle that's going to go through with a 10.32 at 133. Well, all 3 cars with win lights scored a 10-second run, so that will bunch things up for the next round. Actually just going to give Mark a time run now, time trial run, as he didn't actually leave the line, but he's there. So going to get a time trial running whilst he's down there. A nice 12.17 at 109. Well done, gang. Shame we couldn't actually make the race, but nevertheless got a good time trial run in there, so that was worth doing. Right, we look into the lanes to see 760 heads up and made their way down. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator are in the lanes. But also, the Nitro Bug is coming forward. Whatever the issue was, it looks like they've sorted it. So they're bringing the Bug back into position. Will not need a big burnout at all, actually. I wouldn't have thought. So we are going to get to see the car run. Okay, Angry Bottle. Leads pulled, engine SARS. Yeah, short and burnout from Andy this time. Once again, the smell of nitro fills the tower.
It's a lovely smell on a Sunday afternoon, isn't it? So, Cool Flow all over this and all over Bug Jam as well.
So it's all down to Andy Roll now. What's Oh, lovely double step off the line. He caught that very, very quickly indeed. Got back on the gas, but the car started drifting just past the 330. Took a wiggle, and Andy very, very sensibly backed out of it. But that was getting a little bit loose out there. Still goes through with an 885 at 98. It was a 110.60 foot there. But it's so good to see that car run once again. But well done to the Nitro Bug team. So good that you actually managed to get that running. And a little sigh of relief and get that car back to the pits and just relax for a little while. But nicely done.
Double stepping off the start line
yeah.
as well.
Well, that was so well caught.
So, just looking onto Facebook now, it said, obviously, as a few people start to leave, internet starts to return.
Ah, yes.
I've just seen a post from Hayburner magazine. They were doing that competition this weekend. Michael Johnson was the person who won the 1976 single cab. Sean Kirkland won the cab mats. Paul Hage won the Bug Tech shifter. And Mark Sutton won the Rusty Lee Rock and Roll Man. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as the Nitro Bug team head up to hook up to Andy Raw at the top end of the track. And also Mark Smith won the wheel. So hopefully some of those people were here at Bug Jam. That would be great, especially if the winner of the single cab was here as well. We'll never know. The winners have been contacted. I just literally thought about it and I was like, oh, my phone hasn't rang, so I clearly did not win. So looking into the lanes, we've got 760 heads up and we have got Street Eliminator, which are just being called right now.
Yeah, don't forget, we do have the steam bike as well.
Yes.
But that will run after we've done our next round of eliminations.
Okay.
Obviously, it takes about 15 minutes to clean up after the steam bike, but fortunately, it's just water.
Yep, that's it.
But if you've never seen that, it is certainly worth watching. It really is. But here we go. Rob Carter, the man who's been double classing this weekend, going alongside Tony Higgs, who only had an engine like a day or two ago. Unbelievable that they managed to get the car back together. But the twist on this pairing, whoever wins it gets a bye into the final.
Oh, nice.
Looking what they did on the previous pairing, Rob Carter went 8.80 when he put Elliot Day away. Or Elliot put himself away, actually, went red. Tony Higgs went 8.65, but Mark Sheridan, as we know, bumped through stage. So, Tony Higgs and Rob Carter, the winner, goes into the semis, where there is a bye run into the final. Well, Rob Carter is away, and it is going to be Rob Carter that takes the win here with an 8.32 at 169 miles an hour. Tony Hicks with a 10.45 at 124. But Tony can now breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that's a bit, my weekend is done. I've got a car that works now, I can start tuning it. But Rob Carter
into the final.
Into the final.
We've got a VW in the final at Bug Jam in Street Eliminator.
Al Mack and James Murray, your next pair. Al Mack has probably done more miles than anybody this year, and I include Andy Bond in that because obviously Al drove to Sweden and then drove all over Sweden as well. Well, James moved about that much. And Al Mack just lifting off the gas. He knows that he's safely through. 9.30 at 117, which is exactly the same speed he ran at the 8th mile. So Al Mack into the semis. Right, Andy Bond, all he needs to do is break the beams. And he will be into the semis where he will race Al Mack. So bizarrely, if Andy can break the beams, which I'm pretty sure he will, it'll be 3 cars into the semis, which were the top 3 from Street Weekend.
Oh, there you go. So he's on the move. We've got our 760 heads-up class around the corner. Also, VW Sportsmen are making their way down for their final 16 round.
Yeah, I think it's after VW Sportsmen we get to see the steam bike.
Okay, cool. So does the steam bike have the same sort of build-up as a rocket bike? Is there any...
Well, I've never seen it run, so I don't know.
We don't know, so we're just going to be here going, ooh.
I know they're very special dedicated like trolley for it, where it actually is a lot higher up in the air. So whether that's for the steam system, I don't know. But,
okay.
Very, very clever piece of kit. Graham Sykes is a brilliant engineer. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin off there, trying to see what the track would hold. Data gathered, I think, guys. Yeah, thought so. Coasting through to 11.72 at 91. No easy rides from now on, though. Andy and Al in the semi-finals. Right, 760, heads up. Looking forward to this. And I think it's Darren and Mark. Yep, the first pair coming round. Darren was your number 1 qualifier, went 7.72, and then in eliminations round 1 against Brian Pateman went 7.75. Mark Turner qualified with a 7.80. Got past Kev Jenkins. And bizarrely, you got 2 cars absolutely made for 760. Down with the Cortina from Wildcat Drag Racing. The car has been, I think, 767, if memory serves me right. And Darren really does drive this like he stole it. It really does twist off the line. Mark Turner, though, with the Supra, the former Pro Mod car, way back in the day, now finds a berth in Super Pro ET. But this weekend it's 760, heads up. Both away very well indeed, side by side, all the way up the quarter mile. Difficult one to call, this one. The win light goes to Mark Turner, 773. Look at the win margin, 0.0009. Wow. Darren had an 06 light there to Mark's 0.12, but the 773 beats a 779. The win margin, 0.0009. Insanely close. And I tell you what, if Simon Groves was here, we would have the measurement on that, but we're talking inches. Definitely. 0.009. 9/10,000ths of a second. Okay, the other side of the ladder, Brendan Clancy, who ran that perfect ET in round one, 7.6007, taking on the new boy, Jack Williams. But then in round one, he got past Billy Gain, who went red. He went 8.32. Brilliant performance then from Jack, but a tough customer in Brendan Clancy to get round here. But this is drag racing, anything can happen. So Jack is into pre-stage. There goes Brendan. Jack goes into stage. Brendan, oh, and Jack rolls through. It is Brendan Clancy that's going to take his spot in the final. Lifts. Oh, well, 7.59 with a 9. How close do you want it? Oh boy, look at that. 7.59 with a 9 and a 5. Brendan Clancy. Okay, time trial run then for Belinda Bull. Well, what a weekend though for Jack, to be honest. Just the car rolling through stage. Just, I think he tried to bring it up on the revs, and the car crept forward, tried to hold it, and it just went a little bit too far. But well done to Jack this weekend. So Belinda Bull then on a time trial run. We'd like to see a 7 of some flavour. And we get one. 784 at 177.
Good run, good run. Right, rolling under the tower now is our next round of VW Sportsman. Reece Taylor taking on Andrew Bambrick. Andrew Bambrick took the win at the Sportsman Nationals a couple of months ago. Reece is one of our new generation racers. He's around about 16, 17 years old.
Oh, they are in the lanes, yeah, okay. So it's Sportsman first.
Going rounds now with the Seat Ibiza. As the guys just do a quick Santa Pod slide over the track and double check everything is A-okay. Have we got the eliminations list for VW Sportsman?
There it is.
There it is. Oh, thank you, sir.
Right, just give everybody the rundown. VW Sportsman, VW Pro, Pro Modified semi-final, then the bike.
Nice.
That is, that's what we're up to.
Nice, nice.
So yeah, plenty of stuff to come at you. You really want to see this bike though. We reckon about what, 15 minutes or so for the steam bike. If you've never seen it, it's not like Eric to Bull.
Okay.
This is totally different, but this is steam powered, and it literally just billows steam all the way up the racetrack.
Okay.
But it's dead silent on the line.
Is this going to be one of those that we have less vision because it's just steam, and we'll be like,
yeah, possibly. I said I've only seen the videos. I have not seen it live.
Exciting.
Because the time it did run, say I was doing a pit walkabout at that precise moment.
Fair enough. So just
that's right. I wasn't doing pit walkabout. I just done my one-shot qualifier in Superstock.
That's it. So looking at VW Sportsman, we have got Jerry Sadler taking on Caitlin Wilson, Reece Taylor taking on Andrew Bambrick, Steve Stone takes on John Crawford. Those two have raced before in finals as well. And Nigel Gregg is taking on Reece Finney. John Gallant has got a bye run, and Connor takes on Polly Judge. So we've got some nice matchups in there. Don't forget, number 1 in the championship, Paul Robinson. He lost in round number 1 of the event. Shock for him. Considering he come into this event with around about 180 points ahead, he's going to be losing that lead. He's going to be losing that lead. In VW Pro, Graham Fairhead, still in competition. James Hodson, still in competition. Daniel Coppin, unfortunately, out. Ed Keach, big one. Our championship leader, out in round 1. So, good photos by Per J.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so where's Callum? He's got to be around about there somewhere.
There
But,
he is.
Yeah.
He's down there.
There he is.
Super team.
Yeah, no, there's no point in hiding. You've got to be a bit more inconspicuous than wearing a green hoodie when everything else around you is grey. But no, Callum very kindly has sent us a couple of pictures of Kevin Kent's run. He should be focusing on the right-hand side of the car, but because the car was way out of shape, he's actually got the other side of the car, because the car has got completely crossed up and it's about 45 degrees to the centre line. So, yeah, brilliant shot. Unbelievable. So that's just off the back. Oh, he got the next shot where this is just before the block got wiped out.
Block destroyer.
Yeah. Kevin was trying to keep in his lane. Sparks from the header pipes. So he was trying to keep it in his lane. The car was tilted up, and actually that front wheel is actually off the ground there. Brilliant driving job there from Kevin Kent. And once again, captured by young Callum Pudge. But a big shout out to all of our photographers here at Santapod. Julian Hunt taking the photographs for Eurodragster.com. And
Mr. Blackett.
Mr. Blackett, of course, Blackett Photography. Their studio, as we know, has been probably very busy this weekend with all the shots that they've been taking. Didn't have many pictures to take yesterday, unfortunately.
No. I don't even think they got out of bed.
No.
Stayed at home. They only live 10 minutes down the road, so they were like, just text us if anything happens.
Yeah.
Like, okay. It's 4 o'clock now. I'm going to assume most activities on site are coming down to a close, maybe.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the timetable. The live action arena has actually finished. Yeah, Rust and Wrap presentations are taking place. The Cool Flow Arena have had their last show. Yeah, it's basically just the drag racing on site now. That is left. Bugwam, I think most of their activities have finished.
So it's just the drag racing, and we really do appreciate that you holding on to the bitter end.
Oh yeah.
I know a lot of people packed up and went yesterday with the torrent of rain, as you can imagine.
Actually, the Slippers, the split DJ bus with Cool Flow, they're still going. 5 o'clock, they finish off. So yeah, that's still a place to see.
So next weekend, Mopar Nationals.
Yeah.
Is that just all Run What You Brung, or is there competition?
No. There is. It's the final round of the Lifestyle Nostalgia Superstock Championship.
Okay.
I mean, it's also it's sort of like a new class, if you like. But we've got like a door slammer cars for like back half muscle cars that can't race in Nostalgia Superstock.
Okay, cool.
So because like you got certain cars that obviously have had a lot of work done to them, but make them illegal for Nostalgia Superstock, because Nostalgia Superstock does have to have leaf sprung rear ends, can't have back half cars, so we got them running. The Wild Bunch will be here. Running, although they run what you brung, they all run together, so that's how they get their racing in. But there's also like showmanship awards next weekend, best burnout, best wheelie. There's a cruise on the Friday night, so yeah, it's a proper chilled out event. But obviously it's a huge muscle car event.
Yeah.
But the big part of that is, of course, the Nostalgia Superstock last round of their championship.
Weekend after that, it is Ultimate Street Car. This is gearing up to be the largest event on the Santapod calendar this year, with pre-sales doing very, very well. So if you have not got your tickets yet and you want to come and join us for Ultimate Street Car, which is basically another car festival, much like Bug Jam, and 3 days of Run What You Brung, There's a little bit of a shootout between the sports compact guys and a decent prize pot up for grabs.
Also, next weekend, Gas Circus, forgot they were running. But also, we have Street Eliminator tryouts.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a few. Taz Racing are taking a good advantage of that. So these are basically street cars that are taking part in Street Eliminator. Some of them are regulars, but people like Michael D'Souza, Kev Preston, Dave Arnold, Darren Scannell, Tom Semper, in other words, Taz Racing are joining in.
That's it. But it'd be
So
good
that's
to get
really
some of them
good,
in.
yeah.
Because don't forget, for Street Eliminator, you just have to have a car capable of 1350.
And we got
quicker.
Nostalgia Eliminator as well, just for fun. So yeah, all
Right.
sorts of things going on.
Continuing on with our eliminations. Here you go, Colin. I know you need this to write down. Andrew Bambrick taking on Reese Taylor. Reese with the Seat Ibiza. He's going to be leaving the line first. He dials in a 1450. Oh, Andrew goes red. So Reese Taylor rolls on to the next round at Bug Jam. Andrew's just literally foot to the floor, driving it all the way through. Goes through with a breakout as well to top it all off. And Reese goes through with a very nice 14.56 on a 14.50. Congratulations.
Yeah, nicely done, Reese.
That's it.
He could be the one that goes all the way.
He could be. He could be taking GP Turbos all the way to the final. Another one of our sponsors, and that is their sponsored car. It is basically the shop car that's racing this weekend.
Well, he's down to the last 6.
Nice. Well done. The last 6?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So a couple of buys coming up in the next round.
There is a buy in the semis.
Right. John Crawford taking on Steve Stone. Now, Steve used to race a 3-door V6 4Motion, just like John Crawford, and they have met in a final before, which Steve Stone did take the win. But different event, new cars, both in the pre-stage. In goes both cars. The lights come down. Ooh. Well, so mid-track. The turbo Leon is really hunted down. John starts lifting. Didn't really need to be lifting. He's on the brakes.
Ooh,
He's
double
a
breakout.
Look at that. 15.99 on a 16.20. The reaction time, though, advantage to John. Again, with the sportsman cars, a lot of these cars are obviously road cars, and a lot of them do have radios in. So you may notice the commentary just goes a little bit different with these cars, because we don't want to give any of our drivers the edge, if you know what I mean.
All right, Nigel Gregg and Reese Finney. $15.68 plays 17 flat. It will be the Looper going first. Oh, Nigel goes straight into stage, but Reese accepted that. And there goes Reese. Nigel sets off in pursuit.
Well, 62 to 71. Nigel's catching towards the top end. They're side by side on the finish line, but the win goes to Reese with a 17.19 on a 17 flat dial. Another good light.
Yeah, 05 compared to a 0.39. Right, solo then for John Gallant with the Tucker Cat 2.
So John's been doing most of the season with his Audi TT. He's not had the best of season so far. Drags out Old Faithful, the Scirocco, because it's Bug Jam and it's a good looking car, and he wants to show it off, and he's going rounds. So 1735 is his dial. He's not going to get anywhere near that. He's taking it nice and slow. He knows he's got the win. But in the next round, he will be facing the winner of this pairing. Connor Jones taking on Polly Judge. So Polly sticks with 1641. Connor Jones goes 17-13. Got a green light drag race as we approach the 330 foot. Polly is catching Connor. This is going to go all the way to the finish line. Connor looks to be still out in front at the moment. Polly's on the brakes, and Connor goes through with a 17.36 on a 13 dial. Breakout for Polly.
Right, last pair.
So our championship leader, Paul Robinson, went out in round number 1. Caitlin Wilson is number 2 in the VW Sportsman Championship. And she is already into this next round. So she is chopping down the points lead of Paul Robinson. There's a little bit of squeegeeing going on the start line. So 1573 takes on a 1770. As we have our final pair of VW Sportsmen approaching the line, Pro Modified round the corner, and we're starting to gather Street Eliminator cars as well, as both cars roll up into pre-stage. Again, the misdemeanor Beetle is going to be leaving the line first. She's on the 2-stop. Both cars away cleanly. Coming to the mid-track, Caitlin is doing 60 miles an hour. Jerry is doing 68. Caitlin's all the way out in front at the moment. 1770 is what she wants. She breaks out with a 1755. Weekend is done, and Jerry Sadler rolls on to the next round with a 1580 on a 1573.
And then there were 6. Jerry Sadler will be taking on Reese. For whoever gets a buy into the final. John Crawford taking on the other Reese, that's Reese Finney. And then John Gallant taking on Connor Jones.
Are we on to semi-finals?
Yeah, semi-finals Pro Modified.
Of VW Sportsman?
No, quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals. Okay, so the winner of the quarterfinal, each winner guarantees themselves £75 from
All right, Wayne Nicholson in the Pro Modified. He's on a buy run here into the final. So he's going to secure himself a trophy of some description, assuming he can take the light. So the Lucky Devil Corvette, Wayne Nicholson, going to book his spot in the final here. Yeah, nicely done there. A 103 to 60 foot. That's all he needed to do, was to book his spot in the final. Half the time you sort of think, yeah, I'm going to take it all the way through, but did the sensible thing there, just calm it down, and a little bit less work to turn the car around for the final. So well done to Wayne. So now we have a race. Bobby Wallace and Andy Robinson. This for the other spot in the final. Pick your black, red and white Camaro, but different vintages, of course. Bobby Wallace with the Wallace Motorsports entry coming round into the Kestrel Beer Lane. And it'll be Andy Robinson with the Anger Management 2.0 69 Camaro with NGK spark plugs and Torco and weld into the Slick Tricks lane. If it was any other pro mod, I'd say that was a very high revving burnout, but Andy's are always quite high revving anyway. A totally different tone from the nitrous 903 cubic inch motor that you'll find in the front of Bobby Wallace's Camaro ZL1. So the supercharged car taking on the nitrous car. 521 cubic inches in Andy Robinson's car. That's round about 8.7 litres roughly, alongside 903 cubic inches. That's just shy of 15 litres, about 14.7 litre V8 in Bobby Wallace's Camaro. It's huge. You see Bobby purging the nitrous there, making sure the pressure is absolutely bang on for the run. So Annie, sister out front, Bonnie just behind. And then of course the Robinson team in the Slick Tricks lane. This is the second semi-final to see who will be racing Wayne Nicholson in the final of Pro Modified here at Bug Jam. Good looking drag race, and it looks like it's Bobby Wallace all the way to a 598 at 239 miles an hour. Great effort from Andy Robinson, 6.31 at 231. But it was Bobby all the way, 06 light, 1 second flat to 60 foot, 395 at 191 at the 8th, and 598, 239 at the quarter. That's a 203 back half there for Bobby Wallace. So Bobby marches on, and he'll be facing Wayne Nicholson in the final of Pro Modified for Motorsports UK. And of course, Bobby just collecting points left, right and centre this season.
It's quite impressive considering both the cars that are in the final are the two cars that didn't get any test runs on Friday.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Right, Elliot Day out on a time trial run.
We are literally hot lapping. VW Pro and VW Sportsman are already in the lanes.
Wow. Oh, superb bit of pedalling there for Elliot. That's a good looking run. Is it low 9? Is it in the 8s? Wow, 866? Where did that come from? 158 mile an hour, but 866. What a run! Get in there. Wow. Oh, Elliot, and he pedalled it as well. I'm sure he pedalled it.
Did,
but
he did.
866, 158. Well, let's just smash your PB into Kingdom Come with that one. Cracking run. Right, VW Pro.
Quarterfinals. So James Hodson taking on Michael Mooney. It's great to see Michael Mooney return into the drag strip with his 1303 Beetle.
Winner of this, buy into the final.
Oh, big time, big time. So the lights drop. Oh, there we go. James Hodson with a buy into the final.
Michael's so keen, he just got off the line a little bit too quick there. 03 red. And breaks out. Well, they both break out, actually. Oh
no. That happened earlier. Right, next pairing. James Gould with the VR6 Turbo Altered, taking on Dave Crowhurst with the Wanger Beetle. Dave knocked out Daniel Coppin in round 1. James Gould was taking a couple of stripes. He was our #1 qualifier with the Altered as well. Every run has been 10-0 today. So Dave Crowhurst creeps up to stage. Once again, Dave Crowhurst in chase mode on this race. He's going to wait for James to come into stage. James is obviously going to bump in as well because he's going to be the first one to leave the line. Now James is not going to want to get on the trans brake before he is now. He's starting to build up the revs. He's bumping it into stage. Green light. Dave is hard charging Around about the 1,000 foot, they're coming side to side, but the win goes. Oh, another one, 10.06 on a 10 flat. James Gould is into the next round. Dave Crowhurst breaks out on that run with a 9.35. He really had to do a catching up job after the reaction time.
Well, he couldn't win that because he got there second and broke out.
Yeah.
Right, bye run for Graham. So he will be facing off against James Gould in the semi-finals.
Well, essentially, this is full worst case scenario for Ed. Graham approaches the stripe and goes 10.69 on a 10.60 target. Everyone hitting their numbers really well in that round of a VW Pro. So in the lanes, VW Sportsman. Underneath the tower, the boss.
The bike is on its way down, folks. Look forward to seeing that. So Keith Bartlett there with Roaring Rat. Looks like it had a box full of neutrals after first gear on the previous run. So hopefully the Williams brothers have got that all sorted out for Keith as he comes round for another run. His target time is 10.25. Let's see what he's got. Same thing again. Launched well, 159 to 60 foot. Looking very keen to get off the line though. Alright, so Graham Sykes is on his way down to the start line with the bike. As we look in the lanes to see VW Sportsmen are in the lanes.
Yeah, below us as well.
And below us, of course, yeah.
There we go. So John Crawford taking on Reese Finney.
This is where we set the semis.
Here we go then. So 16.20 takes on a 17 flat. Reese Finney will be the first one to leave with the Lupo. This race, if you win, guaranteed £75 from the shootout.
Oh, John very close to running alongside there. Yeah, he's feathering the throttle now, is John. And he takes it with a 16.46 win margin, 0-1. Well judged. So the Crow Dog marches on. So John Gallant taking on
Connor Jones.
Connor Jones. Neither of them in their normal rides they would have started the season in. Seems to be a theme running here.
That's it. It's bug jam. Right, so we got 17.13 and a 17.35. So the light's going to come down almost simultaneously. 2 green lights. John currently out in front. At the 8th mile, John is doing 62 to 63 miles an hour. For Connor, they look like they're looking at each other all the way down the quarter mile. The win is going to the Kestrel beer lane. It is Connor Jones into the semi-finals. Who's he going to face in the semi-finals?
The Crow Dog.
The Crow Dog.
Win margin 0-1-4 at the stripe.
So this race is going to get a bye, I'm assuming. So this race is for a guaranteed £250 from the shootout.
So Reese Taylor, Jerry Saddle. Jerry was #1 qualifier. Gets the green light, as does Reese.
Oh, Reese bogged off the start line there. But he's getting good power now. He's catching up. So Jerry out in front, but here comes the back charge of the TD. I see it. Jerry's on the brakes at the finish line and well judged and goes through with a 16.07 at. Oh, 78 miles an hour. He's
Yeah.
on the brake. So Jerry Sadler guarantees himself £250.
He's had a good day, actually. Had a
Yeah.
bye in round 1, got past Ian Darcy in round 2, Caitlin Wilson round 3, and then Reese just there. So that's that lot sorted. As we get word now from Dan the Man. Okay, so the lanes are empty, making space for Graham Sykes. He's just making his way down now. As obviously we are getting quite close to the end of eliminations. Let's have a quick look at the ladders left. VW Sportsman, we've just seen go through there. Jerry Sadler gets a bye into the final, and then it's John Crawford and Connor Jones to fight that one out. In VW Pro, James Gould will be taking on Graham Fairhead, and James Hodson gets the bye there. In Street Eliminator, Andy Bond taking on Al Mack, and then Rob Carter gets a bye into the final for that pair. 760 heads up, we already know the final for that one. It's going to be Mark Turner taking on Brendan Clancy. Outlaw Flat 4, we got James Wooten who gets a bye into the final, and then of course it's going to be Dave Wheatley taking on Stu Hodgson. And Pro Modified, we know the finalist there is going to be Bobby Wallace taking on Wayne Nicholson. But the next track action you're going to see is going to be Graham Sykes with the Force of Nature, the steam bike. The world record setting steam bike. I've never seen it, but I've only seen the videos. He did a lot of his early runs up at Melbourne, came down to Santa Pod and went into the 6s, and it was an early shut off as well, and absolutely unbelievable. So I am really looking forward to seeing this. It's not dissimilar to a rocket, as in there is no build up, there is no like thrust to build up. It's just like turn it on and off it goes. So, be very, very interesting to see how Graham gets on. But I'll tell you what, a couple of messages from Nitro FM 96.2 as Graham makes his way down into the lanes, and then of course when he appears, we will take you back in commentary. So Nitro FM is yours just for the moment. Okay, so Graham Sykes then has this incredible machine as it is now lowered off this custom built. Wow, how come I can't? It's more than a trolley, it's more than a charging station. It is absolutely everything. But I said to you that Graham is a phenomenal engineer. And just look at this. It's the way they move the bike around. It's the way they can work on the bike. And obviously, because it's on a lift mechanism as well, very easy to work on in the pits as well. But Graham has been around the drag racing world for a long, long time now. But this, the most incredible creation I think he's ever been involved with. The Force of Nature, the steam bike, a world record-setting steam bike.
Do we do a countdown for this?
I think we do, actually. Well, yes, you do want a countdown. Okay, Graham, thank you for that, mate.
Glad we asked now instead of when he was concentrating on the bike. So there'll be a lot of people now.
Yeah, come on, there's Graham Sykes there. Come on, he's a world record holder. He's geeing himself up. He's geeing you lot up as well. Now then, let's see what Graham has got for us at Bug Jam. It's his first, it's going to be his last run of Bug Jam as well. It's just the way the weather has worked out for us this weekend. Incredible machine. Now, this is steam powered. We've seen Eric de Boer on rocket, we've seen nitro bikes, we've seen methanol bikes, but this is steam powered. Anything with a 6 in front is going to be phenomenal. And what you'll see coming out the back of the bike is purely steam. So yeah, it will look like the track has just been flooded after he's done his run. There's going to be a huge plume of steam as Graham does his run, but he's coming up now to the staging beams, and I think when Graham is ready, he'll give us the thumbs up, and we'll give him the countdown 5 to 0. So he's just nestled himself into position. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, it's going to hold.
Hold. Please hold. Barney's now committed on his
okay, right, reset. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Goodness me, that was incredible. 694, 152 miles an hour at the stripe. Oh my word. But it was the 8th mile, 411, 168 miles an hour. There is more to come from that, but wow. That was incredible. I'm glad I've seen that now. I sort of knew what to expect, but I didn't know what I was going to get. But yeah, that is just purely water on the track there, folks. Going to do a little bit of a clean up there. But Graham Sykes with the Force of Nature, 6.945, 152 miles an hour. But he was doing nearly 170 at the 8th mile.
That was cool.
That was brilliant.
I love that Darren parked a little bit too close behind and got a bit wet.
Oh, that is a proper power shower, though, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, my word.
Okay.
Well done to Graham. Thank you ever so much indeed. There is a pause as we do the track clean-up. Just look at that support trolley as well. Absolutely brilliant bit of kit there, but well done to Graham. We've got Street Eliminator semi-finals going to be coming up, but obviously we are on a track clean-up now to get rid of the water. And that was deposited by Graham there. So, Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves over, we will be back with a continuation of eliminations here at Bug Jam. 2, 1, go! Goodness me, that was incredible! 694, 152 miles an hour. Right. Oh my word.
Honey, baby, meet me just one last time. Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard.
Here we go. Ready when you are. That was an exceptionally quick clean-up from the Force of Nature steam bike there, actually, as we get ready to continue. It's Outlaw Flat 4 eliminations semi-finals coming at you.
So this has got to be like maybe the fourth run of the weekend that Stuart's put in. It was basically, it originally already planned to sit out until eliminations. He takes on Dave Wheatley with the double cross. So
Well, Dave went 10.10, Stuart went 10.40 in the last round.
I'm assuming issues for Dave there. If not, Stu just pulled away anyway. And Stuart goes through with a 10.72. 128, so rolls on to the next round.
Right, well, appearing underneath the tower now should be James Wooten. So he's going to take a bye to book his spot in the final.
So that was Stuart Hodgson getting into the final,
Yeah,
guaranteeing
yeah.
himself a trophy. Well, he's going to come up against a formidable opponent in the Outlaw Flat Flower. James Wooten with his street legal Beetle.
Really? Is that straight legal?
I'm sure it was.
Wow. He's just breaking the beams to book his spot. Well, James. So it is James Wooten going to be taking on Stu Hodgson for the final of Outlaw Flat 4. Right, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator semi-finals coming at you. Andy Bond and Al Mack, and it will be Rob Carter on a bye. Shout out actually to Rob and Trudy Slater. Rob, I know you're tuned in, and the reason I know that is because you just congratulated Elliot Day on that phenomenal PB in the Willis. So Rob and Trudy, big shout out to them. They'll be back soon, but a weekend out for them this weekend. And I tell you what, I don't know if Elliot has made his way back down in the lanes again, because Dave Day's just appeared again. And I wonder if I can catch Dave's attention. Dave, can you hear me down there? No, he's just having a mooch around. But then the double cross beetle is just going to head back to the pits. So it is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. You're going to see Andy Bond taking on Al Mack first. And then it will be Robert Carter taking his solo into the final. Well, these two finished 1 and 2 on the street weekend. It seems like an eternity ago, but it wasn't that long. But two very, very good races indeed. So this for a spot in the final of Bug Jam for Street Eliminator. So Al McSweeney then, the Volvo 162. He's owned this car for donkey's years. Going alongside Andy Bond, the ugly sister. Europe's quickest street legal car, 6.80, currently running in Street Eliminator. The record holder. Al Mack goes red. He got the jump. It went a bit too soon. So it's Andy Bond taking his spot in the final. Coasts across the line, 763 at 155. But Al Mack knew he had to try something there. 0-2 red, 0-5 for Andy. Good light for Andy. But he's into the final. He's going to be racing this man, Rob Carter. Elliot, congratulations on your run, mate. That was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Sure, I thought you were going to have another go, actually. But no, running in the mid-8s now with the Plan B Willis. But here comes Rob Carter then, with Percy the Passat. Oh, too keen. Yeah, just taking it easy there. No need to push the car too hard. So that is the final set in Street Eliminator. We move on to VW Sportsman. We're going to set the finals here as well. John Crawford taking on Connor with the Passat Estate.
What we, oh, her computer's not on there. 1720 takes on a 1620. So 1 second difference on the tree. Just waiting for a time and system reboot for 2 seconds, so just bear with us.
We've also got VW Pro semi-finalists in the lanes as well. Once Pro and Sportsman have been through, it is all final set.
Oh. There we go. So just got to input the race one numbers and then we are good to go. So who did we have? The VW Pro are down there as well. Jerry Sadler obviously has got a bye run, so he's guaranteed himself into the final. So he has got himself £250 minimum. John Crawford takes on Connor Jones, and again, the winner of this race will guarantee themselves £250. The loser will take £75 from the shootout on top of their race winnings from the weekend. Okay, the computer just rebooting again. So just bear with us 2 seconds.
Right, VW Pro semi-finals. That's real quick at those. James Gould, #1 qualifier, has made it all the way through to the semis, but he's got a tough customer there with Graham Fairhead. But to be honest, James Gould has been on brilliant form this weekend.
He has.
10 O's pretty much every single run.
I mean, he arrived this weekend with 1 goal, and that was to run a 9-second pass. So he's almost there, but I think he's going to take the consistency and would love to take this altered into a final.
That would be well and truly worthy of that. But Graham Fairhead, he doesn't win championships by being lucky. There's a lot of skill involved, and Graham does a cracking job of that with the fastback.
Most definitely. Last round, he ran a 10.69 on a 10.60 dial-in. Okay, right. I think we need to hand over to Nitro FM while Dave is digging inside the computer.
Yeah.
Nitro FM, could you just save us for a couple of seconds?
Yeah, we'll be back with you shortly, folks.
Won't be very long.
Okay, the reset and a nice 0.3 reaction time for me and Marshall there when he did the beams. Well done, sir. So, John Crawford and Connor Jones. 16:20 plays 17:20. That's an easy one to work out. 1 second between the two of them. So it will be Connor going first.
It's a big deal getting to the final at Bogjam, especially in a class that had, what, potentially 40-odd races. That's a lot of races to go through.
And it is Connor.
John Crawford goes red in the semi-finals, giving Connor Jones.
Now, we know John gets quite animated when he wins or loses in the car, and the photographers normally capture it.
He ends up there nodding away.
He's probably fist banging the steering wheel with anger. Ian, if you caught that moment, send it to us as a picture, mate. Oh dear. We commiserate with you, John, but congratulations to Connor Jones.
That's it.
He's gone into the final at Bogjam, and he will be racing this man, Jerry Sadler. He takes a bye into the final. It was only an 0.3 green. Well, only that was a cracking light there for Connor, but it was an 0.2 red. for John Crawford. Jerry Sadler goes 17.29, and he books his spot in the final. Here we go then. It is a VW Pro semi-final. James Gould, Graham Fairhead.
Okay. So, VR6 Turbo versus 20 valve turbo. Two different, completely different ways of going racing. Custom built altered chassis. Taking on the fastback. So James building up the boost, bumping into stage. The lights go down for Graham. Two green lights. The race is on. Graham's got some good speed at the 8th mile, doing 103 to James's 109. Graham's still out in front at the moment, and he does go through with a 10.97 on the 10.65. I tell you what, Graham, I think, has almost won every race today on his reaction times.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, 0.3 light compared to a 0.3. Win margin 0.9. Okay, James Hodson going to be taking a bye into the final here. And when James breaks the beams, which he duly does, that's all the final set.
So, I don't know whether Ed's still here or he lives 10 minutes down the road and he's sitting at home with his round one loss and seeing his two most closest competitors in the championship in the final.
Oh, no. Okay, so we do have a pause now whilst we collect our finalists. So, Nitro FM, the airwave's yours. We just have 6 races left of Bug Jam 2023. And they are, of course, our finals. And we'll take it back when they appear in the lanes.
Just quickly, I'll ask, if you've got some internet service out there and you've got Facebook, Instagram, go find VWDRC on there and give it a like and a follow for us for all of our hard work that we've done over this weekend. Thank you. Nitro FM.
Okay, right, reset. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Goodness me, that was incredible! 694, 152 miles an hour at the stripe. Oh my word. But it was the 8th mile. It's more than a trolley, it's more than a charging station, it is absolutely everything. But I said to you that Graham is a phenomenal engineer, and just look at this. It's the way they move the bike around. It's the way they can work on the bike, and obviously because it's on a lift mechanism as well, very easy to work on in the pits as well. But Graham has been around the drag racing world for a long, long time now. But this, the most incredible creation I think he's ever been involved with. The force of nature, the steam bike, a world record-setting steam bike.
Did we do a countdown for this?
I think we do actually. Well, yes, you do want a countdown. Okay, Graham, thank you for that, mate.
Glad we asked now instead of when he was concentrating on the bike. So there'll be a lot of people right now.
Yeah, come on, there's Graham Sykes there. Come on, he's a world record holder. He's geeing himself up. He's geeing you lot up as well. Now then, let's see what Graham has got for us at Bug Jam. It's his first, it's going to be his last run at Bug Jam as well. It's just the way the weather has worked out for us this weekend. Incredible machine. Now, this is steam powered. We've seen Eric Tabor on Rocket, we've seen nitro bikes, we've seen methanol bikes, but this is steam powered. Anything with a 6 in front is going to be phenomenal. And what you'll see coming out the back of the bike is purely steam. So yeah, it will look like the track has just been flooded after he's done his run. There's going to be a huge plume of steam as Graham does his run, but he's coming up now to the staging beams, and I think when Graham is ready, he'll give us the thumbs up, and we'll give him the countdown 5 to 0. So he's just nestling himself into position. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, it's going to hold.
Hold. Please hold. Barney's now committed on his
okay, right, reset. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Goodness me, that was incredible. 694, 150. Motorsports, Chevy against a Hawk Racing Toyota Camry here at Bug Jam. What a beautiful run for
start.
Oh, look at that! 4:18, 291 mile an hour. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the quickest pass ever from a Nitro Funny Car on the 1,000 foot here at Santa Pod Raceway. 4.18, 291 miles an hour. That is the record on both speed and ET for Nitro Funny Car. What an opener! I'm speechless on that. Oh, the short numbers and a 06 light as well. The short numbers 0.89 to 60 foot at the 8th mile. Get this, 3.34.
It's you. Ooh, I'm in love with you. You got to know it ain't
I really
no
like
me.
that. They're a bit late getting here, but they're on their way. Here comes our first roller skates. That is a huge turn of speed there as well. Here come some of our youngsters as well, crossing the line. Well, just looking at some of our youngsters coming through as well. They've been waiting all weekend long for this. And here comes our first. There's a Segway type wheelchair range. That's really cool. So obviously this does take a little bit of time to get completed, but well done to everybody that's made it home so far.
Honey, baby, I'm begging you, please, don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me.
Competitors now coming through, giving it full pedal all the way there. Nicely done. Oh, Teddy on the back of the chopper's come back home. The last little bit they run to make it look like they've been running all the way. Certainly one of our youngest contenders about to take the finish line. Give a wave over there. Yay! And how about the little VW bus pushchair? How about this one? Looking good. My daddy's the boss. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Nearly home. And here come our final stragglers. I don't know if that's their second run, but they're coming home. Come on. Yeah. Milking it for all it's worth. Our final pair. Come on, give us some encouragement. Come on. Final pair coming home. Right, so who is going to win the sprint out of you two to the finish line? That is the line there. Here it is. It's the line right here. It's... Here we go, plumb last. Okay, folks, come on, big round of applause for everybody that took part in the human-powered race. But we have our most imaginative entry. It was a little bit late arriving because I think they probably had tow hitch problems. They were the wrong side. Oh, right, got stuck in the pairing lanes. But that is a cracking effort. I really like that. Where are you from?
Bedford, Liverpool, Kent.
You had a good time at Bug Jam?
Yeah, shame about the weather, but it was cracking.
Yeah, good. You've had 2 really good nights worth of entertainment, though, yeah?
We did, yeah. We may have got a bit carried away during the day to not make the entertainment, but you make your own, don't you?
Oh, yeah, it's Bug Jam. What else do you expect?
Yeah. A rest after this.
Good stuff.
Here we go then. It is the
Jams?
time
Well,
for
obviously
the
the Lutlands haven't been to as
All
many
the
as you.
finalists are in the lanes by the looks of things.
We won it last year as well. We got the award last year for the Kings and the Queens in the category.
I do remember that. Yes, I do.
So we thought we'd try and go one better and build a stage for Eurovision, and it just about killed me.
Well, very well done indeed. Our most imaginative entry, of course, the stage for Eurovision. Give me a round of applause, thanks. Well done.
We have Street Eliminator with Andy Bond and Rob Carter. Outlaw Flat 4. We'll see James Wooten taking on Stu Hodgson. VW Sportsman. We'll see Jerry Sadler taking on Connor. And Motorsports UK. We'll see Bobby Wallace taking on Wayne Nicholson. I'm sure I've missed one out. No, that's it. That's all of them. We have got 6 finals. We have already run the Funny Car final. Congratulations to Kevin Kent for taking the win there. So here we go then, the first final, and it is VW Sportsman. Now I know Luke is going to update us on the extra funds for our VW Sportsman finalists.
Yeah. Oh.
Who wins what? Do we know?
It's unconfirmed yet. I'm waiting.
Okay.
The winner takes home £450. The runner-up takes £200, and John Crawford, who was the only other semi-finalist, he got £100.
Oh, nicely done.
But look at him cheering down there! Yay!
Unlike the photograph we've seen of your disappointment.
So final time,
Here we go.
15:73, 17:20.
Connor!
Connor gives it away. Jerry's just in the car now, just going, money!
Counting it out. Connor Jones rolled the beams. 0-2 red.
There's a 4-figure red light, that is.
Oh dear. But Jerry Sadler, #1 qualifier, got him through to the final. Takes the money.
Well done.
Takes the big trophy and a haul of points as well. Not only #1 qualifier, but wins the event.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Well done to Jerry.
To get through, 47 cars and be the final person at Bug Jam, which is the one everyone wants to win. Congratulations.
Yeah, well done, Jerry. I know Emma's tuned in as well, so that was big.
Yeah, she's down there. Right, next up, Stuart Hodgson with the Strip Poker Beetle taking on James Wharton with the VW Performance Beetle. So this is heads-up drag racing, first to the finish line. On a pro tree. Stuart's in first. Lights drop. Stuart gets the jump. By 60 foot. James Watson is side by side at the moment. Oh, James has missed the gear. Stuart's out in front. James has now got the gear again. But Stuart's going to take the win. 10.84 at 127. Stuart Hodgson is taking a Bug Jam Winners Trophy all the way to Hockenheim in a few weeks' time.
Well done, Stuart. Commiseration to James.
Well, that is the perfect outcome for Stu. Well done. James, unfortunately, looks like he missed the shift mid-track.
Just couldn't recover it.
No. All right, next up, VW Pro Final. So, Graham Fairhead taking on James Hodson. What was their path to victory?
Let's have a quick look then. Graham got past, as we know, Ed Keach in round 1. Then Graham got past Sam Young, who ran that perfect ET. Then he had a bye. Then he got past James Gould in the semis. And I don't know if I've got a chance to get James's journey here, but got past Charlie, Red Light and Charlie in round 1. Got past Ian Dale in round 2. Michael Moody, who went red in round 3, and he had a bye in the semis. Here we go. The final, VW Pro.
Green light drag race. We're clean away for both cars. Graham is already caught up with James at the MIG track. He's now out in front, doing 101 to 91. And the win goes to Graham Fairhead. 11.15 on 11.90. Great performance, team. Great performance.
Points.
Oh, that's it. So it's fair to say Graham will be leading the championship. James will be second. Ed.
Right, I'll be looking forward to this. 760 heads up. Brendan Clancy in round 1 eliminations, when he got past Belinda Bull, went 7.6007 to take the perfect ET money for this event. Got past Jack Williams. Unfortunately, Jack couldn't stage the car, just rolled through, but Brendan 7.67 again. Mark Turner got past Kev Jenkins in round 1, then a great race for Darren Pert in the semi-finals to line up against Brendan Clancy for this, the final in 760. Well, we know both cars can run the number. When I say run the number, run the number. The last time that 760 heads up came to the track, Mark Turner took the perfect ET money in qualifying with a 7.600. Brendan today, 7.600 in round 1 elimination, so they both know how to do it. And I'll tell you what, if both of them are on form, he's going to take a perfect run to take the win. Let's see what happens then. Your final in 760 heads up, Mark Turner for M&M Racing with the Supra. Brendan Clancy with the 53 Corvette doubling up. It is purely down to the drivers now. There's nothing else the crews can do. It's a green light drag race. Brendan Clancy out the whole well, but Mark Turner closing in, and it is a win for Brendan Clancy. 770 at 155. He was off the gas at the strike. 774 for Mark Turner. But great racing in 760 heads up this weekend. But congratulations to Brendan, who takes the event win. Well done to him. Just 2 finals to go, and here comes one of them. Rob Carter taking on Andy Bond.
We're going to need all the support of the VW fans here.
Yeah, just Motorsports UK Pro Modified to follow this. So it's the ugly sister taking on Percy the Passat. The journey for these two, obviously don't forget it was a one-shot qualifier. Andy Bond got round Joe Stevens in round 1 with a 7.39. He had a bye in the next round and then put Al McSweeney away in the semis. Rob Carter had Elliot Day in round 1 and then got past Tony Higgs in round 2. Had a bye in the semis to end up in the final against Andy Bond. So Andy in pre-stage, Rob rolls into pre-stage. Rob's gone in. Andy building up the boost. Here we go. Oh, brilliant launch there from Rob Carter. But it is the power of Andy Bond. He goes sailing by to a 7.35 at 199. Great 8.38, 1.68 from Rob Carter. But an 0.6 light from Rob had 0.2 on Andy Bond off the line. Andy must have thought, hang on a minute, I've got to get a move on here. But he certainly did. So Andy Bond takes the win there in Street Eliminator. So we just have one final left. I don't know if they're in the lanes just yet, but we will give them a chance to get down there. So it's just the final of Motorsports UK Pro Modified to come, and that is Bobby Wallace to take on Wayne Nicholson. So, Nitro FM, if you can take the airways back, we just await our Pro Mod finalists, and then we will be done, and it will be time to sort out the trophies. So, Nitro FM, the airwaves, once again yours. Oh dear, has anybody got anything for this man next year? Now, I know you're going to be back to defend it again, but 3 in a row, that's not bad, is it?
I've got 4. I've got optics in the back of the van. There's 4. I've got 3 trophies now. I'll retire after my 4th one.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that. But anyway, congratulations. Take the race winning trophy. Let me shake your hand as well. There is your race winner. Congratulations. And I never got your name. I'm so sorry.
John.
Well done, John. Takes the win overall in our human-powered race. Right, let's get our skate/scooter winner in. It's his first Bug Jam. Were you planning on doing this human-powered race as well?
Well, yeah, but I was going to go on a bike, to be fair.
Oh, right, okay. So backup scooter then, and he still took the win. That's pretty good, yeah?
I'm happy with it, to be fair. Good choice.
Right, try and defend it next year. That's your plan.
Yeah, I will do, yeah, definitely.
Okay, your runner-up there. Sorry, your winner on 2 wheels, not pedal-powered then. He's on the skates. Congratulations, this man. Chad, well done, that man. Here he is, taking his trophy back. Well done, that man. Congratulations. Right, where is our jogger? Here he comes. Another first-timer here at Bug Jam. Do you do any running apart from this?
No. I just smoked a lot of cigarettes this weekend, like I said.
Well, here he is then. Our quickest runner here for the human-powered race. Smile for the cameras for Bug Jam. Taking the win there. Well done. Congratulations. Thanks so much indeed. And, of course, the trophy for the most imaginative entry. What's the thing about all these repeat winners, though? But are we going to give it to the youngsters this time? Okay, so hold that trophy up high. They're from all over the country. And this is the Eurovision stage in full costume and everything. We really like. Even got the spaceman. Look at that. That is proper. That is from obviously our UK representative last year. But well done. Let's see what you come up with next year. But there we go. That is our human-powered race 2023. Thank you all so very, very much indeed for taking part. We've got a lunch break on the track now, but when we come back, we have more racing to come at you this afternoon. Thanks, Bug Jam. We'll see you later. we reassemble the timing system and the commentary box here. The tower's rocking. Gives it full beans and look. Lovely run for Fire Force 2 to a 5.97 at 257 miles an hour. Absolutely. we have pro mods in the pairing. We've got John Webster, who has made his way down for a time trial run, but we also have our finalists, Bobby Wallace and Wayne Nicholson. Wayne just getting his safety gear in position, then he'll climb into the car. Bobby Wallace is already inside his LL1 Camaro. Just having a chat with Robin Jackson in the tower, actually, and many thanks indeed to Robin for some updates here. We're looking at Bobby's recent form. This is his 6th Pro Mod final in a row. Unbelievable performances. In the last 5, he's won 3 of them. And the only 2 that he lost, bizarrely, was the European finals last year and the main event this year. But then that's when we have all of our foreign visitors, and still to make the final in those events is absolutely outstanding. He is your points leader in the Motorsports UK Pro Modified Championship, and he is scoring big points at every round so far. So can he take another event win? Well, standing in his way is Wayne Nicholson. This is his 3rd final this year. He made the final at the Festival of Power. He also made the final at the Summer Nationals. That's 2 runner-up trophies for Wayne so far this year. He would love to get what we call a victory. I know that's the name for a win, but it's also the name of the winner's trophy here at Santa Pod Raceway. And he'd love to get his hands on one of those, but to do that, he's got to get around the points leader and the form guy that is Bobby Wallace. So an epic final coming up. It's going to be the nitrous car of Bobby Wallace, over 900 cubic inches in that car. That's nigh on 15 litres. It's an insane engine in that car. And of course it is nitrous as well. You've got the supercharged Hemi of Wayne Nicholson, 526 cubes from memory. So yeah, that's approaching 8.5 litres there. But of course he is supercharged. So interesting combination from both of these two. Bobby's car sounds very deep when it does the burnout. Doesn't rev as highly as the supercharged car of Wayne Nicholson. And then just to keep things interesting, a checkout pass for John Webster, who has got the 3rd combination, which is turbo. So you pick your power adder and you run with it. And the rules are basically levelled out as best as possible. There is a 4th combination, which isn't legal in Europe at the moment, and that is the Pro-Charged version. And we do have a Pro-Charged Pro Mod on site, obviously belonging to Carl Cox, but engine problems last week prevented him from putting a run in at all. He should be doing some testing fairly shortly, but great shame, yeah.
New engine arrives on Monday.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, James says no now. It's already here. Oh my God!
Wow,
it's already here. Baller.
Well, I would have thought they'd had it installed by now,
Yeah,
and come down for a checkout pass, you know.
No, he's up in Edinburgh.
No, he's actually working at the moment. That's fair. I think he was in Brighton.
Yeah, he was in
last night,
Brighton
and he's in
night.
Edinburgh today.
Yeah.
So
on his private jet.
Yeah.
One to the other.
But, no. So we are getting ready for our last runs of the day, and it is, of course, Pro Modified that will be taking it to the lanes. And it is going to be the final first, actually, just looking at the screen. So it will be Bobby Wallace and Wayne Nicholson. Looks like Bobby will be coming round into the Kestrel lane, sorry, into the Slictrix lane, and Wayne will be in the Kestrel lane. We're just waiting for the signal for them to fire up and to run the final of Motorsports UK Pro Modified. Well, the team's starting to make moves now. Obviously, Wayne has to have a starter attached to his car. Bobby's got onboard starter, so a lot easier for him. But just having a look at some of the numbers, Bobby Wallace did end up number 1 qualifier with a 6.18, but bearing in mind it was a one-shot qualifier. Both of their PBs are in the 5.8s. Wayne did his at the Festival of Power in 5.88, and Bobby Wallace, he is actually the UK's quickest Pro Mod car in the low 5.8s, and just having a look at the sheet to see that his number is 5.83 at 248 miles an hour. Wayne's is 5.88
again, 243. Both of them have set their PBs this year. All right, support vehicles moving out the way. The starter is attached to Wayne Nicholson's Lucky Devil Pro Mod Corvette. Bobby literally left on his own there, and he's just patiently waiting. Okay, signal's been given to fire him up. And more than likely it will be Wayne that fires up first. The bottle goes in. And the engine fires. So Bobby Wallace then with the Wallace Motorsports ZL1 Camaro. Oh, actually, not the lanes that I was predicting, actually. Well, Bobby comes round into the Kestrel Beer lane, so it is Wayne. So the lane switch there, because even Bonnie was expecting Bobby to come round into the Slick Tricks lane. So is Bobby going to continue the win streak in Motorsports UK Pro Modified? Is he going to take another final win to make it 4 out of 6 finals where he takes the winner's trophy? Or is it going to be Wayne Nicholson? His 3rd final of the year. Needless to say, these two are 1 and 2 in the National Championship points. Final adjustments to the wheelie bars on both cars. Single wheel wheelie bar for Wayne, double wheeled for Bobby. And there's the purge of the nitrous from that 903 cubic inch ZL1 Camaro. Okay, here Marshall, chief starter, brings them up to the line then. Final of Motorsports UK Pro Modified. Wayne is in pre-stage, Bobby's in pre. No messing, they go in. Well, Wayne was absolutely trying everything, but it's Bobby Wallace that takes the win there, 626, 228 miles an hour. Wayne Nicholson getting very close to the centre line and eventually crossed it just before the 1,000 foot. He was trying everything to hang in there with Bobby. Wayne had the better launch. Wayne was still ahead at the 60 foot. And Wayne, bizarrely, was still ahead at the 330. But then the power of Bobby Wallace's Camaro took over, and at the 8th, it was Bobby that took over the lead and held on to the stripe as Wayne was moving all over his lane, but he couldn't see Bobby. He stuck with it as long as he could. That shows the racer in Wayne Nicholson. But congratulations to Bobby Wallace, who takes the win in Pro Mod at Bug Jam and extends his points lead in Motorsports UK Pro Modified and another winner's trophy. Congratulations then to Bobby.
What a final.
Yeah, that was epic. So we're just going to put the 1,000 foot blocks back in.
What's left of it?
Well, yeah, that's true. I don't know if you hit the quarter mile blocks. Oh, no, they're still there. So, yeah, it was just the 1,000 foot. Okay, so one more car to go to wrap up Bug Jam. Congratulations to the Wallace team. Bobby taking the top step of the podium as the support crew go and collect Bobby from the top end there. And, of course, Wayne Nicholson. What a driving job he did there in the final. He tried everything. He's the racer that wanted to win that. But it was Bobby that came through to take it. But what a final. So the last car of the day then, and it is John Webster with Fast Company. The Mustang, the turbo car. On a checkout pass, he could literally go off the end of the track, turn right, and take it straight to the workshop if he wanted to.
Literally.
But I think he'll go back to the pits first. And they do actually tow the car in.
Yes.
With the golf buggy.
Good, strong burnout there for John. There we go. He didn't have enough parts to get the car ready on Monday, but they duly arrived ahead of schedule. And a late entry from John Webster into the event, and he made it. A different story, unfortunately, for Dave Smith this weekend. A lack of parts prevented him from racing, and we look forward to seeing Dave Smith back at the European finals with the Stranger Things Tri-Chevy. Really look forward to seeing that back. But this is John Webster, the honour of the last pass here at Bug Jam 2023. What an event it's been. A washout yesterday, but good entertainment on site anyway. Good racing today.
Today certainly made up for it.
Oh, yeah. And Friday was just phenomenal. Whoa, 629, 223 miles an hour. Brilliant, brilliant run there for John Webster. And, well, considering his PB is 620, that was not far off at all. Really did hook and launch. 103 to 60 foot, 415 at 180 to the 8th, and 629, 223 at the strike. A very, very nice way of closing Bug Jam 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap. We just got our trophies to do. We'll be doing that on the start line in around about 15, 20 minutes' time. Not going to hang around with that. But what an event. Thank you ever so much indeed to everybody that has joined us here this weekend. It's been a phenomenal event. There's a shame about the washout yesterday, but everybody still had a good time. And Luke, what an event for the VW squads as well.
It's been brilliant, hasn't it? Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. As the guys go to collect John Webster at the top end of the track. Yes, no, it's been a different Bug Jam experience working up in the tower rather than racing.
Yeah, it's your first Bug Jam up here, isn't it?
It is.
Well, it's been good to have you here, mate.
Thank you.
I hope we have you up here again next year.
Yeah, usually after my round one exit.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, but last time you actually went around at the Bug Jam, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to sign off. Massive thanks to our track crew, as per usual. A stellar job from them.
And, of course, Nitro FM have probably worked
Oh, yeah.
some of the hardest this weekend.
They certainly have. So we're going to give the airwaves over to them. Trophy presentations on the start line in the not-too-distant future. Fortunately, we've only got 7 classes to award, so just 14 trophies to give out. But a big shout-out to everybody here at Santa Pod Raceway, to the track crew, to the signing on office, to Nitro FM, to the timing crew, to our spotters, to the top end crew, to the fire marshals, absolutely everybody. And finally,
a little round of applause.
A little shout out for Josie down there from Box Lane, doing the camera work down there. Do you know what? If we keep talking, she'll keep walking around.
And don't forget, if you're still on site, you're more than welcome to come down onto the start line and join us for the trophy presentations. Maybe you didn't do the human-powered race and you went, how sticky it is out here. Come and join us for trophy presentations.
Yeah.
Right.
A big shout out to David Huckbody. We just missed that one actually, but David, a big shout out to him there with Rachel, and that's from James. So a big final shout out there. We're going to sign off from the tower. We'll see you down on the start line in about 15 minutes' time for trophy presentations for Bug Jam. We look forward to seeing you soon. It's the Mopars next weekend, the muscle car event, and of course it is the craziness of Ultimate Streetcar in 2 weeks' time with Luke Stevenson in the tower.
Oh,
we
yes.
look forward to that.
Oh, yes.
We're going to sign off. Nitro FM take over the airwaves. We'll see you for trophies.